Welcome to Lao Zhang audiobook. Now we are broadcasting the Chinese romance novel Dew and Fish. This article has been completed. Chapter 61. The force on the waist was getting stronger and stronger. 那个 Liang Yang's breathing was rapid. 然后 she didn't know where to put her hands, so she could only stroke Shen Shichen's head randomly. But her feet seemed to have no support. Her legs bent unconsciously and trembled slightly. After a while, she couldn't hold on any longer, and Shen Shichen got up and hugged her. She was shaking violently. The whole person was tightly wrapped in his arms and picked up. She fell on the bed again. 然后 the man in front of her was the handsome man she was already familiar with. Liang Yang squinted her eyes slightly with tenderness in her eyes. She raised her hand and touched Shen Shichen's face. Those hands followed his contours and gently outlined the look she liked. Shen Shichen covered Liang Yang's hand on his cheek with his right hand, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, which looked even more gentle under the warm white light. His hand was brought to his mouth, and Shen Shichen opened his mouth and held Liang Yang's finger. Looking at the darkness in her eyes, she fell completely little by little. Shen Shichen let go of Liang Yang's hand, leaned close to her neck, and his breath brushed against her red earlobe. Besides, Yin Yin, do you miss me? Liang Yang also imitated him, hugged his neck, and gently pressed her lips against Shen Shichen's ear. I miss you very much. It was quiet outside the villa, with occasional evening breeze blowing, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bedroom was full of beautiful scenery, and it was unknown how long it took for it to stop. Unconsciously, Shen Shichen's bedroom was moved from the second floor to the first floor. The habit of sleeping alone that had long been developed was also broken by the appearance of Liang Yang. On Sunday morning, Liang Yang rarely slept in. In the more than 1 month she stayed in Yun village, she had a regular schedule. Every day when she heard the rooster crowing, she would get up and walk around consciously. Only on the day when Shen Shichen came, she would go to the city to accompany him. What's more rare is that when Liang Yang woke up, Shen Shichen beside her was breathing steadily, and it was obvious that he was still asleep. She gently took away Shen Shichen's hand on her waist, and just as she was about to lift the quilt and stand up, she was pulled into his arms again. A lazy chuckle came from behind her ear. Stay with me for a while. After a long while, the two slowly got up. Liang Yang finished washing up and sat in the living room to rest when there was a knock on the door. The housekeeper was holding a lunchbox in one hand and Yin Yin in the other, standing respectfully at the door. 然后, as soon as the little guy saw Liang Yang, he rushed down immediately and threw himself on her happily. His little face was pressed against Liang Yang's feet, meowing, as if he was finally looking forward to her coming back. Liang Yang took the lunchbox, thanked her politely, and put it on the dining table. Yin Yin followed her all the time, and when Liang Yang sat next to him, he lay down at her feet again. Shen Shichen changed his clothes and came out. Hearing the little guy's subtle voice, he also smiled. He sat opposite Liang Yang, opened the lunchbox and put it in front of her. Liang Yang hadn't noticed it just now, but now she realized that what was delivered was her favorite. Pan-fried buns, wontons, and soy milk and fried dough sticks. Shen Shichen picked up the chopsticks slowly, picked up a pan-fried bun for her, and asked her, "Where do you want to go today?" Liang Yang took a sip of soy milk and shook her head. Joe said that he will start promoting the new play next week, so I'll stay at home for the next 2 days. Then watch a movie. Or play games. I don't have any plans today. I'll accompany you. Thinking of the scene of Liang Yang and Xiao Anyu's apparition the day before, Shen Shichen pondered and slowly spoke. That little girl, Zhu Yue, happens to have a similar scholarship fund. If Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Liang Yang softly. Zhou Ran and I are discussing it, so I won't bother you. Shen Shichen paused and then continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Since leaving without saying goodbye last time, he and Liang Yang had clearly made it clear, but he always felt that the distance between the two had not been shortened. but was getting farther and farther. He sighed in his heart and could only continue to hide his disappointment. Anyway, it was enough for Lian Yang to be by his side. After dinner, she went to the third floor to play games. After drinking soup at noon, Lian Yang did not eat anything else. The roadshow was going to be in a few days. Joe repeatedly reminded her on WeChat, asking her to diet in advance, and also made an appointment for her to have full body care to ensure that she would be in the best condition by then. In the evening, Lian Yang sat on the bed and read a book for a while, waiting for Shen Shichen to come. As usual, the two fell asleep in each other's arms in the bedroom on the first floor. The next morning, after watching Shen Shichen go out, Lian Yang changed her clothes and went to the beauty salon where she had an appointment with Joe. Joe had just parked the car at the door when he saw a black Bentley parked on the side of the road, and Lian Yang walked out of it. Walking up to Lian Yang, he was a little curious. Does Mr. Shen's driver always take you out when you go out now? Lian Yang and Joe walked into the beauty salon together, feeling a little helpless. He will come to pick us up after we finish our meal. Joe suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Lian Yang, laughing. Yin Yin, look at how scared you are of Mr. Shen. I'm afraid he won't dare to let you take a taxi again. Lian Yang was not happy and glared at him. It's just on the way. Joe was even more proud. Okay, then I'll take you to the southernmost suburbs for barbecue later, see if it's on the way. The two of them joked while going to the booked room. Joe sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone, chatting with her. Sister Sue just sent me a WeChat message. I'll go back to the company later and try out the look for the road show the day after tomorrow. After saying that, he smiled again. After you were injured last time, the company is very attentive now. Lian Yang was silent. Anyway, her contract expired. She was already a freelancer. It didn't matter. However, the company took over the drama, and the work that should be done must be completed well. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the road show. The on-site process was very full. We had to go to the platform office building to sweep the building first, and then go to the live broadcast room to promote the new drama. There were only two people present, Lian Yang and Zhang Nan. Although Joe had been vaccinated before, Lian Yang was still a little uncomfortable when she was surrounded by a large crowd of people. She didn't talk much and would only speak when the host cued her. In the live broadcast room, she cooperated well with Zhang Nan. They were classmates, so there was a sense of intimacy. In addition, Zhang Nan was very good at livening up the atmosphere. Occasionally, their eyes looked at each other, which gave the CP fans of the two people more material. For Lian Yang, it was just a job. But slowly, she seemed to have found her original intention of entering the industry. Enjoy the process of filming without those irrelevant disturbances. The two followed the process and played interactive games. 然后 each of them had a drawing board and had to write down the characteristics and interests of each other when they were asked. To Lian Yang's surprise, Zhang Nan was able to answer every question about her. She thought the program crew had posed the questions in advance, so she didn't think too much about it. At the end, perhaps it was because she had always worn flat shoes when filming movies before and hadn't worn high heels for a long time. The workload was too heavy today, and when she got up from the stool, she almost couldn't stand still. Fortunately, Zhang Nan reacted quickly and turned around to support her waist. After confirming that Lian Yang was fine, he quickly let go. When this episode happened, the director hadn't cut off the screen yet, and it was immediately broadcast clearly. A few minutes later, the video of Zhang Nan supporting Lian Yang quickly soared in popularity on Weibo, and directly rushed to the top of the hot search. The investors deliberately increased the exposure, resulting in more and more entries related to the two. Joe always pays attention to the direction of public opinion and called Lian Yang as soon as possible. Zhang Nan is indeed a top star. This hot search has been high, he said teasingly, but you are not bad either. In such a short time, your fans have increased by nearly 1 million. Liang Yang was sitting in the dressing room removing her makeup. After hanging up the phone, she looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly felt a little confused. She had never thought that she would have such a situation before, but because of that encounter, her life has changed dramatically. The time with him was too beautiful and too unreal. 然后, as soon as she thought of that person, Shan Shichen called. He asked in a somewhat anxious voice, I saw the news. Is your foot okay? 然后, Liang Yang was moved. No. Are you still at the recording site? I'll come to pick you up. Liang Yang suddenly felt a little nervous. No, just let the driver take me back. Of course, she knew that Shen Shichen was very powerful. Since he was coming, he would definitely not be exposed by the media. But she didn't know what was wrong in her heart. She just didn't want more people to know. After removing her makeup and changing her clothes, it was already evening and the sky in the North City was getting dark. Liang Yang put on a loose, thin sweater jacket and walked to the door, but she didn't see the familiar black Bentley. She caught a glimpse of someone waving at her from the corner of her eye. She turned her head and saw Shen Shichen in front of her. He was wearing a pure white shirt and had a warm smile. He walked over and took her hand naturally, and then went to the parked car. On the way back, Liang Yang checked Weibo again. The news about her and Zhang Nan was getting more and more intense. She was thinking about whether to explain to Shen Shichen, but after hesitating again and again, she held back her words. There was nothing to explain in the first place. She had been dieting for several days and was very hungry. She ate something normally in the evening and curled up on the sofa to watch a movie alone. Shan Shichen went to the study to deal with something. Just when he was about to get up after finishing his work, the message notification on his mobile phone sounded. He never used Weibo, and he had asked his assistant to open an account before, and only followed Liang Yan. The slender fingertips swiped the screen of the phone, and it was the latest Weibo post about her. 然后, it was very popular and had tens of thousands of comments. The content was a screenshot of a forum post, and a photo appeared in it, which made him suddenly freeze and frown. In the photo, Liang Yang was wearing a black down jacket and appeared in the Alice of Sucheng with the male lead of her play. The poster said that it was a candid photo at the time, and only the side face could be seen. Liang Yang smiled faintly at the man beside her. The man's hand was loosely supported behind her, a little distance away. From the angle of the photo, they looked like an ordinary couple. In order to prove the authenticity, the poster also attached the date of the photo. Shan Shichen enlarged the picture and looked at it carefully. The day when Liang Yang and Zhang Nan walked around the alley together was the third day of the Chinese New Year. 然后, it was also the day before he suddenly appeared in Sucheng and surprised Liang Yan. Chapter 62. Shan Shichen never cared about the so-called entertainment gossip. This was the first time he had the urge to get to the bottom of it. His slender fingertips slid across the screen, following the relevant Weibo posts, and kept scrolling down. The actor's name was Zhang Nan, and he had heard people mention him before. Liang Yang and Zhang Nan were college classmates, and they seemed to have a good relationship. He flipped through the behind-the-scenes photos of the two rehearsing together in college. Liang Yang had a ponytail, wore a training suit, and focused on the movements of her hands. It was a look that Shen Shichen had never seen before. It turned out that he thought he knew enough, but he still missed too much. Before Liang Yang had to follow him, she had made a cameo appearance in Zhang Nan's drama. It was still a supporting role, and she didn't have many scenes. However, under the relevant comments, a person who seemed to be a crew member broke the news, saying that Zhang Nan took good care of Liang Yan, and would appear by Liang Yan's side even if he didn't have a role. He also speculated with reason, saying that now that he thought about it, maybe they were already together at that time. Shan Shichen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and a wave of bitterness surged up, making his chest ache. Whether it was true or the investors were intentionally trying to lead the trend, at least the goal was achieved. The video that was circulated widely, Zhang Nan quickly helped Lian Yang up, who was about to fall, and his familiarity with Lian Yang's hobbies made netizens analyze it again and again. Some comments said it was an instinctive reaction, and some said it was just acting according to the script just for popularity. Shan Shichen watched it carefully and watched the video of a few seconds no less than 10 times. If he said it was acting according to the script, he didn't believe it. Zhang Nan's reaction was very fast, and it was definitely out of instinct to protect Lian Yan. He closed his eyes, turned off the screen of his mobile phone, and took a deep breath. During the Spring Festival, he took a walk with Lian Yang in the place where Lian Yang grew up and accompanied her to eat her favorite things. Bit by bit, it emerged in front of him. But now, it seems that he is not Lian Yang's only one. Maybe they have been to those sections of the road and the small shops full of fireworks. There is a string in his head that is tight, and his chest is stuffy, pulling him so hard that it hurts. Shan Shichen calmed himself down, pretended nothing had happened, and went downstairs. Lian Yang was sitting on the edge of the sofa, hugging her bent legs, staring at the TV screen. In the cat bed next to her, Yin followed her example and lay on the cushion. The little guy had sharp ears, and when he heard the soft footsteps, he turned around before Lian Yan. She meowed at Shan Shichen, making him smile easily. In an instant, the depression dissipated a little. 然后? At least, there was more between him and Lian Yan. Whether it was her as a person or this kitten, they could not be separated. Shan Shichen sat next to Lian Yang, and Yin climbed onto the sofa with a tactful look, with her face at his feet. Picking it up and handing it to Lian Yang, he said jokingly, "It seems that it likes me more." Lian Yang lowered her head and smoothed Yin's fur. "Are you kittens so unfaithful to men?" She moved closer to Shan Shichen, rested her head on his shoulder, found a comfortable position, and continued watching the movie. Such moments are quiet and beautiful. Halfway through the movie, Lian Yang felt a little sleepy and yawned. Yin had fallen asleep in her arms. She turned off the TV and was about to get up when Shan Shichen carried it over. Before going to bed, Lian Yang sat on the bed reading a book. Shan Shichen came out of the bathroom, changed into pajamas, and lay down next to her. He leaned his head against Lian Yang's side, watching her eyelashes drooping slightly and the sound of flipping pages pass by. The photo they met by chance appeared in front of her again. Shan Shichen asked coquettishly, "Talk to me for a while." Lian Yang put the bookmark on the page where it stopped, closed the book, turned sideways, and asked him, "What?" She lay on the bed, sideways, facing Shan Shichen's handsome face. "I grew up in Hong Kong. When I graduated from elementary school, I went to the United States to study at the age of 12. I rarely came back." Lian Yang was a little surprised, and her eyes widened. She heard him say, "Not long after I was born, my mother abandoned me and converted. It was only when I grew up and took the initiative to meet her, she didn't pay much attention to me." The man in front of her was gentle and fragile. It was the first time Lian Yang heard him mention something about himself. "I saw that a child of destiny like him was high above everyone else, and he had been spoiled since childhood and had everything he wanted. But I didn't expect that he and I had the same problem." She raised her head and touched Shan Shichen's hair to comfort him, but she was a little puzzled. "Why are you telling me this?" Shan Shichen covered Lian Yang's hand with his big hand, rubbed it, and slowly said, "I want you to know me better, just like I want to know you better." He let go of Lian Yang's hand, brought her to his arms, and kissed the top of Lian Yang's head. "There are still many things to say. I will tell you slowly in the future." Okay. Lian Yang put her face on Shan Shichen's chest, felt his rapid heartbeat, and nodded, "Okay." When she is not working, she likes to stay at home. After this promotion is over, just wait for the TV series to be broadcast. and then cooperate with related activities. Liang Yang has no plans for the future. The scripts handed over by the company are similar, and Liang Yang is not very interested. For her, she has not yet cooperated with Zhou Ren, which makes her feel satisfied. It's also what she wants. Zhou's phone called and screamed for a long time. Liang Yang waited until the obviously excited man on the other side calmed down before she smiled. Let me guess, did you win the lottery? Zhou screamed and started panting again. Yin Yin, your luck has come. Liang Yang didn't understand. What's wrong? Guess who called me just now? The famous director Tang. It was from his studio, saying that he wants you to audition. He's planning to shoot a new movie. Liang Yang stood up and asked in surprise, really? Of course it's true. The script has been sent to me. I took a quick look at it and the story is very exciting. Zhou was so happy that he was out of breath. The time is tomorrow. You should take a look at the script and prepare well. Okay, Liang Yang answered and was about to sit down, but then she saw the drama she's starting hasn't been broadcast yet. How did director Tang think of looking for her? Just as she was about to ask, Zhou had hung up the phone. The script was sent to Liang Yang's mobile phone, and she began to read it carefully. This is a famous director in the industry. She didn't even dare to think that she would have the opportunity to work with him. After preparing for an afternoon, when Shen Shichen came back in the evening, the two sat opposite each other for dinner, and Liang Yang spoke as if chatting normally. I have an audition tomorrow. It's a movie. The director is very famous. Shen Shichen served her soup with one hand, and his reaction was calm. He hummed. He looked up at Liang Yang. How are you preparing? This was Liang Yang's first time in such a big production, so she was a little nervous. Not bad, I recorded a clip and sent it to Zhou, and he thought it was good. Shen Shichen didn't ask any more questions, but just picked up some food for her silently. 然后, the next afternoon, Liang Yang was taken to the company by the driver, and when Zhou arrived, they set off together for the audition. Director Tang was not there, only the assistant director, who couldn't help but applaud after watching the clip of Liang Yang's performance. He spoke politely to Zhou. The crew is still in the early preparations, and some of the actors have been decided. The shooting is expected to start in 2 months. Miss Liang needs to make time for it. After it was basically finalized, Zhou drove Liang Yang back to the company, still excited. Yin Yin, when I persuaded you to join the industry, I kept saying that you can do it. Look, now it's come true. Liang Yang smiled happily. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. That's because you are well prepared. The assistant director told me that he accidentally saw a clip of Zhou Ren's movie and felt that your temperament was very different and very suitable for that role. So he contacted me. The car stopped at the company garage. Liang Yang was about to push open the door and get out when she ran into Ji Yang walking towards her. I haven't seen him since the last injury. Ji Yang smiled attentively and ran over to open the car door for Liang Yang, which scared her. When Liang Yang came out, he hurriedly asked, have you finished your audition? Many people are fighting for director Tang's movies but still can't get a role. Liang Yang was slightly stunned and looked back at Zhou with some doubt. After the last movie, she had no contact with the company. But why did Ji Yan know about her audition? After all, she was just looking at her face, so she smiled politely at Ji Yan and didn't know what to say. Ji Yan greeted Zhou and went back to his car. On the way back to the villa, Liang Yang's doubts became more and more serious, and she took out her mobile phone and called Zhou. Have you told the company about this movie? Zhou shook his head, and he had some guesses in his mind, but he still told the truth. No, they are all in the circle. Maybe President Ji just heard it from others. After hanging up the phone, Liang Yang finally confirmed it, and the happiness gradually disappeared. Ji Yang and Shen Shichen had a lot of interactions. Before Shen Shichen approached him, he was the one who came forward to talk to him first. He knew it right after the audition. How could it be such a coincidence? When she arrived at the villa, Liang Yang didn't think about it anymore, just waiting for Shen Shichen to come back. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she thought she would eat at home again, but Shen Shichen called her. I'm in the garage, come down, we'll go out to eat. Liang Yang was still wearing the same clothes she wore for the audition in the morning and walked to Shen Shichen's car. He stood outside the passenger seat, opened the door for Liang Yang, and then went round to sit in the driver's seat and drive. The car was driving steadily. Liang Yang looked at the road ahead, wondering whether she should ask directly. Shen Shichen held the steering wheel with both hands and turned his head to look at her. Take you to a newly opened Suits Hall restaurant. It's said to be pretty good. Liang Yang hummed and slowly said, I went to audition this morning. Shen Shichen's mouth curled up. I know, you said it last night. He couldn't help but ask directly, do you know the director of this movie? She turned her head to look at Shen Shichen's reaction and was obviously stunned for a moment and then immediately returned to normal. I met him once before. This answer made Liang Yang's heart sink suddenly and disappointment surged up instantly. She saw that she could only take on this movie by herself. Unexpectedly, she still had to rely on Shen Shichen's blessing. Chapter 63. Liang Yang's eyelashes drooped and trembled slightly. She looked down at her twisted hands and her heart was mixed. During the days in Yunwu village, she had figured it out a long time ago. Being with Shen Shichen, no matter how long it lasts, is ultimately just a dream. It will always wake up. Although I am still by his side now, my mood is very different from before. I cheered myself up in my heart, raised my head again and looked at the road ahead. At this time, it was the rush hour after get-off work. There were many cars on the road. The bustling crowds shuttled back and forth on the streets on both sides of the road. The car stopped at the traffic light intersection. Liang Yang turned her head and casually swept her eyes to the subway entrance not far away. Looking at those figures walking slowly, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Once upon a time, she was also one of these people. An unknown 18th line actor, she would shoot when there was a play and stay in a small house when she had nothing to do, enjoying herself. That kind of life is what she should live. Since Liang Yang got on the car and asked that question, the atmosphere became very quiet. Too quiet. Shen Shichen was not unaware that Liang Yang's mood seemed a little low. 然后 He freed his right hand and gently touched the top of Liang Yang's head. His tone was gentle. Are you tired today? He was talking about Liang Yang's audition. Liang Yang retracted her gaze and glanced at him. He had a handsome profile, a superior jawline, and a faint smile on his lips. Not bad, but maybe I rested too much in the past few days, so I'm a little uncomfortable. The car started again. Shen Shichen held the steering wheel with both hands and chatted with her. Liang Yang only answered one question after another, and she was not very interested. The place to eat is not in the city center. Driving further, the road is much wider and the trees on both sides are constantly receding. The afterglow of the sunset and the bright red sunset glow cast a landscape painting on the lake outside the road. On a summer night in the North City, the evening breeze came in from the half-closed car window, brushed Liang Yang's face, and gently blew her hair. 那个, the unique faint fragrance of her body entered Shen Shichen's nose. It was a smell he liked and was familiar with. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, then turned and parked the car outside the club. The waiter came forward attentively and led the two to a separate passage and walked to the reserved private room. After passing the entrance of the hall, Shen Shichen suddenly turned around and said, "Let's go this way." He took Liang Yang's hand behind him and asked her to hold his arm and walk with her to the noisy place. Liang Yang subconsciously lowered her head and tightened her arm around his, feeling a little uncomfortable. Shen Shichen's tone was gentle in her ears, and she smiled. "Don't be nervous. I'm having a meal with my girlfriend. How can I be embarrassed?" She pursed her lips, and Shen Shichen pressed closer to her and walked to the private room inside together. The memory of the last meal was not good. 那个 Liang Yang was forced to face the guilt in her heart. Seeing another woman holding his hand, their backs were indescribably matched. Shan Shichen knew her not, so he took the initiative to take Liang Yang to a crowded place. Arriving at the private room, the two sat down next to each other and the prepared dishes were served quickly. Shan Shichen followed his memory of the day he went to Su's hall to find Liang Yang and her usual taste and ordered all her favorites. There were all kinds of Su's hall-style dim sum, dazzling. Liang Yang had a good appetite, just concentrated on eating. No matter how much Shen Shichen picked for her, she ate it all in the end. They returned to the villa and had a peaceful night. The next morning, when Shen Shichen woke up, Liang Yang was still asleep. He was afraid that Liang Yang didn't get enough rest, so he gently lifted the quilt and went to the bathroom on the second floor to wash up. After Shen Shichen left, Liang Yang slowly got up. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, she called Joe at noon. He is a night owl. If she contacted him in the morning, he would definitely not be up. She was restless all morning. Shan Shichen's words last night were still ringing in her ears. For some reason, she just didn't want to act. On the phone, Liang Yang said to Joe in a flat tone, "I thought about Director Tan's movie and decided not to shoot it. Anyway, the contract has not been signed yet. Please talk to the assistant director and let them find someone else." On the other end of the phone, Joe stood up suddenly and almost spilled the coffee in his hand. He became excited. Why? Liang Yang's eyes darkened, pursed her lips, and told him the truth. "I want to rely on myself and don't want the resources he gives me." Joe certainly knew who this he was referring to. He frowned, looking puzzled. "The assistant director clearly said that. He found me after watching a clip of Joe Ran's movie and thought you were suitable." "Why do you think that Mr. Shen gave you the resources?" After saying that, he thought about it and understood why Liang Yang thought so. After all, with that person's ability, let alone big-budget movies, even if she wanted to be a traffic star, it would be easy. But she just didn't want to. Joe softened his tone and advised her, "Yin Yin, don't be so awkward. Let's take a step back." Even if it was arranged by Mr. Shen, so what? You have the ability. Now it's not easy to participate in such a big production. Isn't this your dream all along? Nah. Why give up? You know what this circle is like. Besides, you are 4 years old and the group history is very small. I still believe the assistant director's words that you were chosen because of your ability. Don't be so unconfident." Liang Yan sat on the sofa and took a deep breath. 那个 She just didn't want to owe Shen Shichen too much. The more she got, the lower she was. I don't know if these words convinced her. Joe hung up the phone, still a little uneasy. In the bathroom on the first floor at night, under the warm white light, the gurgling water jumped out of the shower. Liang Yang's hands were clasped by Shen Shichen's fingers and she pressed them tightly against the wall, her weak breathing being swallowed up completely. The water splashed on her face, making her fair skin look even more translucent, and in her slightly narrowed eyes there was only that face that was obviously roused. In the past few months together, Shan Shichen and she have become more and more compatible. Her waist began to tremble involuntarily again, and she heard the man's low panting behind her ears, accompanied by a doting and satisfied smile. Shan Shichen carried Liang Yang to the bed and lay on top of her from the other side. Liang Yang's hair was still a little wet, but her whole body was weak, and she lay listlessly at the head of the bed. Behind her, Shan Shichen wiped her hair with a towel. As if remembering something, he asked her, "When will your movie start shooting?" Without waiting for Liang Yan to answer, he added, "In 2 months, I want you to accompany me to New York, but I'm afraid there will be a conflict in time." Liang Yan turned her back to him and blinked. The moonlight outside the window was hazy and it seemed that she could hear the whirring of the wind. When she was waiting for him to come back in the afternoon, she had already made a decision. She pursed her lips and slowly said, "I don't plan to take it." Shen Shichen paused the delicate movements in his hands and asked in confusion, "Why?" Liang Yang's shoulders trembled and she didn't look back. "I just don't want to shoot." Until this moment, Shen Shichen suddenly understood why Liang Yang had been quiet all day. Putting down the towel in his hand, he sat up from the bed, looked at Liang Yang's beautiful butterfly bones, and stroked her shoulders. "Liang Yang, look at me." Liang Yang turned over reluctantly, her clear eyes met Shen Shichen's side, and then turned to the chest facing her. "Do you think that I arranged for you to be in this big-budget movie?" Liang Yang didn't expect Shen Shichen to ask directly, and she sat up from lying in front of him. She looked up at Shen Shichen and asked back with a firm look, "Isn't it?" She spoke her mind slowly. "If it weren't for you, I would have retired long ago, and I wouldn't be able to play the leading female role, and I would still be supported by the people in the company and enjoy the treatment I dare not hope for." Eh? Sullen mood surged up in his chest, and Shen Shichen couldn't help feeling depressed. "So you don't want to act anymore? Just because you think this is the resource I give you?" Liang Yang turned her head away, her expression stubborn, and didn't speak. No matter how much she said, it would be meaningless. From the beginning, she and Shen Shichen were destined to never be equal. He was high and mighty, and she was just a woman supported by him. Shen Shichen calmed down, put his hands on Liang Yang's shoulders, stared into her eyes, and explained, "If it was really arranged by me, would you have to run so far for the audition?" Liang Yang blinked and moved. She once thought that the rift between the two had been completely repaired. But no. Those wounds that were deliberately hidden could not be healed at all. As long as it was windy and rainy, the wounds that looked intact on the surface would hurt slightly. Liang Yang's reaction was flat, and Shen Shichen was helpless and couldn't help sighing. She looked gentle, but in fact she was firm in her heart and always had her own persistence. Shen Shichen knew this better than anyone else. But he didn't want to continue this quiet argument, so he could only lower his posture and explain softly, "In the car, you asked me if I knew Director Tang. I did meet him. But it was just a chance encounter. Your movie this time has nothing to do with me." Liang Yang hummed, trying to end the topic. Even this one word was heard by Shen Shichen as a perfunctory meaning. He held Liang Yang in his arms, kissed her forehead, and coaxed her softly, "Liang Yang, don't misunderstand me again. Let's be fine, okay?" Liang Yang's face was pressed against his broad and warm chest, her eyes closed, and she nodded in a muffled voice, "Okay." After waiting for her breathing to stabilize and fall asleep completely, Shen Shichen opened his eyes again. Since leaving without saying goodbye last time, although Liang Yang is back again, she looks no different from before. But he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. She, whom I thought I was familiar with, was getting farther and farther away from me. He raised his hand to stroke Liang Yang's hair, hoping that time would slowly dissipate the estrangement in her heart. Chapter 64. After returning from Yun village, Liang Yang's life was no longer as regular as before. She had no plans in the morning, so she would sleep until she woke up naturally. It was almost 10 o'clock before she rubbed her eyes and sat up lazily from the bed. After washing up in the bathroom, she changed her clothes and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Just 2 steps out of the bedroom door, I saw someone sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but pause. Shen Shichen was dressed neatly, sitting upright in a light blue shirt, with his suit jacket draped over the back of the sofa. Today is a workday and he is still here. Not looking closely, he was looking at the tablet in front of him as if he was still in a video conference. When he heard Liang Yang's approaching noise, he said something in English to the other end and closed the tablet. He stood up, walked towards Liang Yang, took her hand, and sat down at the dining table. Shan Shichen went to the kitchen by himself, brought out a bowl of porridge and a plate of steamed dumplings, and placed them in front of Liang Yang. He sat next to Liang Yang and handed her the chopsticks. I prepared it specially for you. It's still hot, eat it. Liang Yang blinked and suddenly remembered that the two had a dispute last night. She didn't know where she got the determination to turn down the big-budget movie that had been negotiated, and she actually said no to Shen Shichen directly. In the past, she would not have dared to do so. Seeing her pursed her lips and slowly picked up the chopsticks to pick up the steamed buns, Shen Shichen's lips curled up. After Liang Yang ate one, she turned her head and asked him, "Are you not busy today?" 就是。Shen Shichen has always been a workaholic. It is puzzling that he is still with her at this time. Now that she is close to him, she found that there are faint dark circles under his eyes and it looks like he did not sleep well. Liang Yang couldn't help but complain in her heart, because he fell asleep before her last night. Shen Shichen has a regular life. No matter how late he sleeps, he will get up on time. He went out for a run, drank coffee, and ate a sandwich, but Liang Yang hadn't gotten up yet. 那个 In order to explain the misunderstanding of last night again, he could only continue to wait in the villa. At this moment, seeing Liang Yang's calm expression without the stubborn and persistent look of last night, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No matter how busy I am, I have to accompany you. Otherwise, what should I do when you go to film again? Liang Yang's face flushed, and she lowered her head to drink porridge with a spoon, not looking at him again. When Liang Yang finished breakfast, wiped her mouth, and was about to get up to clean up, she was grabbed by Shen Shichen's wrist. Liang Yang, I have something to tell you. Liang Yang sat down again, turned her body to face Shen Shichen, with doubts in her clear eyes. Last night, you said you didn't want to make this movie because you felt that I arranged the resources for you. Swallowing his throat, he said solemnly, I can explain to you again that you can be favored and it has nothing to do with me. So, don't miss the opportunity you like because of misunderstanding, okay? In fact, he also wanted to say that he didn't miss his sincerity because of misunderstanding. But Shen Shichen didn't dare. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been timid about anything. But he became cautious with Liang Yang, afraid that she would misunderstand him and even more afraid of making her sad. Liang Yang didn't expect that Shen Shichen waited for her specially just to say this. The distrust in her heart gradually dissipated, mixed with touching uncomplicated reluctance. She told herself countless times not to indulge, not to get deeper and deeper. But the man in front of her was considerate and caring for her, and she couldn't help but be moved. In the past, he was high and mighty, and she was the cautious one. She had to deliberately please him, dare not refuse in front of him, and can't lose her temper even a little. But now, everything has changed. Liang Yang was silent for a moment, then answered, okay. Her clear eyes met Shen Shichen's handsome face, and her tone was sincere. I did misunderstand, so I made that decision, sorry. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the man's gentle voice, and his big hand stroked the scattered hair on his forehead. You don't need to use this word to me forever. Liang Yang lowered her head, her eyelashes drooped slightly, and the thick eyelashes were cast shadows on her eyelids by the sunlight, flickering like butterfly wings. A light kiss fell on her smooth forehead. Regarding your career, you can develop it however you want. I will respect your choice. Let go of her lips, and said to Liang Yang gently, if you need me to do anything, tell me at any time. If you don't need it, I won't interfere. Watching Shen Shichen pick up the dishes and go to the kitchen. After cleaning up, he picked up the coat on the back of the sofa and put it on his arm, and left on his own. Liang Yang returned to the bedroom, picked up the phone and was about to call Joe. The screen lit up, and there was a missed call 2 minutes ago. The corners of her lips raised. She and Joe always had a tacit understanding. After returning the call, the other end still sounded anxious and regretful, just like the words he used to persuade me yesterday. Yin Yin, are you really going to postpone this movie? Before I could answer, I heard Joe continue to say, I went to ask again, and this should not be arranged by Mr. Shen. You got the opportunity by your own ability. Liang Yang hummed and smiled easily. I saw too much, so I made such an impulsive decision yesterday. It's okay now. In the future, I can still rely on myself and shoot the movies I want to shoot. Joe on the other side obviously relaxed and smiled. That's fine. I was still struggling with how to ask the assistant director. Fortunately, you changed your mind. By the way, the last time you and John Nam promoted it, it was very popular. 然后 his agent contacted me and said that there was a variety show on satellite TV next week. I saw that you didn't make any plans, so I agreed. Just as I was about to answer, the phone rang again. It was Joe Ran calling. Liang Yang didn't contact her much. After the film was finished, she only liked her posts on WeChat moments occasionally, and there was no communication. If it wasn't for something, Joe Ran wouldn't have called her. She said okay to Joe and explained, I have a call coming in, I'll hang up first. When she answered Joe Ran's call, the environment on the other side was quiet, but the voice sounded very excited. Liang Yang, our film was shortlisted for the European Film Festival. Infected by Joe Ran's high spirits, Liang Yang stood up suddenly. Really? Really? After the film was finished, I couldn't go to the theater. I just signed up to give it a try, but I didn't expect to be nominated. It's the European Film Festival. My dream. Liang Yang was happy for her. Ran, congratulations. The smile on the other side became even stronger. I want to congratulate you too. Come with me to the Netherlands. The film festival will be held in Rotterdam. Just in 2 weeks. Whether we can win an award or not, we have to go once. Being nominated is worth it. Liang Yang couldn't refuse the kindness, and she had never experienced a film festival before, so she agreed to go with her. 然后, as soon as she hung up the phone, Joe Ran sent her many dresses and a voice message on WeChat. You have a good aesthetic sense. Help me choose clothes. I have to start losing weight. Liang Yang replied with a cute expression of ha ha ha, and chatted with her for a while. Before they knew it, it was noon. In the dialogue box with Shen Shichen, he sent a message, remember to eat well. Seeing Liang Yang's reply, Shen Shichen, who was sitting in the office, raised his mouth and showed a rare smile. Assistant Tifan also clearly felt that Mr. Shen had become much gentler recently. Although he was still strict and meticulous at work, he was no longer as cold as before. After a few days of rest, Liang Yang's work arrangements gradually increased. She had to record a variety show with Zhang Nan, and the ancient puppet drama was about to be broadcast, and she had to go to Rotterdam, the Netherlands, with Joe Ran. Director Tang's movie required reading the script. Her role was a girl who was abducted and raised, and she needed to speak authentic dialect. The crew arranged a local teacher, and she had to start learning soon. Such a life is fulfilling and satisfying. When she returned to the villa at night, Liang Yang was obviously much more excited. As soon as she saw Shen Shichen, she rushed over and hugged him. She came out of his arms, turned around, and smiled sweetly at him. I'm going to the European Film Festival. Shen Shichen touched her head lovingly. The movie last time. Liang Yang nodded, yeah. Joe Ran said we were nominated, so excited, you know. This is my first time to attend a film festival. Shen Shichen was pulled by her to sit at the dining table. Guess which dishes I made? All of them. Liang Yang couldn't hide her surprise in her eyes. How did you know? Shen Shichen pinched her cheeks. Little fool. Which ones did you say? There are 3 dishes here. I must say all of them. Liang Yang chuckled twice, sat down with a proud look on her face, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. She had a lot of work to do afterwards. I'll be busy soon, but I still have time today, so I'll spend more time with you. Thinking of the trip to New York soon, Shan Shichen reminded, well, don't forget to leave me a week to take you to see the place where I have lived for many years. Although Shen Shichen did not show it, the photo of her and Zhang Nan became a knot in his heart. It seems that the memories he shared with Liang Yang are indeed not many. He is always busy and Liang Yang often joins the group. If you count it, the time they spend alone together is far from enough. He has never taken the initiative to talk to Liang Yang about the past. New York is a place where Shen Shichen has worked hard independently and it has important significance. Taking Liang Yang there can also make her understand herself better. Liang Yang never thought that what she said about being busy actually had another layer of meaning in Shen Shichen's understanding. 然后 They had sex once in the bathroom, and when they got to the bed, she was exhausted and about to fall asleep, and she was turned over and had sex again. Shan Shichen was full of energy. After it was finally over, he could even hold her in his arms and go back to the bathroom to take a shower. The days passed like flowing water, peaceful and beautiful. Liang Yang and Zhang Nan's ancient puppet drama was finally aired, and it became a hot search on the first day. There was the traffic blessing brought by Zhang Nan, and there was also the reason that the CP fans of the two continued to increase. In an instant, this drama became a hot summer season. The news every day was either a discussion of the plot or gossip about the relationship between the two. Looking at the photos of the two of them and the netizens' well-reasoned analysis, Zhou also wondered that Shen Shichen actually let such news ferment. He was really generous. But when I think of Liang Yang's departure that time, Shen Shichen's anxious look, I feel that it is all reasonable. In the old house of the Shen family in Gangcheng, all the people in the second room accompanied Shen Zongyuan to finish dinner in an orderly manner. Fu Chuang was also present, but he was obviously much quieter. Since the last incident, everyone knew that the relationship between the Fu family and the Shen family seemed to have faded. Especially Fu Chuyue, who never came again. After dinner, the old man called Shan Ke and Fu Chuang to the study, leaving Shen Zhishan and Shen Zhirong sitting on the sofa in the living room. Shen Zhishan turned on the TV out of boredom and was obviously stunned when she saw Liang Yang's face. Shen Zhirong was also sitting next to her, and her eyes swept over casually. This actress is so beautiful. Her temperament is different from what I have seen before. She muttered in her heart, of course, a woman who could be favored by the iceberg like Shen Shichen, who had been holding her in his hands for so long and even went against his grandfather's wishes and broke off contact with the Fu family. How could she not be beautiful? He laughed dryly twice. Yes, it's pretty. Shen Zhirong suddenly had an idea. The hotel is preparing to vigorously develop the North City market and is looking for a spokesperson. I forgot that you also filmed a movie before. Do you know her? Shen Zhishan frowned, moved closer to her sister and lowered her voice. I know her, but she can't be the spokesperson for Zhuoyue. Shen Zhirong turned her head, looking puzzled. Why? The voice was lowered even lower. This actress is the woman next to my brother. I thought I was careful enough and no one else would hear it. But it didn't matter. There was a slight cough from Mr. Shen behind me. Chapter 65. Shen Zhishan was startled suddenly. Her back was stiff, her throat seemed to be pinched, and she couldn't speak. At this moment, she just wanted to slap herself. She really didn't learn her lesson and was going to cause trouble again. The fear in her heart began to spread. She was not afraid that Mr. Shen would know about Liang Yang's existence, but she was afraid that if something happened and Shen Shichen knew about it, she would be the one who leaked it. It's over. 那个. She swallowed her dry throat, but still didn't dare to look back. She didn't know how to face it. The air was quiet for a few seconds before she heard the sound of someone turning around and going upstairs. She looked back with difficulty and found only the backs of Shan Ke and Fu Chuang. The two of them turned around as if they didn't hear anything and followed Mr. Shan upstairs. When only she and Shen Zhirong were left in the living room again, Shen Zhishan dared to continue talking. Even she couldn't control it, and her voice was trembling. Sister, just now. They didn't hear it, right? Shen Zhirong next to her didn't react either, still in shock at the face on TV. So, she was the one who caused the always proud Fu Chuyue to be discouraged all day and locked herself in the room for many days. Regardless of whether Mr. Shan heard it or not. Shen Zhirong shook her head and said, probably not. Then she quickly asked her, is what you just said true? Shen Zhishan was relieved, looked back, and after confirming that there was no one, she put her mouth next to Shen Zhirong's ear. It's true. She was originally a little-known character. I don't know what means she used to hook up with the eldest brother. She started to play the leading female role after she followed him. I have seen this actress several times. She looks gentle, pure, and harmless, but in fact, her means are very powerful. Otherwise, how could she even trick you? The picture on the TV cut to someone else's part, and Shen Zhirong retracted her side. Not necessarily. As far as I know, the eldest brother has never had a woman around him for so many years, even when he was in the United States. She didn't say anything more, a little hesitant. Although she just responded to Shen Zhishan in a perfunctory manner, she was still nervous. She didn't know if Fu Chuang, who was following behind the old man, heard it. A lot of things have happened in the Fu family's hospital recently. Even the medical accidents in the past have been dug up, and they have continued to ferment and intensify. The stock market value has fallen by more than half, and the losses are heavy. It was only when he finally asked Mr. Shan for help that the situation was barely stopped from spreading. Although Fu Chuang had never told Shen Zhirong, she had a secret guess in her heart that there were really not many people in Hong Kong who could be so capable that the scandals of the Fu family could not be suppressed. In this case, it might be Shen Shichen who did this. He was used to guessing people's hearts, and he didn't know if his grandfather would take any action. You know, he and the Fu family have had a deep relationship for so many years, and Shen Shichen couldn't influence it. She didn't think about it anymore. The two stayed in silence for a while, and Shen Zhirong followed Fu Chuang downstairs. On the day Lian Yang went to record the star variety show, Zhou accompanied her throughout the whole process, and the corners of his mouth never fell. He is considerate. Although Lian Yang is now famous, it is her first time on the show. After arriving, he immediately gave each staff member on the scene a cup of afternoon tea. 然后 For him, it was also the first time to watch Lian Yang recording the show. A clip from 5 years ago flashed in his memory. He met Lian Yang at an exhibition and thought the girl in front of him was very beautiful. It can't be simply described as beautiful. Anyway, she is different from what he has seen. He thinks he has a unique vision and immediately thinks that if this girl enters the entertainment industry, she will definitely be a big hit in the future. Zhou is very familiar with people and took the initiative to talk to Lian Yang, which scared Lian Yang. He entered this industry early and found out in a few words that Lian Yang is a simple person. She is simple-minded and principled. His thoughts were pulled back to the recording site. He stood on one side with his arms crossed and watched the interaction between Lian Yang and Zhang Nan. Fortunately, it was me who met him, and fortunately, he also met Lian Yang. The program script was shown to them in advance. Although there were no clear lines, the guests knew what to do. Zhang Nan was still as familiar as before, and Lian Yang gradually adapted. As long as there was a picture of the two of them alone in the same frame, it would inevitably cause a scream. It was already evening when the recording was finished. When it got dark, Joe led Liang Yang, who was wrapped tightly, and got into the nanny car amid the cheers of fans. Before getting in the car, she turned around and stood still, smiling and waving at the people who came to support her. After the car door was closed, Liang Yang took off her mask and loosened her loose sweater jacket. She took out her mobile phone and began to reply to the WeChat message sent by Shen Shichen today with a smile on her face, which could not be hidden. Zhou thought of the scene just now and asked casually, "Does Mr. Shen really not mind that you and Zhang Nan are a couple?" Liang Yang paused while typing in the dialog box. She had never thought about whether Shen Shichen would mind. After a pause, she replied, "Probably not." Although she said this, she was still unsure in her heart. Only after being sent back to the villa by car, she was still thinking about whether to ask directly. She will fly to the Netherlands in a few days to attend the film festival with Joran. In order to ensure the best condition, she dared not eat dinner. Shen Shichen came back a little late that day with a little tired expression on his face. After going to the bathroom to take a shower, he lazily lay down on the bed. Liang Yang sat on the small sofa next to her and read a book. Under the warm white night light, her thick eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids, trembling with her eyes as she read. Shen Shichen lay on his side, and his gentle eyes made Liang Yang unable to ignore. She closed the book, opened the quilt and sat on the bed, looking at the handsome face in front of her, and asked softly, "Are you tired today?" Shen Shichen raised his right hand and rubbed his temple, closed his eyes and moved forward, his head against Liang Yang's side, and said lazily, "I've been in a meeting all day. Do you want me to massage you?" He slowly opened his eyes with an unconcealed expectation in his expression and heard Liang Yang say, "My mother taught me before, sometimes she feels uncomfortable, and I will help her massage." Shen Shichen quickly moved his side face closer, with a smile on his face, and began to enjoy Liang Yang's rare diligence. Her knuckles are slender and white, and her fingertips are naturally warm, gentle, and soft, but not lacking in appropriate strength. After a while, the fatigue seemed to have dissipated a lot. Shen Shichen raised his hand and pinched Liang Yang's cheek, and said coquettishly, "Why are you so good today?" He gently pulled Liang Yang's wrist, letting her lie down and look into his eyes. The clear eyes were full of sparkling water light, which made people feel peaceful and happy. Liang Yang tentatively said, "I have been doing a lot of promotional activities recently, and it just so happens that the male lead of this play is my college classmate. So I cooperated with the hype." Looking at Shen Shichen's eyes, there was a little more hesitation. "You don't mind?" Shen Shichen's mouth curled up. How could it be just hype? He could tell whether it was acting or not. Liang Yang didn't have this thought, but the other party didn't. Although he had been jealous many times before, he still refused to admit it. "I don't mind, you just completed the work arrangement," I said. "You make your own decisions about your career. A good night's dream." A few days later, Liang Yang and Joran set off for the Netherlands together. The film festival was held in Rotterdam, a port city nearly 8,000 kilometers away from the North City. After a day and a night of flying, Joran was not excited at first, until he finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Liang Yang had never experienced such a long-distance flight. She slept and woke up and slept again, but the sky was still gray and she still hadn't arrived. She woke up halfway, picked up her phone to reply to WeChat, and checked Weibo to see how the new drama was being received. Shen Shichen said in WeChat that he would go back to Hong Kong City and asked Liang Yan to take good care of herself. He did go back, but he just went through the group's recent report carefully. He has been staying in North City recently, and all the affairs here are handled through remote work. Taking advantage of Liang Yang's absence, he flew back to Hong Kong City. Shan Zongyuan pretended not to hear what Shen Zhishan said unintentionally that day, and exchanged a casual greeting with Shen Shichen, then watched him leave. That actress. He had probably read her information and found that she was just an ordinary little actress, nothing special. But he couldn't help but think that the only successor he valued was now focused on her. 单总元怒申世成 temper. Thinking of the matter of the Fu family, he was still a little upset. He sighed and could only hold back for the time being. After a long journey, the two of them landed at Rotterdam airport, carrying their suitcases, and their faces were already full of fatigue. Before coming, Joe suggested that she arrange an assistant and makeup artist to come with her, but Lian Yang refused. The reason why she chose to come alone was that she could handle all these things by herself, and there was no need to mobilize a large number of people. She came with Joe Ran because she really wanted to see it, and the other was that she just treated it as a trip. When they arrived at the hotel room they had booked, they had a casual meal and began to adjust to the jet lag. The film festival was held in the afternoon of the next day. The two of them each applied a facial mask, put on makeup, and changed clothes, and then they were ready. Lian Yang was really taken to the red carpet by the car, and she was still a little stunned. She was wearing a goose yellow tube-top dress without any jewelry, simple, elegant, and quiet. But even so, it couldn't cover her beauty but made her look even more outstanding. 然后 The pure oriental face immediately attracted a large number of flashes. Joe Ran, who was standing beside her, was wearing a black dress, neat and tidy. She nudged Lian Yang with her elbow. Don't be nervous, smile. Hearing this, the two smiled at the same time. It was expected that she would not win the award until the end of the awards ceremony, but it was already very rare to be nominated. Back at the hotel, Lian Yang had just removed her makeup, took a shower and was ready to go to bed when her cell phone rang. It was Shen Shichen who called. It should still be afternoon in Beicheng. Lian Yang lay on the bed, reached out to pick up the phone, and answered it. Hello, the voice on the other end was warm and peaceful. Look out the window. Chapter 66. Lian Yang hadn't reacted yet, and only subconsciously said, oh. Shan Shichen on the other end of the phone smiled softly. Little fool, I'm downstairs in your hotel. Go to the window and take a look. Lian Yang looked incredulous, walked over hesitantly, and opened the curtains. She and Joe Ran each had a room, and the hotel was located on the 5th floor, which was not very high. Looking out, a handsome Chinese man came into view on the street opposite. Shan Shichen was wearing a casual light blue shirt, holding a mobile phone to his ear in one hand and waving at Lian Yang with the other hand. He had a smile on his lips, like the slightly cool breeze in the evening, soothing Lian Yang's fatigue. Lian Yang had just finished taking a shower, and her long hair was blown by the evening breeze, and the corners of her mouth also rose with Shen Shichen's smile. Finally reacted and said to the phone, wait for me, I'll be down soon. She quickly changed her pajamas, put on a simple t-shirt and jeans, picked up the thin knitted jacket from the suitcase and put it on, and happily trotted out. 然后 out of the hotel door, Shan Shichen was right in front of him. At night, there were not many people going out here, and there was only a quiet road between the two of them. Lian Yang walked quickly to one end of the road and waited quietly for the traffic light. Their eyes met. Both pairs of eyes were full of expectation and surprise. When the signal light turned green, Lian Yang looked at both sides of the road, then ran across the road and threw herself into Shen Shichen's arms. Through the thin shirt, she pressed her face tightly against his broad and warm chest, quietly feeling Shen Shichen's breath. Neither of them spoke. Shan Shichen just patted Lian Yang's back with his hand, as if coaxing a child. After a while, Lian Yang came out of Shen Shichen's arms, slightly raised her head and looked at his face. Why are you here? He was so busy, and this place was so far away from North City. Lian Yang could imagine how hard it was for him to come here. Shan Shichen held Lian Yang tightly. My girlfriend's first nomination for a film. I must come to witness it in person. You were very beautiful this afternoon. Lian Yang curled her lips, snorted, and said angrily, what about now? She had no makeup on her face at this time, fresh and plain, the most natural look, and also the look Shen Shichen liked the most. It's still beautiful now. Liang Yang curled her lips, moved and happy by Shen Shichen's surprise, stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss his lips. Shen Shichen responded gently, and the evening breeze blowing from the Moss River also carried a charming breath. He was afraid that Liang Yang would not be able to support herself, so he held her waist with both hands and leaned over slightly. After letting go, he heard Liang Yang panting quickly, and Shen Shichen took Liang Yang's hand and led her to walk forward. This is my first time in Rotterdam. Have you walked around today? Liang Yang shook her head. Not yet. Joran and I have a flight tomorrow night, so we plan to go and have a look during the day. Liang Yang was led by Shen Shichen to walk a short distance forward and then turn back. There were not many people on both sides of the road, and Liang Yang asked him unconsciously, "Have you booked a hotel?" Or? She was a little shy, and before she finished speaking, her face flushed and she lowered her head silently. The man's chuckle came from above her head. "I haven't booked it. I want to live with you. Is that okay?" Shen Shichen put his arm around Liang Yang's shoulders, crossed the road, and walked into the hotel. When she arrived at the room, she was busy putting on makeup in the afternoon, and her things were a little messy. 然后 seeing her suitcase opened on the floor, Liang Yang realized that Shen Shichen didn't seem to have brought any luggage. It was obvious that he was in a hurry. She paused, and a gentle force surrounded her from behind, and Shen Shichen's warm kiss fell on her ear. "I'm really not used to not seeing you for several days, but it's okay now." Liang Yang's ears suddenly turned red, and she turned around and hugged Shen Shichen's waist. "Yeah, I miss you too." Perhaps he was too tired from running all the way. Shen Shichen just went to the bathroom to take a shower and then lay down on the bed without any other moments. When Liang Yang was waiting for him to come out, she received a WeChat message from Joran. An hour ago, she was standing by the window of her room about to enjoy the night view when she saw a man and a woman hugging each other on the opposite street. The man was tall and straight, with an oriental face, and the woman's back was very familiar, and she recognized it at a glance. She quickly picked up the phone and just happened to capture the scene of Liang Yang standing on tiptoe and kissing Shen Shichen. "This photo is so beautiful. Forgive me for not being able to help but take it. Liang Yang, your boyfriend is so nice. He comes from such a long distance to accompany you. I am so full of dog food." Liang Yang raised the corner of her mouth to the screen and sent a cute good night expression. When sleeping, just like when she was in Beicheng, Liang Yang nestled in Shen Shichen's arms, feeling the warmth coming from behind. Shen Shichen fell asleep quickly. Liang Yang turned over and reached out to touch his handsome profile. It must be because he was too tired. The dark circles under his eyes could now be covered. She gently wiped Shen Shi's eyelids with her fingertips and then stroked down, outlining the look that fascinated her the most. The next morning, the two of them slept in at the same time. Shen Shichen woke up first but continued to maintain the sleeping posture of last night without making any movement. When Liang Yang woke up, it was almost noon. She raised her hand and stretched her waist, then turned her head to face Shen Shichen's face. She greeted him in a muffled voice, "Good morning." The sun was shining outside the window, and it was warm even through the curtains. Shen Shichen tapped Liang Yang's nose. "It's almost noon." Liang Yang quickly took her phone to check the messages. Joran had sent one 10 minutes ago. "I just woke up. I'm so sleepy. Are you awake?" Fortunately, Joran also overslept. Shen Shichen saw her rubbing her sleepy eyes. "You go shopping with your friends in the afternoon. I'll stay here to deal with some company matters." Thinking of their flight, he said, "Take my plane back together in the evening. The time is not as long as when you came." 然后 Rotterdam is not a big place. The two of them just had a casual lunch and went to the landmark building to punch in. After returning, they packed their suitcases and followed Shen Shichen to get in the car that came to pick them up. When they drove all the way to the tarmac and boarded Shen Shichen's private plane, Zhou Ran's guess was finally confirmed. When she was filming in Yunwu village, she had seen Lian Yang's boyfriend more than once. Since the first time he appeared, Shen Shichen went there every week. At that time, she could only see that he was extraordinary and natural and his wealth must not be low. But she never thought it would be so exaggerated. On the return trip, she no longer had to transfer like before and she was half the time. She was happy and comfortable and she started to sleep as soon as she got up. Lian Yang sat next to Shen Shichen at first, watching him handle things on the tablet and talking to her from time to time, and slowly she became a little sleepy. When she woke up, the scenery outside the window turned into the sky of North City. It was night here, and the familiar night view was dotted with stars. Walking out of the VIP channel of the airport, Zhou Ran stopped at the back, answered the phone for a while, and then immediately rushed to Lian Yang's side. Unable to restrain his excitement, he hugged Lian Yang and turned around, and his tone was uplifted. An investor just called and said that the movie has been scheduled to be shown in theaters. Shen Shichen stood not far away, watching the two hugging and laughing with a sly smile on his lips. He asked the driver to send Zhou Ran to the door of his house, and then he and Lian Yang returned to the villa. It took less than 4 days to go to Rotterdam, and more than half of the time was spent on the plane. Lian Yang only felt sore all over and naturally had no appetite. After taking a shower, she lay down and went to sleep directly. Shen Shichen went to the study to work first and soon returned to Lian Yang's room. The next morning, Lian Yang opened her eyes and Shen Shichen was still asleep. The warmth behind her became hot, and she turned around and touched Shen Shichen's forehead. He had a fever. In her impression, Shen Shichen has always had the habit of exercising, and his diet and life are extremely regular every day, and he has never been sick. Maybe it was because he came to accompany me running all the way and not getting enough rest that he got sick. Thinking of this, Lian Yang couldn't help but feel distressed. She put the back of her hand on Shen Shichen's forehead and asked softly, "Are you okay now?" Shen Shichen frowned and moved closer to her, saying in a hoarse voice, "Uncomfortable." Lian Yang got dressed and stood up. She went to the kitchen to pour a cup of warm water first, and then went back to her suitcase in the cloakroom to get the medicine box out. Holding a cold medicine in her hand, she sat down on the bed with a cup of water. Just as she was about to let Shen Shichen take it, he shook his head and refused like a child. "I don't like taking medicine." Lian Yang sighed, remembering that she was like this when she was a child. Every time she was sick, Lian Fumin said she wanted to take medicine and she tried every way to avoid it. She touched Shen Shichen's head and coaxed him softly, "Then I'll make you ginger cola, okay?" Shen Shichen was half asleep, and then he hummed. After the housekeeper brought the ingredients, Lian Yang started to get busy. After a while, she went to the bedroom with the cooked ginger cola. Shen Shichen supported himself with his elbows, sat up, and said to Lian Yang, "My hands are weak, you feed me." He was clearly able to support himself just now. Lian Yang smiled helplessly. She actually thought his childish look was very cute. She put the cup to Shen Shichen's mouth and let him drink it with her hand. After Shen Shichen finished drinking, Lian Yang was about to turn around and go out, but her wrist was pulled. "Stay with me, so that I can get better faster." She could only put the cup on the dressing table. Lian Yang lifted the quilt from the other side and lay on the bed. Shen Shichen hugged her in his arms, closed his eyes, felt the breath on Lian Yang's body, and spoke intimately. Do you know? This is the first time I've been sick and someone is with me since I was a child." Hearing this, Lian Yang couldn't help but open her eyes wide, and the voice behind her was intermittent, weak and fragile. "Not long after I was born, my mother converted and my father later married 2 more wives. My eldest sister is only less than half a year younger than me, so A chuckle escaped from her nose. I have only had drivers and servants round me since I was a child. I was sick and I was alone. I don't want them to accompany me. The voice became lower and lower. Now I have you. It's great. Chapter 67. Liang Yang was lying on her side facing Shen Shichen, her face pressed against his hot chest, and she blinked. Before meeting Shen Shichen, he had always been high and mighty, always in the center of various powers, looking down on everything. 就是 There should have been a world of difference between him and her. But at this moment, Liang Yang's heart was constantly pulled, and Shen Shichen's rare sense of fragility made her feel distressed. She raised her hand to hug Shen Shichen's waist, patted his back with her right hand, and comforted him. It's okay. The breath from the top of his head gradually stabilized. Liang Yang raised her head and tested the temperature of his forehead with the back of her hand. It was still a little hot. In the end, there was no more movement, just obediently held by Shen Shichen, and slowly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Shen Shichen woke up from his drowsy consciousness and looked down at the soft ball sleeping in his arms. The faint moonlight that was not completely blocked by the curtains fell on Liang Yang's flawless white face. Her eyelashes were thick and trembled slightly with the movement of breathing. There were a few tiny beads of sweat on the tip of her nose, which could only be seen at such an intimate distance. 然后 I guess it was because of my high body temperature that Liang Yang was also surrounded by heat. He leaned over her smooth forehead and kissed her softly, whispering, "From now on, you have to stay by my side all the time." The next morning, Liang Yang opened her eyes in a daze, and there was no one around her. She took the phone next to her and checked the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up to get out of bed. As soon as her feet touched the slippers, Shen Shichen appeared in front of the bedroom door. He was wearing a sophisticated black shirt, straight and slender black trousers, and a suit jacket on his arm. He was energetic and didn't look sick at all last night. If Liang Yang hadn't really taken care of him and heard him say a lot, she wouldn't have believed that he recovered so quickly. On the contrary, she herself had sweated a lot throughout the night, and she felt sticky all over. Shen Shichen walked in and saw Liang Yang lower her head to smell the smell on her body. She was amused by her slightly disgusted action and smiled. Sitting next to Liang Yang, he smoothed her messy hair and teased, "It's my fault. I sweated all last night on you." Liang Yang glanced at him and agreed with a pout, "HMPH, it's good that you know." The two were close to each other, and she saw the faint dark blue under Shen Shichen's eyes. "Are you going to the company today?" Shen Shichen hummed, "Too many things, there is no way." Sometimes, Liang Yang would sigh that he was such a child of destiny who obviously had everything, but he still worked hard enough. In addition to accompanying her, Shen Shichen's time was basically spent on work. Zhou said he took a cosmetics endorsement. "I have to go to try makeup today." Fortunately, she also has her own career. She doesn't have to rely on Shen Shichen's career. Shen Shichen pulled Liang Yang's shoulder and kissed her mouth naturally. "Wait for me tonight, I have something to show you." The endorsement that Zhou mentioned was taken on during the days when Liang Yang went to Rotterdam. It was a domestic brand that focused on natural ingredients. The brand felt that it matched Liang Yang's temperament, and her recent TV series was very popular, so they came to the door. Liang Yang did not have a contract now, so naturally Zhou came forward to discuss the details. Before the next step, Zhou also did a careful investigation and tried the cosmetics himself, so he dared to make a decision for Liang Yang with confidence. She did not deliberately pursue popularity, and even for such a great opportunity as going to the film festival, she never issued a press release. Without the constraints of the contract, she made all the decisions for all the work by herself, and only accepted it if she liked it. Liang Yang was happy and relaxed on such days. She was serious and cooperative at work, and a makeup trial was completed in less than 2 hours. After the end, Liang Yang and Zhou returned to the hot pot restaurant near her small house that they often went to. It was not yet 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was no customer in the hot pot restaurant. Liang Yan asked for a private room that she had reserved before and was led in by the waiter. It was still a slightly spicy hot pot, but she still couldn't stand spicy food, so she just ate while gulping down her drink. Zhou picked up a piece of blanched beef with a serving chopstick, rinsed it in boiling water, and put it in Liang Yan's bowl. Yin, we haven't been to this restaurant for a long time. Liang Yan hummed, and her thoughts were pulled back to the last time they sat here. At that time, she had just been with Shen Shichen, and she was at a loss, not knowing what to do. More than half a year has passed in a flash, and the situation has changed, and her mentality has also changed. I'm looking for a house recently, and I want to change to a bigger one. It just so happens that I have saved some money. His career has been smooth sailing this year, and he has completely gotten rid of the past small fights and started to become a little famous in the industry. Not only Liang Yan, but also several new people he brought in have worked hard, and their careers have finally improved. Zhou looked up at her and said, I still have more than half a year left on my contract with the company. I plan to work on my own when the time comes. Will you come? Liang Yan smiled and said, Brother Yi, you are being too formal. I will go wherever you go. Zhou chuckled twice, and as if remembering something, he said, By the way, the ancient puppet drama you and John Nan starred in has received very good responses. They said that they have already booked the annual ratings champion this year. I heard that the platform is preparing a celebration banquet. Liang Yan took a sip of the drink, and her mouth was already red from the sweetness. It's good. Zhou knew Liang Yan's personality. If she didn't take the initiative to talk about Shen Shichen, he wouldn't ask. The two chatted casually, and the hot pot meal took almost 3 hours to finish. The summer in the North City is hot and it gets dark early. When they walked out of the hot pot restaurant, the city's artificial neon lights were all lit up. There was a black Bentley parked on the side of the road. Zhou was sharp-eyed and reacted earlier than Liang Yan. He nudged Liang Yan with his elbow and motioned her to look at the car. Are you here to pick me up? I remember the license plate number is this. As he spoke, Shen Shichen had already opened the car door and walked towards Liang Yan with his long, straight legs. Still wearing the same black shirt he wore when he left the house in the morning, Shen Shichen had a noble temperament and stood in front of Liang Yan calmly. He naturally took Liang Yan's hand and nodded to Zhou. Mr. Kiao. Zhou smiled awkwardly. Hello, Mr. Shen. Zhou was too conspicuous, so he secretly glanced at Liang Yan and raised his hand. Then I'll leave first. Bye, Mr. Shen. Liang Yan was pulled to the car by him, still a little confused. Why did you come to pick me up in person? When eating hot pot, she replied to Shen Shichen's WeChat and did send the address of the meal. I thought it was just like before, arranging a driver to come, but I didn't expect to see Shen Shichen. I missed you, so I came to pick you up. He himself didn't know why. He had just seen Liang Yan in the morning and she would go back in the evening, but Shen Shichen couldn't help it and wanted to see her as soon as possible. The same was true when flying to Rotterdam. He felt that it was too long to fly for 3 or 4 days. After returning to the villa, Liang Yan went to the bathroom to wash up and sat on the bedside to read. Shen Shichen sat on the other side of the bed with a tablet in his hand. Liang Yan closed the book in her hand and was about to lie down to sleep when she heard Shen Shichen say, Don't sleep yet, I'll show you something. 然后 the tablet screen lit up. And Shen Shichen's slender fingertips slid across a folder, clicked it, and put it in front of Liang Yan. Each photo was a little boy, growing from a few years old to a teenager. The little boy was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, sitting on a stool with a vast private garden behind him. Liang Yan knew who this was, but she still turned her head and asked him with a smile, Is this you when you were a child? Shen Shichen put his left hand around Liang Yan's shoulders and got closer to her. The little boy was innocent and cute. But slowly, his smile became restrained. It seemed that he had a calm temperament since he was a child, and he could be distinguished at a glance in the crowd. Shan Shichen flipped through the photos one by one until the background behind him became a group of blonde and blue-eyed Americans. I went to the United States in junior high school and have lived there ever since. Thinking of the trip to New York that was almost ready, Shan Shichen couldn't help but curl his lips and kissed Lian Yan's lips. You will accompany me then next month, so I can introduce you to my friends there. Lian Yan's eyes widened, round and bright, and her eyes were sparkling, which made Shan Shichen's Adam's apple roll up and down unconsciously. Shan Shichen made up his mind to add Lian Yan's existence to everything about himself. Lian Yan's reaction amused him and he was secretly looking forward to it. Taking her to New York was to give her a bigger surprise. After flipping through all the photos, Shan Shichen turned off the tablet, put it on the single sofa beside him, and laid down on the bed. He tightened his hold on Lian Yan. I remember you said that you love sweets and snacks since you were a child and didn't like winter. Tell me more about your childhood. Lian Yan lay with her back to him and blinked. It's nothing special. You said your mother didn't want you when she was very young. At least, you still know who she is. His voice became lower and lower, and he sighed. I've grown up and I haven't even seen my father. When I was a child, I was ignorant. I saw that my classmates were picked up by their fathers. Sometimes my mother was busy, so I had to go home by myself. I understood it slowly, and I didn't dare to mention those two words again. When Lian Yan said these words, her expression was calm. She turned around and smiled indifferently at Shan Shichen. However, I have let it go a long time ago, and I don't want to know who he is. There is no point. Shan Shichen patted Lian Yan on the back. Well, I'll be there for you in the future. Lian Yan didn't say anything else. She just let herself nestle in Shan Shichen's arms and slowly closed her eyes. There was no work arrangement the next day. She had lunch at noon and had just finished her nap. When she came out of the bedroom, Shan Shichen came back for a rare visit. He didn't change his clothes, but just stood at the door. Do you have any plans this afternoon? If not, accompany me to a place. Lian Yan changed her clothes, didn't put on makeup, simply fixed her hair with a short clip, and followed him to the garage. Shan Shichen drove the black off-road vehicle himself from the villa and slowly drove to the border of the North City. Lian Yan looked at the road ahead, which was exactly the same as when she returned to Sucheng, and she was a little confused. Just as she was about to ask him, she heard Shan Shichen take the initiative to answer, Take you to Sucheng to meet my mother. Chapter 68. Lian Yan turned her head in a bit of astonishment and looked at Shan Shichen, who was sitting in the driver's seat. At this time, he held the steering wheel with both hands and looked ahead, but inexplicably, Lian Yan always felt that he was a little uncomfortable. After being together for a long time, you can naturally notice the subtle changes in Shan Shichen. Sucheng. So his biological mother has always been in his hometown. Lian Yan blinked, but she couldn't stop guessing. Shan Shichen saw her reaction, smiled subconsciously, and took the initiative to say, The first time I saw you was not at the drinking party that night. He tilted his head to look at Lian Yan, then immediately retracted his gaze and continued to explain, the place where my mother converted was in Ciyun Temple in Sucheng. The day I returned to China, I went to see her and came back. In the alleys of Sucheng, I heard a song. At that time, you were sitting on the stage, holding the pipa, and the lyrics you sang were all my moves. He freed his right hand to cover Lian Yan's hand, broad and powerful. Actually, I am very nervous now. Every time I go to see her, the way she looks at me seems to be no different from a stranger. The corner of his mouth raised, but this time with you by my side, it should be different. The black SUV drove steadily on the highway, getting closer and closer to Sucheng. 然后? Finally, they arrived at their destination. The sun was setting, leaving only a thin layer of afterglow, which was about to be swallowed by the black. Shan Shichen parked the car at the foot of the mountain, held Liang Yan's hand, and walked up the stone ladder. As night approached, the mountains along the way overlapped, and the view became wider and wider. 然后 with it, the wind was getting stronger and stronger, carrying the unique coolness of summer nights. Before going out now, Liang Yan didn't expect that Shen Shichen would bring her here. So she was not well prepared and didn't bring a coat. She was born with a fear of cold. Although her body had been slightly better after so long, she still couldn't help but sneeze in the cold evening breeze. Seeing this, Shan Shichen quickly took off his suit jacket and put it on Liang Yan. He didn't feel relieved until he confirmed that the palm wrapped in his big hand had returned to its original temperature. Liang Yan had walked this mountain road leading to Ciyu Temple countless times. Liang Fumin had developed a habit many years ago. Every spring festival, she would go to Ciyu Temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. But Liang Yan herself did not expect that the person who was climbing up with her now would be Shen Shichen. This feeling is very wonderful. 这个. After almost an hour, the two finally arrived at the temple. It was dark, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and there was peace. The candles in Ciyu Temple were burning, and the faint light seemed even quieter in the dark. When the abbot saw Shen Shichen, he smiled, walked over and nodded to him, and led the two to the side hall. Passing by the ancient locust tree, Liang Yan habitually looked up and looked at the sky that was not completely blocked by the trees. In the past, when Liang Fumin went to the temple to burn incense, Liang Yan would stay quietly under the tree and wait for her to come out. Occasionally looking up at the sky and hearing the bells ringing in the temple, it seemed that he would also realize some life truths. Arriving at the side hall, Shan Shichen bowed with one hand to say goodbye to the abbot, paused, and did not go in again. It's not that he can't, but that he dares not. Liang Yan didn't ask anything, but just stayed beside him quietly and looked into the hall. After a while, a person dressed as a nun appeared inside, which surprised Liang Yan. Although the nun turned her face to the side and was concentrating on cleaning, she didn't cast a glance outside. Although that face was completely plain, she remembered it clearly. She had seen it several times when she came to Ciyu Temple, so she was deeply impressed. At that time, because of the similarities between the two, she suddenly thought of Shen Shichen. Liang Yan and Shen Shichen stood next to each other, and the hand beside her suddenly trembled slightly, and the expression on her side face was not very natural, which she had never seen before. It seems that this nun should be Shen Shichen's biological mother. Liang Yan took Shen Shichen's shaking hand with her left hand and felt that it was slightly sweaty. She pinched it with her fingertips, giving him gentle support. From her angle, she could only see Shen Shichen's profile. His expression was tense, and his throat was tight. But he still forced a twitch of his mouth, turned around and touched Liang Yan's head. I'm fine. 然后, until the pair of eyes in the hall looked over. Liang Yan clearly felt that the joints in Shen Shichen's hands tightened. The plain figure in hemp gray walked towards the two of them, stopped 1 meter away, and bowed to the two of them. 然后, her eyes swept over Shen Shichen. Her expression was still calm. But when she saw the girl holding her hand, still wearing Shen Shichen's suit jacket, her expression obviously changed, as if she was a little surprised. But after a few seconds, she returned to normal, with the loving smile Liang Yan had seen before. Shan Shichen tightened his grip on Liang Yan's hand and said to the nun in front of him, "This is my girlfriend, Liang Yan, bring her to see you." There was a silence in the air until she saw the nun turn and leave. Liang Yan turned her head and looked at Shen Shichen, who smiled at her comfortably and gently. Let's go. Leaving the side hall and going down the mountain, no one spoke again. Liang Yan was already distressed by the past that Shen Shichen mentioned to her. When she really saw him today, she couldn't help but feel sad. It turns out that someone as high up as him can also have such a lonely and fragile side. Back in the car, Liang Yan sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, but Shen Shichen didn't start the car. He tapped the steering wheel with his finger and said thoughtfully, "It's not too late at this time. How about I go with you to visit your mother?" Unexpectedly, he actually took the initiative to talk about this. Liang Yang was at a loss for words after not having seen this for a long time, and her answer was a little hesitant. Maybe she went to perform with the troupe, not in Sue's hall. After saying that, she immediately lowered her head and deliberately avoided Shen Shichen's gaze. Obviously, she is not a good liar, but her first reaction was to refuse. When Liang Yang thought of the picture of Shen Shichen accompanying her and meeting Liang Fumin, her heart twitched and she always felt strange. The relationship with Shen Shichen seemed harmonious, but Liang Yang had already drawn a distance between them. Rox and she were not from the same world. Hearing Liang Yang's words, Shen Shichen sighed in his heart, unable to hide his disappointment. Liang Yang always had some deep-seated inability to accept this relationship, and Shen Shichen knew it very well. There was no way, because the means he used to get her were not really fair and aboveboard. He smiled helplessly and took Liang Yang's hand. "You don't have to lie to me. You can say whatever you want, even if you reject my idea, just say it." He put his hand to his lips and kissed his palm gently. "I know that I did not do well in some things before. You need time to accept it. We are equal boyfriend and girlfriend. No matter how long you need, I can wait." His hand was gently put down and Liang Yang just silently answered okay. Shen Shichen started the car and drove slowly along the road in his memory. "Are you hungry? I remember the small shop you took me to last time. You seem to like it very much. Let's go eat something first." It would take at least 3 or 4 hours to drive back from Sucheng. In addition, it was too late, so the two could only find a hotel to rest. The next day, he returned to Beicheng and sent Liang Yan back to the villa. Shen Shichen changed a car and asked the driver to drive him to the company. Liang Yan's work schedule was not full recently, but it was not small either. The ancient puppet drama with Zhang Nan was at its most popular, with ratings exceeding all the dramas on the platform this year. Liang Yang's personality was likable and her fame also rose. She usually dresses simply, has a noble temperament, and is low-key in private, which naturally attracted a large number of fans. Zhou Ran's movie was also scheduled to be broadcast in theaters. Although it was a low-budget movie, the story was thoughtful enough, and with the blessing of the European Film Festival nomination, Liang Yang's attention was further raised. In an instant, there were constant praises for her on the internet. "I liked her several years ago, and now she is finally popular. I really have a good eye. Such a famous actress can actually go to such a remote environment to shoot a movie for free. She is really beautiful and kind. She didn't wear any makeup in the movie. She is really beautiful. And I have seen the old photos. It has not been touched. It is natural." Liang Yang rarely goes to Weibo to search for things related to herself, always afraid of seeing bad comments and affecting her mood. These were all sent to her WeChat by Zhou. As Liang Yang's agent, of course, she has to keep a close eye on public opinion at all times. After the compliment, there was a voice message. "By the way, the celebration party is on Friday. Many brands have already sent photos of dresses. I will forward them to you. You can pick one and I will accompany you to try it on." He added another sentence with concern, "Don't think of dealing with it casually. You are in the rising period of your career now. You have to prepare carefully for every appearance. While the popularity is high, accumulate more fans, and you won't have to worry about not having good scripts in the future." Liang Yang put it down and took a look, and chose a tube-style fishtail dress in light blue, inlaid with diamonds, which sparkled under the lights. The size is very suitable and as if it was tailor-made for her, and no changes are needed at all. The celebration party that Zhou mentioned to her was specially held by the investment platform. The ancient idol drama has booked the annual ratings championship, and the plot is also coming to an end. The celebration banquet was held at the best club in North City. Liang Yang had been there once, and that was the day when Ji Yan threatened her with a 30 million yuan penalty. On the same day, Shan Shichen showed up and proposed to do a business deal with her. Zhou personally sent Liang Yang there in the red sports car. Although the celebration banquet refused all media visits and the security measures were very strict, it still couldn't resist all kinds of sneak shots from nearby locations. From the VIP channel up, the road was smooth. There were many people at the celebration banquet, so it was scheduled in the largest reception room. When passing by the private room she had been in, Liang Yang couldn't help but stop and look at the door. It was also that day that she was forced to make a decision to be with Shen Shichen. The time was not long or short. It was less than a year before the 3-year deadline. Along the way, she was actually a little sad. She had never thought of such a situation. Fortunately, it did not deviate too much from expectations, and she was finally able to take things as they came. At a banquet, she was the focus of the crowd. The crew also knew Liang Yang's personality and did not deliberately persuade her to drink. But Liang Yang was happy after all, and she couldn't help but gulp down a few glasses. She was not good at drinking, and a layer of blush appeared on her face, and her head began to feel dizzy. Zhou, who was sitting at another table, was still talking to people, and his wine glass kept clinking. When he saw Liang Yang standing up, he was staggering, so he quickly put down his glass and walked towards her. He asked for leave in advance and took Liang Yang to the garage under the exclusive passage, preparing to find a designated driver to drive her back. Liang Yang was half awake and half drunk, and was reluctantly supported by Zhou to walk forward. Passing through the bright corridor, a group of people came from the opposite side. They were all dressed in suits, neat and stylish, and they were mighty. Liang Yang rubbed her eyes, and the one in the front. No matter how she looked at it, he looked like Shen Shichen. Zhou beside her didn't move again, and she was slow to react and didn't notice it. 然后, it was not until the man appeared in front of her, only half a meter away, that she finally confirmed it. Liang Yan narrowed her eyes were full of water, and there seemed to be stars in them. 然后, considering his identity and the presence of so many people, Zhou didn't know how to speak, so he stood there without saying anything. Shan Shichen took the initiative to put his arm around Liang Yang's slender waist, nodded to Zhou, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Kiao, I will take her home together." Among the crowd behind him, except for Yifan, Shan Shichen's assistant, everyone else was stunned. This arrogant and unkind prince of Zhuoyue, it turns out that there is a woman by his side. Seeing Shen Shichen take the woman away in the elevator, everyone was still in shock. He happened to be discussing a project at the club today, so he brought his assistant and many middle-level managers of the group. 这个 In such occasions, Shen Shichen rarely drinks, and he just shows up and leaves after a while. Liang Yang's crew held a celebration banquet here today, and Ji Yan took the initiative to report to him. But Shen Shichen promised Liang Yang that he would not interfere with her career, so he did not show up. Shan Shichen asked the driver to go first and drove Liang Yang to the villa. On a summer night in the North City, the neon lights of the city flickered, passing through the city center slowly from the hustle and bustle to tranquility. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, with occasional cicadas chirping, quiet and peaceful. Liang Yang leaned back in the chair obediently, her eyelashes drooped slightly, and she blinked from time to time, whether she wanted to sleep or not. The two-top fishtail skirt outlined her waist-to-hip ratio very well. When she looked up, her chest was slightly heaving and her lips were stained with water, which made Shen Shichen's Adam's apple roll up and down unconsciously. He swallowed his throat, stopped the car on the side of the road, and leaned over to unbuckle Liang Yang's seatbelt. The faint fragrance on her body, which he had long been accustomed to, mixed with the smell of alcohol, was actually very fascinating. Shan Shichen propped one hand on the top of Liang Yang's chair and greedily kissed her slightly opened lips. The mist was everywhere, and he leaned his head to whisper in Liang Yang's ear without any gaps. His voice was already hoarse, with a bewitching breath. What should I do? I can't wait to go back. Chapter 69. The hot thin lips brushed Liang Yang's ears, and the faint breath made Liang Yang tremble involuntarily. Half asleep and half awake, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. I only know that the man who was close to her had a very familiar smile on him. Just like the reaction of countless emotional moments, Liang Yang instinctively raised her hands and wrapped them round Shen Shichen's neck. And a weak sound came out of her nose. She called his name with an even breath, like a kitten licking its paw. Soft and tempting. Liang Yang imitated him, and kissed Shen Shichen's earlobe with her lips stained with water. With the gentle response, Shen Shichen completely lost his self-restraint. 那个, he quietly enjoyed Liang Yang's initiative. After a long while, he let go of the person in his arms. Liang Yang squinted her eyes slightly and her clear eyes sparkled. She looked at Shen Shichen without blinking. Her hair was slightly messy, her face was flushed, and the white skin exposed on her body also flushed unnaturally. Shen Shichen looked at her charming appearance at this moment, and felt that he was getting deeper and deeper, and could no longer bear the days without her. The car was filled with a faint mist, and the breathing sounds that were sometimes slow and sometimes rapid were infinitely magnified in the quiet environment. Shan Shichen loosened the collar of his shirt with one hand and covered Liang Yang's misty eyes with the other hand. Right here, okay. It was late at night, and the surroundings were pitch black. Only the warm white light under the broken street lamp not far away was still flashing from time to time. The place where he parked his car was far from the downtown area and no one was passing by, which made it easy for him to suddenly get excited and make trouble. The black Bentley was hidden in the quiet night, and the starlight outside the car window was wrapped in the unique hot breath of summer night. Shan Shichen gently put Liang Yang against the back of the chair, pushed open the driver's door by himself, walked around the front of the car, walked to the other side, and carried her out again. Liang Yang was dazed. When she was picked up, she was afraid that the strength was unstable, so she hugged Shen Shichen's neck with both hands and cried out with a little coquettishness. The man's mellow, low laughter sounded above his head, and his movements were gentle and delicate, and he laid her flat in the back seat. The edge of the fishtail skirt was pushed up, revealing Liang Yang's white calves and delicate ankles. Shan Shichen stood next to the open door in the back seat, with his shirt collar slightly open and his Adam's apple rolled up and down even more violently. He pressed on Liang Yang, and his broad figure blocked her hazy vision. In the small world, there was only each other. The baffle inside the car rose, completely isolating the outside world. The space inside the car was already spacious, but it was still very cramped to accommodate Shen Shichen's constantly changing movements. He liked to see Liang Yang's painful unhappy expression, and he made her waist tremble several times in a row, but he refused to give up. After a long time, he hugged Liang Yang and sat up, leaning back on the back of the chair next to him, waiting for the rapid breathing to gradually stop. Shan Shichen leaned back in the seat, pinched Liang Yang's waist with both hands, and pushed forward to bring her in front of him. He raised his head and pecked the corner of her mouth lightly, stroked her hair wet with sweat, and whispered in her ear, "Sit up." Liang Yang put her knees on both sides of his slightly open legs, propped herself up, found the right position, and slowly sat down. But at that moment, her legs suddenly became weak, and without support, she threw herself into Shen Shichen's arms. Two big hands covered her waist and moved slowly with her, and then she found the feeling a little. 然后 it was not until the stars were completely swallowed up by the darkness that the car started and continued to move forward. Shan Shichen looked at the road ahead, his hands on the steering wheel and a satisfied smile on his lips. Liang Yang was lying on her side in the back seat, breathing steadily, and had fallen asleep. The fishtail skirt was already messy and he could only cover Liang Yan's chest with his coat to hide the red marks. Back to the villa, he took Liang Yan out of the car, went up from the elevator, and washed her carefully in the bathroom on the first floor. Looking at the pale white color, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, making Shen Shichen more and more excited. He doesn't like children. Childhood experience, lonely life since childhood, the so-called harmonious family is just a disguised illusion. So much so that Shen Shichen never had any expectations for marriage and children. 就是 until a certain moment, when he was with Liang Yan. He couldn't tell which moment it was. I only know that if he had this idea in the past, he would definitely think that he was crazy. He shook his head and laughed at himself. Although Liang Yan stayed by his side obediently now, he knew that there was already a barrier in her heart that had not been completely eliminated. What he wanted to give, she might not want. It would be his birthday soon, and it was also the day to prepare a grand surprise for Liang Yan. In New York, where he had been alone for many years, he also wanted to leave Liang Yan's figure. Liang Yan woke up slowly after noon the next day. She stretched subconsciously only to feel sore all over her body and unable to use any strength. The messy scene of last night flashed before her eyes, and just some discontinuous fragments made her face blush unnaturally. The lunch prepared in the kitchen was still warm. Liang Yan ate a little and lay back on the bed to rest. 然后? She had no work arrangements for the next week, which was specially made for Shen Shichen. He mentioned a few months ago that he wanted her to accompany him to New York. The visa had been processed long ago, so Liang Yan just thought of it as a vacation. After another nap in the afternoon, she recovered a little, got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, put a mask on her face, went to the cloakroom, and started packing. The summer there was hot and humid, so Liang Yan specially prepared a few more knitted jackets and a simple, slim-fitting long skirt. 然后 at dinner in the evening, the two sat opposite each other. Shen Shichen drank a sip of soup, looked at Liang Yan and said, I'll go to the company first tomorrow and then come back to pick you up, and we'll go together. Liang Yan hummed and finally had an appetite after enough rest, eating slowly. She slept too long during the day, so she naturally didn't feel sleepy at night. Shen Shichen accompanied her to watch a whole movie and then she felt a little sleepy. It takes nearly 10 hours for a private plane to get from New York to the North City. Liang Yan started to sleep as soon as she got on the plane to prepare for the jet lag. Shen Shichen was busy handling things with a tablet. In his previous life, he always flew to various countries and he had no concept of jet lag. 然后 it was only after returning to China and settling down in the North City that his life gradually became stable. The time they landed was exactly in the morning in New York. They got in the car that came to pick them up and went directly to Shen Shichen's apartment in New York. It was a prime location with a wide view. In the city center where every inch of land is valuable, the area was close to 500 square meters, which was quite luxurious. After returning to China, someone cleaned the apartment regularly. Before coming here, Shen Shichen also specially asked the housekeeper to tidy it up carefully. It looked like everything was neat and clean, and things were arranged in order. It didn't look like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. Standing in the huge living room, Liang Yan was still a little dazed. Did you live here alone before? Shen Shichen curled his lips, took her hand, and walked to the huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Looking across, it was the famous Times Square. Standing behind Liang Yan, thinking of the surprise in the near future, he couldn't help but get excited. Are you still sleepy? Do you want to rest for a while? Liang Yan shook her head. Then I'll take you out for a walk. Shen Shichen and Liang Yan went to see Times Square and the Empire State Building and took her to stroll on the street, walking through the road that he was once very familiar with. 就是 there was no trace of Liang Yan in his previous life. But after that, every place was indispensable. After walking and stopping, he finally found the love of his life at a certain moment. In the evening, Shan Shichen received a call and took Liang Yang to a famous local Western restaurant. Before they reached the reserved seat, a tall Chinese man stood up and gave Shan Shichen a warm hug. He smiled and introduced Liang Yang. "This is my fun's partner, Jeff. He has lived here since he was a child, but he speaks Chinese fluently." Liang Yang smiled at him politely and sat next to Shen Shichen. She ate quietly and listened to the two chatting, using some professional terms that were far from her. Jeff was unrestrained in character. He teased Shen Shichen directly and said to Liang Yang, "Miss Liang, do you know?" 然后 I can just email him to confirm what Shichen is doing this time. He doesn't have to fly here in person. I was originally on vacation in Los Angeles. When I heard that he was bringing you here, I rushed back immediately. I just wanted to see who the person who could melt this iceberg is, haha. Shen Shichen laughed, moved closer to Liang Yang, and said intimately, "Don't pay attention to him. He just talks like this, not serious." Jeff winked at Shen Shichen. "You came back specially this time. Are you going to celebrate your birthday here?" Liang Yang paused with her hand holding the knife and fork. Shan Shichen's birthday. It seemed that she had never paid attention to it. Shan Shichen put his arm around Liang Yang's shoulders and denied it to Jeff. "You know, I never care about these things. It's just you who said you would celebrate every year to celebrate my age." No need this year. Now that Miss Liang is here, how do you say it in Chinese? The light bulb has to turn off automatically. Liang Yang was still a little hesitant when she returned to the apartment and took clothes out of the suitcase. On her last birthday, Shan Shichen worked overtime and took 2 days off to take her to the island. I couldn't find his birthday on the internet and I never asked him, as if I was not competent enough. Shan Shichen noticed Liang Yang's uneasiness, walked to her side and asked, "What's wrong?" Liang Yang pursed her lips. "When is your birthday?" Shen Shichen smiled. "Tomorrow, no need to prepare specially, you are my best birthday gift." He kissed Liang Yang's forehead gently. "Don't go to bed tonight, wait for something with me." Liang Yang went to the bathroom to wash up, and after coming out, she went to the apartment's study to get a Chinese book to read until almost dawn. She was feeling sleepy, so she went out. Shan Shichen was sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, holding a glass of wine, looking at the bustling night view outside the window. The liquid in the glass was shaking, just like his expectant and nervous heart. Seeing Liang Yang coming out of the bedroom, he put down the glass, walked over and took her hand. "It will be ready soon." He led her to the French window. Times Square was still bustling at this moment, with lights flashing in between. Shan Shichen looked at the time on his watch and began to count down in his heart. The second when the pointer passed 12 o'clock, 5 words lit up on the huge screen in front of Liang Yang's eyes. "Liang Yang, marry me." It was her name, and it was also the grand surprise that Shen Shichen prepared for her. Liang Yang stared blankly for a few seconds, and when she came to her senses, Shen Shichen was already kneeling on one knee beside her, holding an open ring box in his hand, looking into her eyes devoutly. Chapter 70, 然后 the ring box is royal blue, with a huge pigeon egg inside. Even the diamonds inlaid around it as embellishments are all over 1 carat. The shape is unique and custom-made. I think it has been prepared for some time. This brand, with so many diamonds, the price is beyond Liang Yang's imagination. On the screen outside the window, 5 big words are still lit. Liang Yang looked at Shen Shichen, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, holding a bright diamond in his hand. His eyes, dotted with light, were full of expectations for her to nod and agree. But she didn't know what happened. Her whole body froze, her brain stopped working, and she couldn't react. It was past 12 o'clock, and today was Shen Shichen's birthday. She only knew about it a few hours ago. He actually proposed to her on such an important day. 这个 Should she agree to him? After being with Shen Shichen, Liang Yang always told herself to just treat it as a dream. The dream has been awakened and broken. She tried to escape, but was drawn back into it by Shen Shichen's deep affection. She lacked fatherly love since childhood and grew up relying on her mother. Liang Yang had aspirations for marriage. An ordinary but warm family life was what she had always wanted. But Shen Shichen was really different from herself. Liang Yang stood there in a daze for dozens of seconds. Tears slowly accumulated in her eyes, her lips moved, and it seemed difficult to speak. The moment she began to hesitate, Shen Shichen's heart had sunk. How could Shen Shichen not understand such a reaction? This was the first time in his life that he was with a woman. It was also the first time that he loved so deeply. He wanted Liang Yang to stay with him forever, no matter what he did. Like now, they were busy, and when they were free, he would listen to her talk about her own things quietly. Cook, eat, sleep, and travel together. He had actually had the idea of proposing marriage a long time ago, but he was just waiting for a suitable opportunity. Although he had thought that Liang Yang might not agree, when it really came to this moment, his heart couldn't help but twitch and ache. Forcing himself to stand up, Shen Shichen lowered his eyes in disappointment, closed the box containing the ring, and pulled the corner of his mouth. What should I do to make Liang Yang agree? He sighed in his heart, pulled Liang Yang, who was standing upright, and hugged her in his arms. He stroked her long hair with his big hands and coaxed her gently. I know that I suddenly proposed to you, and you may not be ready. This sentence was actually coaxing himself. The voice was low and mellow, with a soothing calmness. It doesn't matter, whenever you want to agree, I will wait for you. A grand surprise, after all, only waited for a regretful ending. The screen outside the window darkened just like Shen Shichen's heart at the moment, without seeing the light. Liang Yang closed her eyes, trying to restrain the surging tears, but they still burst out. Warm tears slid down to Shen Shichen's shoulders, soaking his shirt and soaking into his heart. Liang Yang bit her lower lip and choked. I'm sorry. Shen Shichen patted Liang Yang's back gently and smiled softly. Silly, what's there to be sorry about? He pretended to be relaxed, took Liang Yang's hand and went to the bedroom. Go to sleep. You are sleepy after waiting for so long. The lights went out and the whole house went dark. Liang Yang likes to lie on her side when she sleeps, with Shen Shichen's warm embrace behind her, which makes people feel at ease. But after a long time, she still didn't feel sleepy at all. Her breathing was steady behind her, as if she had fallen asleep. Liang Yang gently turned over, facing Shen Shichen's face, raised her hand and touched it. Following his handsome outline, he outlined it one by one. He loves her. She knows. She loves him too. But that invisible barrier destined her and him to be unable to be together. He is the heir of the largest family in Hong Kong, a child of destiny, high above everyone else. And I am at most a waypoint in his life journey. Looking at that particularly favored face, Liang Yang blinked and gradually became absorbed. Consciously immersed, she moved closer to Shen Shichen and kissed his lips. Originally, she just wanted to taste it lightly, but it didn't matter. The right hand covering his face was suddenly held by Shen Shichen's left hand. Slowly opening her eyes in the dark night, there was a deep and ambiguous smile in Shen Shichen's eyes. Liang Yang didn't expect that Shen Shichen was not asleep either. What happened just now? Her panicked look, her big round eyes like a deer, finally soothed Shen Shichen's lost heart. At least, the countless times Rox and I were intimate, those instinctive reactions can't deceive people. Silently comforting herself in her heart, it's just a matter of time. Shen Shichen held Liang Yang's hand, kneading it gently. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Liang Yang shook her head. I can't sleep. He put his left hand around Liang Yang's waist and pulled her close to him. His breathing began to become disordered and his voice was hoarse. Then let's do something else. Tonight, Shen Shichen was longer and harder than usual. Seeing Lian Yan frowning and enduring, and her whole body slowly being stained with his own scent, he was willing to rest assured. It seemed that this was the only way to prove that she loved him. This alone was not enough. Lian Yan was tossed over and over by Shen Shichen until she was finally defeated. He rested his head on Lian Yan's waist, trying to calm his rapid breathing. His eyes unconsciously swept across her fair and flat belly. His eyes were dark and unclear. What if? Crazy thoughts rushed into his mind, but he was stopped halfway through. Lian Yang was already tired and fell asleep, and Shen Shichen didn't hold her to clean up and slowly fell asleep. After another day in New York, he leisurely strolled around every place he had been. 然后 Shen Shichen also took Lian Yang to Boston, where he went to school. Every piece of land he stepped on would leave traces of Lian Yan. Before boarding the private plane back to North City, he sent a message to Shen Zongyuan. The itinerary has changed a little. I will be back in 2 days. According to Shen Shichen's original plan, he was going to take Lian Yan back to Hong Kong City, introduce her to Shen Zongyuan as his fiancée. But Lian Yan didn't agree, and 然后 all the arrangements after that were invalidated. After 10 hours of flight, plus nearly an hour's drive, they finally returned to the villa. Lian Yan began to adjust to the jet lag again. After returning, she simply took a shower and lay down on the bed. She slept until noon and finally recovered. There was a makeup trial in the afternoon. It was a fashion magazine show that Joe helped her to get, a single cover. In order to look good on camera, Lian Yan didn't dare to eat, so she drank a glass of milk, went out to meet Joe, and then went to the shooting site. The theme of the shooting was the elves among flowers. The scene in the studio was set up in advance, and the fragrance of flowers overflowed. Lian Yang wore a new high-end dress, 然后 a pure white gauze skirt, which was covered with handmade rose embroidery. Standing among clusters of blooming flowers, she was lively and lively. She was still professional and cooperative as always, so the shooting process went very smoothly. When removing her makeup in the dressing room, Lian Yan looked listless and stared at herself in the mirror in a daze. Joe has been with her. As early as when she was putting on makeup just now, he found that Lian Yan was not in a good mood. Although she tried her best to hide it at work, Joe knew her very well and naturally noticed something was wrong. It was just past dinner time, and the two of them proposed to go to the old place for barbecue. Lian Yan sat in the co-pilot of Joe's car, leaning against the back of the chair, looking at the scenery outside the window. Passing through the artificial neon lights in the city center, slowly returning to tranquility. At the traffic light intersection, there was a shopping mall outside, and a large poster of myself caught my eye. It was the cosmetics endorsement I took last time. There was my name in the lower right corner. The photo was not retouched too much, and it looked light and simple. When the green light came on and the car started, Joe kept looking at Lian Yan's expression while driving, and finally couldn't help asking, I haven't seen you for more than a week. Has anything happened to you recently? Lian Yan sighed, looked down at her clasped hands, and slowly said, he proposed to me. Not long after the red sports car drove out, it suddenly braked with a sizzling sound. Joe in the car was shocked and his tone rose. What? The sound of cursing from the car behind came over, and Joe quickly stuck his head out of the window, apologized, and parked the car to the side. With his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, his eyes widened like bells. Are you serious? Lian Yang was amused by his reaction and wanted to laugh. The depression in her heart was relieved a little. Well, when we were in New York, he proposed to me just after midnight on his birthday. How did he propose? The confession outside the French window, kneeling on one knee with a huge diamond ring. Lian Yan felt it was too unreal when she said it. After listening, the car fell into silence. Joe thought carefully and asked, I guess you didn't agree. He understood Lian Yan too well. Lian Yan nodded, 然后 pursed her lips tightly and did not deny it. What was Mr. Shen's reaction? He was a little unhappy, I know, but I really haven't thought it through. But he said he would wait for me to agree. Joe put his hands on Lian Yang's shoulders and said earnestly, Yin Yin, I know what you are struggling with. Na, you might as well tell him your thoughts clearly. This is not a solution. Shen Shichen, who was in such a position, was actually ready to propose to Lian Yang, but the key was that he was rejected. Joe simply couldn't imagine it. After calming down, he started the car and drove to the barbecue restaurant. After eating, Joe sent Lian Yang home. Just as he stopped outside the gate of the villa, the black Bentley happened to come back. Shan Shichen didn't let the driver drive in, but just pushed the door open and got out of the car, walked up to greet Joe, and walked back with Lian Yang's hand. Life was ordinary and happy, and Lian Yang's career had improved greatly. With the blessing of popular ancient puppet dramas and low-cost realistic movies, plus being low-key and simple, she has received more and more attention. Invitations from magazines, programs, endorsements, and crews followed one after another. Shan Shichen went back to Hong Kong and visited Shen Zongyuan at the Shen family's old house. 然后 After the last incident, he never mentioned the Fu family in front of Shen Zongyuan, as if they didn't exist at all. Shen Zongyuan knew clearly about Shen Shichen's whereabouts. He had just returned to New York not long ago and brought that woman with him. But he always thought that Shen Shichen was just playing around. A female star, an actor, could never catch his eye. It was still a round of greetings about the affairs of the group and the future development of Zhuoyue. After the chat, Shan Shichen stood up and stood in front of him, respectfully saying, Grandpa, I'm planning to get married. Chapter 71. Hearing Shen Shichen say those two words, Shen Zongyuan's old face almost couldn't hold it together, and his expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Shen Shichen lowered his head and didn't look in his direction, so he naturally didn't notice it. In fact, he didn't care about Shen Zongyuan's reaction at all, but he needed to give him a notice for emotional and rational reasons. Shen Zongyuan sighed in his heart, pointed to the seat opposite. You sit. It seems that there is still something to say. Shan Shichen also expected it, and sat opposite Shen Zongyuan's armchair. In front of him, the grandson he has always been proud of is equally superior both in appearance and inwardly. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever worried about him. This was the case when he was studying, and it was the same when he started a business in New York. Shen Zongyuan knew that Shen Shichen earned much more in the hedge fund there than in Joel. It was only because of his so-called family affection that he agreed to return to China and take over Joel Group. How many termites are there in this seemingly prosperous family? Shen Zongyuan knew what the situation was. He also knew that Shen Shichen didn't have much affection for this family. So even if it was his own words, they wouldn't work for long. Shan Shichen had already made a decision, and no one could easily change it. He, as a grandfather, was no exception. He still tried to speak, pretending to be unaware of the existence of that woman. I remember, but a few months ago, I mentioned this to you. But you said it was too early and not to consider it for the time being. Why are you suddenly talking about this now? Shen Shichen replied calmly, I met a woman, I love her very much. I want to be with her forever, and I proposed to her. It's that simple. Shen Zongyuan was shocked by his answer. Shan Shichen has always been cold-hearted and unwilling to invest even a little more care in anyone or anything. Looking at him now, it seems that he is really serious. No matter how uncomfortable he felt in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face. Finally, he reminded him, you have such a big family behind you. Can that woman adapt to it? I am me, the Shen family is the Shen family, and she also has her own career. I don't need her to adapt. After saying this, Shen Zongyuan couldn't say anything more. He only left Shen Shichen to have dinner together at the old house in the evening. During the meal, everyone from the second room was there, including Fu Chuang, and they were all neat and tidy. There were not many people at the table, and they were unusually silent. They were frightened by Shen Shichen's messes, especially Shan Ke and Xie Songyi. No one dared to mention the word fu in front of him. In addition, because of Shen Shichen's intervention, now no matter whether it is Zhuoyue Hongcheng headquarters or Beicheng Company, all the previous benefits are gone. Xie Songyi can't get benefits for her mother's family. She has the identity of the second wife of the Shen family, so she can't raise her head gradually. But Shen Shichen's power in the group is getting bigger and bigger, and he needs to ask about all affairs in person. He has already taken over the whole situation. No matter how unwilling she was in her heart, she could only endure it. Among the people in the second room, only Shen Zhishan was simple-minded, and she was simply jealous of Liang Yan. In the past few days, when she clicked on various media, as long as it was the entertainment section, she could always see Liang Yan's face in the front. The ancient puppet drama with Zhang Nan was over, but the popularity remained unabated, and fans were crazy about the CP. She shot a rustic rural movie but was nominated for the Best Actress in the Domestic Film Awards. She also appeared on variety shows and accepted endorsements from several big brands, which made Shen Zhishan very unhappy. She secretly glanced at Shen Shichen, who was sitting next to Shen Zongyuan, and secretly complained in her heart if it weren't for him, Liang Yan would be where she is today. Her friends in the circle were bullied by her before, and even her best friend Fu Chuyue, who she had played with since childhood, was not her opponent. She got angry when she thought about it. Shan Shichen had a boring meal, said goodbye to Shen Zongyuan, and left the Shan family's old house. He had to attend a meeting at Zhuoyue headquarters tomorrow, so he didn't rush back to North City and went to his own manor villa to rest. Shan Zongyuan thought about it again, and for the first time in his life, he called Shen Zhishan into the study alone. In Shen Shichen's generation, the one Shen Zongyuan looked down on the most was her. She was uneducated, only knew how to party and have fun, and was a fool. But he still patiently asked, "Do you know the woman next to your eldest brother?" Shen Zhishan didn't expect that he would ask her this, and she was immediately shocked. Shan Shichen's messes were ruthless. She hid far away after being dealt with last time. How could she dare to provoke him again? She hesitated and didn't answer, and heard Shen Zongyuan's calm tone. "Don't worry, Grandpa is just a little curious. You know Shichen's character, he won't say much about this, so I asked you to ask." Since this is the case, she is relieved. The floodgates of conversation opened. "Grandpa, I went to Beicheng to film a play before, and I met her several times." Shen Zongyuan raised his eyebrows. "Tell me everything you know." "The woman's name is Liang Yan. Before she met my eldest brother, she was a marginal figure. She looks gentle and speaks softly, but in fact, her messes are very powerful, otherwise Fu." Shen Zhishan was talking excitedly. Seeing Shen Zongyuan frowning, she realized that something was wrong and quickly shut up. Anything else? She has been very popular recently. 这个. You can see her in the news. It should be related to my eldest brother's support. Shen Zongyuan sneered in his heart. She is just an actor, but Shen Shichen really thought so much about her. He raised his hand and asked Shen Zhishan to go out, thinking alone. I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect Shen Shichen to say that he wanted to marry her. It was ridiculous. 这个. How could such an identity be qualified to enter his Shen family? It seems that it is time to find an opportunity to meet this Liang Yan. After Shen Shichen finished his work the next afternoon, he could not wait to rush back to North City. When he returned to the villa, it was already dark. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Liang Yan wearing clothes for going out, with a bag on her shoulder, looking anxious, and seemed to be going out. Shan Shichen did not change his shoes and saw that she had walked quickly to the door. Are you going out? Lian Yang hummed, I have to go back to Sucheng to see my mother. What's wrong? She just called and said that her left leg suddenly hurts a lot. She has an old problem, but it is getting worse today. An ambulance has been called to the hospital. I have to go back to accompany her. Lian Yang paused by him sideways and was gently stopped by Shen Shichen. I'll ask the driver to take you. If you have any needs from the hospital, tell me. He actually wanted to go back with Lian Yang, but the last time he proposed to see her mother, Lian Yang refused, so he couldn't insist. The driver hurried, and when Lian Yang returned to Suzhou, it was already early morning. In the general ward of Suzhou People's Hospital, the doctor said that it was too late and the examination room was closed, so they could only use painkillers to relieve the pain first. Lian Yang stayed with Liang Fumin all night. The next morning, the ward was suddenly very lively and several doctors who looked experienced led a group of people. Liang Fumin was sent for examination and it was said that there was a large mass inside and surgery was required immediately. But Suzhou Hospital had no similar surgical experience and had arranged for transfer to the best hospital in North City, accompanied by a special person throughout the process. When she got in the car that came to pick them up, Liang Fumin was shocked. This car is worth a lot of money and there is a special driver with a respectful attitude. Knowing that Lian Yang's career has improved recently, she can be seen on TV as the heroine of the drama, and several endorsement advertisements have been broadcast. But with such a big battle and the hospital's initial indifference and then attentive attitude change, Lian Fumin couldn't help but feel curious. Because of the presence of outsiders, she suppressed her doubts and did not ask. The driver was concentrating on driving in front, and he was still frightened when he recalled reporting Lian Yang's situation to Shen Shichen in the morning. He felt that it was too late in the early morning and was afraid that it would affect his rest, so he did not tell Shen Shichen about the hospitalization immediately. The other party was obviously unhappy when he called in the morning. After reporting, Shan Shichen directly ordered to arrange for the transfer to another hospital and finally added one sentence. Anything related to Lian Yang, no matter how big or small, must be let me know immediately. It seems that I have to remember it next time. As soon as she arrived at Beicheng Hospital, Liang Fumin was sent to the operating room. 然后, the best doctor performed the operation and Lian Yang sat on a bench outside waiting. It was just noon now, and she was worried about Liang Fumin's legs, so she didn't want to eat. The screen of the mobile phone lit up, and it was a WeChat message from Shen Shichen. I'm outside the hospital. Is it convenient for you to come out for a while? His request was cautious, and Lian Yang sighed in her heart and began to reflect on whether she was really too much. Liang Fumin's transfer to another hospital was arranged by him, so Lian Yang was certainly aware of it. Otherwise, the hospital's attitude would not be so attentive. It was so troublesome to see a doctor, but now everything can be handled immediately. The most professional doctors, the best wards, and the highest efficiency. Lian Yang could feel Shen Shichen's concern and care for her. But because of her self-proclaimed sober cognition, she always wanted to deliberately maintain the little distance left in her heart. After rejecting Shen Shichen's proposal, Lian Yang saw his occasional disappointment. In fact, she also loves him, doesn't she? It seems that there is no need to keep struggling like this. No matter how far she can go in the future, at least she doesn't regret it. She went to the nurse station to ask, and it was still early, so she took the elevator to the outside of the hospital. Lian Yang saw Shen Shichen standing next to his other car, waving to her, and walked over. He didn't rest well for a night, so he was naturally haggard and the dark circles under his eyes were obvious. He looked even thinner after not eating for 2 meals. Shan Shichen felt distressed and handed the lunchbox in the back row to Lian Yang. I knew you didn't have time to eat properly, so I bought the seafood porridge you like. Eat a little and don't be hungry. Liang Yan took it and pursed her lips. Okay. Shen Shichen touched Liang Yan's head and reassured her, don't worry, it's okay. He looked at the time on his watch and said, I'll go back to the company first. What do you want to eat in the evening? I'll bring it to you. He was really good to her. 然后 Those considerations in the details are enough to move people to this extent. Liang Yan knew she couldn't refuse, it's all right. In the afternoon, Liang Fuming came out of the operating room and the effect was better than expected. Liang Yang was finally relieved. When she woke up from anesthesia, it was already evening. Liang Yang had been sitting next to her and accompanied her and finally made a decision in her heart. When she walked outside the hospital to pick up Shen Shichen, she gently pulled his hand and said, let's go up to meet my mother. Chapter 72. Shen Shichen was about to hand the lunchbox to Liang Yan. When he heard that she took the initiative to ask him to meet Liang Fumin, he paused and couldn't hide the surprise and smile on his face. He put his arm round Liang Yan's shoulders, fearing that she would regret it, and quickly agreed. Okay, when they took the elevator to the floor of Liang Fumin's ward, Shen Shichen still had a faint smile on his face. Liang Yang was a little nervous. She pinched the corner of her shirt and let go. She actually hadn't figured out how to introduce Shen Shichen to Liang Fumin. But suddenly she had an urge to confirm Shen Shichen's identity. After getting out of the elevator, Liang Yang's pace slowed down significantly. Shen Shichen noticed her nervousness, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his hand holding hers. He touched Liang Yang's head and teased her in a joking tone, I'm almost at the door, you can't regret it. After that, he raised his hand and gently knocked on Liang Fumin's ward door. After 2 knocks, he walked in with Liang Yan. Liang Fumin looked over in the direction of the voice, and a tall and straight young man appeared in front of her, holding a lunchbox in his left hand and holding Liang Yan's right hand. The man was extremely handsome, with a slender figure and looked extraordinary. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Standing with Liang Yang, they really matched in appearance. Liang Fumin was stunned for 2 seconds, then reacted and smiled politely at the visitor. Shen Shichen put the lunchbox on the coffee table in front of the sofa, pulled Liang Yang forward, got closer to her, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, Auntie. I'm Liang Yang's boyfriend. My name is Shen Shichen. Liang Yang's cheeks flushed. She met Liang Fumin's eyes and lowered her head in embarrassment. Liang Fumin smiled and said, hello. Looking at Liang Yang, Yin, please let Mr. Shen sit down. Liang Fumin had guessed when she was sent to the hospital in the morning. The black Bentley that came to pick them up was so big, and the professional and attentive attitude of Beicheng Hospital. Liang Fumin was in such a circle and was beautiful. Even if she wanted to be alone, she would inevitably be surrounded by vanity. But she knew that her daughter, who looked gentle and quiet, was also a person with her own ideas. From childhood to adulthood, she had never worried about her. So she naturally believed that Liang Yang would not do anything out of line. Now she saw Shen Shichen, who was young, handsome, gentle, and polite, and took care of Liang Yang in every possible way, and finally felt relieved. Liang Fumin did not ask about Shen Shichen's family background at all. After a few casual greetings and a thank you, Liang Yang took the initiative to send Shen Shichen away. When they walked downstairs to the car, Liang Yang took the initiative to talk to Shen Shichen. My mother's leg problem, the doctor said that she can be discharged from the hospital and go home to recuperate after 2 more days of observation. I thought about it and decided to take her to my house to live for a week. First, it takes several hours to go back to Suzhou, and I'm afraid her body can't stand it. Second, there's no one to take care of her when she goes back, and I want to spend more time with her. The summer night breeze blew through Liang Yang's hair, which rose and fell with the wind. Shen Shichen was still immersed in the joy of being finally recognized by Liang Yan. He raised his hand to tuck her scattered hair behind her ears. It's okay, you can rest assured to accompany your mother, but you should also take care of yourself and don't get too tired. He kissed Lian Yang's forehead and said goodbye to her reluctantly. Lian Yang returned to Liang Fumin's ward and sat next to her. Without waiting for her to ask, she took the initiative to explain he is not from Beicheng, but has a business here. We met by chance at a dinner party before. As for the beginning of her relationship with Shen Shichen, she actually didn't know it clearly. Lian Fumin took Lian Yang's hand and said earnestly, Yin Yin, I think Mr. Shen treats you very well. He just sat here and has been paying attention to your feelings. Now you have found someone who loves you, and your mother is relieved. The mistakes she made in her youth caused her to owe Lian Yang and made her never have fatherly love. This is Liang Fumin's eternal pain. Lian Yang was sensible at an early age, which made her feel even more distressed. She didn't know when her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing this, Lian Yang quickly held Liang Fumin's hand and comforted her. Mom, I will be fine. In the past few days in the hospital, Liang Fumin has arranged for someone to take care of her, so Lian Yang doesn't have to worry too much. She still came to accompany Liang Fumin every day, talked to her, and paid attention to her physical recovery. The night before she was discharged from the hospital, Lian Yang went home to clean up and waited to pick up Liang Fumin the next day. There was not much work arranged this week, and Lian Yang stayed with her most of the time. Liang Fumin slowly resumed her diet, and she changed the way she cooked bone soup, chicken soup, and it was different every day. Lian Yang did not live in the villa, and he hadn't seen her for several days, which made Shen Shichen suffer. Staying alone in such a big house, I felt empty when I came back, and my heart was not at peace. Lian Yang's breath was everywhere, which made Shen Shichen miss her even more. A place with Lian Yang is called home. Phone calls and messages could not reduce his thoughts at all, but made him miss her more and more. Shen Shichen knew that Lian Yang was accompanying Liang Fumin, and it was not easy to disturb her. He endured and did not take the initiative to find her. Finally, he couldn't help it, so he drove to Lian Yang's house at night and sent her a WeChat message. I'm downstairs from you. I miss you very much. Can you come down and accompany me? Lian Yang looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and Liang Fumin was already lying on the bed to rest. She was wearing pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and was following the video to learn the dialect she would speak in the next movie. Seeing Shen Shichen's WeChat, she stood up, put on her slippers and walked to the window. Pulling open the curtains, he saw that his car was indeed parked downstairs. With a slight smile on her lips, she went to her bedroom, changed into her clothes, put on her shoes at the door, and trotted towards the person she also missed. Shen Shichen was wearing a black shirt, with his sleeves rolled up to his strong arms and his collar slightly open. He exuded a lazy and charming temperament. Lian Yang threw herself into his arms, her face pressed against his broad and warm chest, and murmured in a low voice, I miss you too. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Shen Shichen lost his self-control and leaned over from the side, kissing her passionately. 然后, it was only 2 or 3 days, but he couldn't help thinking about her. He wanted Lian Yang to be by his side all the time, listening to her talk, and quietly feeling her breath. Lian Yang wrapped her arms around Shen Shichen's neck, responded to him, and kissed him passionately. Their breaths intertwined, and there were only faint moans and blushing water stains in the car. After a while, Shen Shichen slowly let go of Lian Yang, who was having difficulty breathing, and his voice was hoarse and doting. Don't move. Let me kiss you for a while. Thinking that the next scene would be the same, Shen Shichen's kiss became more passionate, wanting to carve Lian Yang into his bones, conquering the city. He dawdled until 10 o'clock, and then reluctantly opened the car door for Lian Yang and watched her back as she went upstairs. Before sending Liang Fumin back to Suzhou, Lian Yang accompanied her to the hospital for another checkup to confirm that her leg injury had recovered well before letting Shen Shichen's driver take her back with confidence. She returned to the villa that day, and naturally she couldn't avoid a long-lost emotional moment. As soon as she entered the door, Lian Yang was picked up by Shen Shichen, with her back against the door bearing the long-accumulated thoughts. All the way there were traces of the two of them. I don't know how long it has been, and I can't remember how many times I have experienced it. I am conscious and confused, and can only rise and fall with his rhythm. Finally, it was quiet. It was late at night. There were stars outside the window, and the breeze blew through the leaves, making a whirring sound. The two people lying down, one looked satisfied and smiled, and the other was lying on him, with thick eyelashes trembling weakly and butterfly wings fluttering. Wanting to sleep or not? Lian Yang's involuntary trembling had not completely subsided. Shan Shichen's big hand covered her smooth back and gently stroked it downwards, causing another tremor. Shan Shichen turned his body to the side, tightened his hold on the person in his arms, and breathed close to her. Have you ever thought about your wedding before? Lian Yang's proposal not long ago was gently rejected by him, and he was inevitably disappointed. But he was taken to meet Liang Fumin, her only relative, and it was of great significance, so he naturally had to strike while the iron was hot. Lian Yang was silent for a moment, and her voice was a little dry when she spoke. Yes. Her face was pressed against Shen Shichen's chest. When I was a child, I watched those foreign movies, castle weddings, and I felt so romantic. Shen Shichen smiled gently, and in his mind, he had a picture of Lian Yang walking towards him in a white wedding dress. Then let's go to the castle. What style of wedding dress do you want? Do you have a favorite designer? Naturally, they talked about this. Lian Yang came back to her senses, still a little unbelievable. The person who gave her a warm embrace at this moment would be the one she would spend her life with in the future. Everything happened too wonderfully. The dream that she thought she would wake up from seemed to be able to continue forever. Seeing that she didn't answer, Shan Shichen thought Lian Yang had fallen asleep, so he lowered his head and kissed the corner of her eyes. Lian Yang buried her head in his arms and blinked. Are you really going to marry me? She still felt it was too unreal. Shan Shichen smiled. Of course. You know what? I used to be alone, and I thought I was used to that kind of life, but no matter now or in the future, I only want you. You can't imagine how happy I was when you said you would take me to meet your mother that day. Lian Yang, the identity between you and me has never been a problem, so you can prepare for the wedding with peace of mind. Lian Yang came out of his arms, raised her big round eyes and looked at him, a little hesitant. Then, how understanding she was. Shan Shichen certainly knew her concerns. You want to continue your career, I fully support you. You are marrying me, don't have any concerns. Suppressing the crazy idea from last time, Shan Shichen raised his hand and touched Lian Yang's lower abdomen. As for the rest, I respect your ideas. When you want to have a child, we will consider it again. Thinking of the happy picture in the future, Shan Shichen couldn't help but get excited. He turned over and pressed Lian Yang under him, kissing her lips and whispering, "But I want it again now." Chapter 73. Lian Yang raised her hands and hugged Shen Shichen's waist, getting closer to him, and her whole body was stained with his charming breath. The lingering kiss slid from Lian Yang's lips, lingering on her neck and collarbone. Probing further down, beyond the overlapping mountains, there was another fascinating secret place. Before the kiss fell, the warm breath alone made Lian Yang tremble involuntarily. She stroked Shen Shichen's hair with both hands and refused with her own weak strength that could be ignored. She bit her lower lip tightly to restrain herself and shook her head at him. Her breathing was disordered and her tone rose and fell. No. Before she could say another word, she was suddenly interrupted by a warmth from bottom to top. Shan Shichen's joyful humming laughter came over with the unique bewitching smell of the night. I want to make you comfortable. Then Lian Yang was dragged directly into a huge whirlpool by him and could only hold his head with both hands as the only support. Her throat was dry and she could no longer make any sound. She raised her slender neck and opened her mouth like a fish slowly sinking in the water of the pond and hurriedly looking for oxygen. In the early morning, there was only the smell of him and her, and the room was full of charm. After a long while, the trembling finally stopped. Lian Yang was about to lose consciousness completely. Only when she was unconscious for the last time, she heard an ambiguous whisper in her ear. "I love you." This sentence was not the first time Shen Shichen said it to her. But Lian Yang didn't know that it was the same one night not long ago. She lay quietly in Shen Shichen's arms, sleeping sweetly, and these three words also rang in her ears. The proposal was not a whim. He would rather break the habit he had adhered to for many years and finally find the peace that belongs only to him. The two lay face to face. Shan Shichen kissed Lian Yang on the forehead and then fell asleep. The next day, he was still sleeping in the same position and stayed with her. It was bright outside the window and it was almost noon. 那个 Lian Yang stretched subconsciously and felt something was wrong. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking down, her whole face suddenly turned red. Thinking of the messy and crazy scenes last night, her face turned red. Perhaps it was too physically demanding. Shan Shichen hadn't woken up yet. The man in front of her breast was steady and handsome. He was a moving figure that had appeared in her eyes that were stained with affection countless times. 那个 memories were like a movie, and Lian Yang suddenly felt a sense of reality. It seemed that it had been like this for the past few days. 这个 The first encounter was too accidental. So much so that she always felt that there was only a game between the two of them. But now, he was by her side, and those actions, those words, everything was too real. Finally, she was also blessed by God once. How lucky. Lian Yang was afraid of disturbing Shen Shichen's sleep, so she remained motionless, obediently put her head on his chest, and felt his heartbeat. When she woke up again, it was almost dark. Shan Shichen came out of Lian Yang, kissed the corner of her lips, and blamed himself. I will try to restrain myself in the future. There was no way. He had been holding it in for a week, and he really missed her too much. Both of them were lazy and didn't want to move. They waited for the housekeeper to bring the meal. After eating a little, they lay back on the bed and chatted. They talked about the idea of the wedding last night. This time, Shan Shichen was in high spirits and planned it seriously. Have you been working a lot recently? Lian Yang is now a freelancer, and all the work she takes on is handled by Ji Yang's company, so Shen Shichen naturally has no way of knowing her schedule. Well, I'll be joining the crew in more than a week. For Director Tan's new movie, it will take about 2 months to shoot. There are also a few variety shows in the middle, and Joe is negotiating. Remembering that Joe asked her to go to see the office space together tomorrow, Lian Yang took the initiative to talk to Shen Shichen. His contract is about to expire, and he plans to set up his own company and is looking for a venue. Shen Shichen nodded. Then when you finish shooting the movie, how about we go to the castle to hold the wedding? The weather in autumn is just right, not too cold or too hot. Don't worry about the wedding, I'll arrange someone to handle it, you just need to speak out your ideas. Lian Yang answered okay and slowly fell asleep. The time she made an appointment with Joe was in the afternoon. Lian Yang's spirit had recovered a lot, and she accompanied him to visit 3 office buildings in a row before settling on the last one. Joe likes the hustle and bustle of the city. The location is in the central area with convenient transportation. Standing in the empty office building with the commercial district outside the French window, she feels more open-minded. The 2 former unknowns have now achieved success in their careers. After all the ups and downs to get to where she is today, what she cherishes most is the friendship with Joe. Lian Yang smiled and teased him. Brother Yi, do I have to change my name to Mr. Kiao. Joe agreed. You are the most important artist in my company. You can call me whatever you want. Liang Yan turned her head and looked at the door. By the way, have you thought of the name of the company? Joe looked at the distance and hummed, just use our surnames, Kiao Lian Agency. Liang Yan frowned and was about to speak in disdain but was interrupted by Joe. Do you think it's a bit rustic? It's okay, we use English. Bridge, does it sound okay? Now you are the only artist. I have to start from scratch for the others. It's not easy. After booking the venue, the two of them had dinner together as usual and went to the hot pot restaurant near Liang Yan's house. Several major events in her life seemed to have happened here. Forced by the 30 million yuan liquidated damages, she also ate hot pot here when she was with Shen Shichen and told Joe the truth. The waiter brought the dishes. Liang Yan picked up a piece of tripe and put it in and took the initiative to explain, I'm getting married. Joe's reaction was not as intense as last time, as if it was something that was expected to happen. He raised the milk tea in his hand and clinked glasses with Liang Yan. Yin, congratulations. Looking at Liang Yan's somewhat puzzled eyes, he explained, Mr. Shen has such conditions and cares so much about you. It's only a matter of time before you agree to him. Liang Yan's mind was simple, which made Joe a little worried. However, the relationship in the Shen family is quite complicated. I remember telling you before that his father has 3 rooms in total. It's always inevitable for a big family. Putting down the chopsticks, he asked Liang Yan, what about your future work? His concerns were the same as Liang Yan's, and Shen Shichen also promised that he would not interfere. Liang Yan took a sip of her drink. He said he would respect my ideas and I don't need to deal with his family just like now. Joe was relieved. That's good. Back at the villa in the evening, Shen Shichen sat on the sofa with a tablet and waved Liang Yan over. On the tablet screen, photos of the castle wedding were scrolling, and there were also wedding dress styles sent to Liang Yan for selection. Shen Shichen handed the tablet to Liang Yan. See if there is anything you like. If not, change it. Liang Yan was a little surprised. He said the day before that he would arrange someone to deal with it, but today he let her choose the style. She ran her fingers over the photos and carefully selected them. When she was not filming, Liang Yan rarely put on makeup and always went out with a bare face. Her skin was white and clean, her profile was focused, and a small mole under the end of her eye added a bit of cuteness. Shen Shichen followed her gaze and fixed on a photo of a wedding dress. He had chosen the brand on purpose. It was a classic luxury brand with a century-old history, famous for its elegant, charming, and fairy-like dresses. The style was simple, with a tube-top style with large petals stacked on the upper body and a long skirt with a swaying tail. Liang Yang had only glanced at the photos just now, and only this one could make her eyes stay. Shen Shichen naturally put his arm around Liang Yang's shoulders. Do you like this one? Liang Yang nodded, with a twinkle in her eyes, like stars. It's so beautiful, and it looks like the one I dreamed of when I was a child. Shen Shichen smiled and said lovingly, this is not a dream. In a few months, you will be Miss Sass. Shen, the title in Hong Kong inexplicably came to mind. By the way, do you have to take your husband's surname in your family? Shi Liangyun. It always felt weird and not nice. Shen Shichen was amused by her idea and pinched Liang Yang's cheek. I don't like this myself, so I won't ask you to accept them. I have always had little contact with my family and it will be the same in the future. It's enough for the two of us to be together. The days passed by like flowing water, peaceful and beautiful. Less than a week before the new movie was set, Liang Yang learned dialect at home every day, read the script sent by Joe, and prepared for the next work. Shen Shichen was called back to Hong Kong City. Mr. Shen had recovered well since his last heart surgery, but he seemed to have some problems recently. It was still the full family's hospital. Shen Shichen accompanied him throughout the whole process, with a calm face and no words. Seeing this, Shan Zongyuan could only sigh in his heart. The Fu family was what he had long favored, and Shen Shichen had never explicitly refused before. But now, for a so-called actress, he cut off all contact with the Fu family. His grandson, who always held himself in high regard, never expected that he would fall for an actress, and last time he even said that he wanted to marry her. It was ridiculous. Although he didn't show it on his face, Shan Zongyuan had already made up his mind to meet that woman in person. There were 2 consecutive meetings at Zhuoyue headquarters that needed Shen Shichen to host, so he had to stay, thinking that he would rush back the next day to accompany Liang Yang more. Otherwise, when she joined the group, she would have to endure the pain of missing her again. Liang Yang had been staying in the villa recently, and Shen Shichen was not there, so she asked the housekeeper to bring Yin over. She always felt uncomfortable being alone in this big house. In the afternoon, she was still curled up on the sofa reading the script, and Yin lay obediently beside her legs. The doorbell rang outside. She saw that Shen Shichen had come back early, but Yin reacted faster than Liang Yang and rushed to the door to wait. Liang Yang didn't think too much, walked to the door, squatted down and held Yin in her arms, and stood up and opened the door directly. An old man stood in front of her, with gray hair, but he was vigorous and looked imposing. The housekeeper lowered his head, not even daring to raise his eyelids, and followed him respectfully. Liang Yang always felt that she had seen this old man somewhere before, but she couldn't remember for a moment. But if he could come here, then he must be. Just as she reacted, she heard the old man talking. Although his tone was gentle, there was no smile on his face. Miss Liang, right? I am Shen Shichen's grandfather, Shan Zongyuan. Chapter 74. Liang Yang couldn't figure out the purpose of the visit. She had a bad premonition in her heart, and she forced a faint smile on her face. Hello. She had never heard Shen Shichen mention this name, but she could see it from the housekeeper's cautious attitude. The people and things she was about to face would definitely not be simple. Shan Zongyuan glanced at Liang Yang with a sharp gaze. She was indeed outstanding in appearance, and her voice was soft and gentle, looking kind and harmless. But he knew that Shen Shichen was definitely not a person who only cared about appearance. The impression this girl gave him at first sight was not as bad as he imagined. Liang Yang had never experienced such a scene before. She was at a loss while holding Yin, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Shan Zongyuan looked up at the living room. Is it convenient for me to go in and sit for a while? Liang Yang did not dare to refuse. He was Shen Shichen's grandfather and an elder. He could not be neglected. Maintaining the proper courtesy, Liang Yang leaned to the side. Please, Shen Zongyuan finally nodded and stepped into the door. The housekeeper behind him lowered his head even lower and closed the door with great tact, leaving only Liang Yang and Shen Zongyuan to guard outside. Liang Yang squatted down and put Yin down, patted its head. Be good, go play by yourself. After saying that, she walked to the kitchen, washed her hands, poured a cup of warm water for Shen Zongyuan, and took it out. Liang Yang still stood there, waiting for Shen Zongyuan to speak, patting the cup of water on the coffee table with both hands steadily. Shen Zongyuan saw everything she said and did just now. She was well educated and polite. It was a pity. Before coming, he knew all about Liang Yang. A little actor from Suzhou, a single parent, and he doesn't even know who his father is. The Shan family cannot allow such a background to enter the house. He raised his hand, pointed his eyes at the single sofa not far away, and motioned Liang Yang to sit down. Liang Yang then stepped back and sat down upright. The living room has automatic temperature control, warm in winter and cool in summer. The temperature is just right, but at this moment her palms are sweating. And her heart is about to jump out of her chest with nervousness. 然后 Shen Zongyuan didn't look at her again and asked knowingly, Miss Liang, how long have you known Shichen? Liang Yang thought for a while and answered, almost a year. So you have known Shichen since he returned to China not long ago. Liang Yang put her hands on her knees and answered respectfully, yes. Shen Zongyuan naturally saw her restraint. It was normal for a small family to have never seen such a scene. He didn't care and continued, my grandson is the only heir of the Shen family and he has a heavy burden. Of course, some of his own affairs cannot be decided by one person. Thinking of Shen Shichen's plan to get married, Shen Zongyuan smiled. Helplessly, last time he told me that he met a woman who wanted to get married. I was curious, so I just came to take a look today. Liang Yang didn't know how to answer, so she just lowered her head slightly and listened to him. There are some things that Shichen can't tell you, so I'll say it for him. I've known countless people in my life, and I can tell what kind of personality Miss Liang has at a glance. Miss Liang looks weak, so she must not be someone who can be humble. Even if Shichen wants to marry you, you can't enter the Shen family with your background. Shen Zongyuan looked up at Liang Yang, who was already blushing and still didn't stop. However, if Miss Liang is reluctant to give up the power that Chen can give you and is willing to stay by his side, I naturally have no objection. At this moment, Liang Yang lowered her head, her body stiff, and felt that she was completely offended. The person who spoke had a calm tone, seemingly without any emotion. 这个 But it was like a thin needle piercing Liang Yang's skin and heart. The dense pain made her unable to breathe. Those extremely derogatory words made her feel even more ashamed. She couldn't hear Shen Shichen's touching love words and firm promises. I just felt like I was isolated on a huge stage, with mocking laughter everywhere. Liang Yang reminded herself again and again that he was the elder Shen Shichen's grandfather. No matter how hurtful the words were, she had to endure it. She dug her nails into her palms fiercely, bit her lower lip tightly to restrain herself, and didn't say a word, just wanting to wait for this unbearable pain and humiliation to pass quickly. Shen Zongyuan finally glanced at Liang Yang's ashamed look and felt a little bit reluctant in his heart. No matter if it was someone who coveted Shen Shichen or power, she did nothing wrong. It's just that she shouldn't have let Shen Shichen think about getting married. She stood up, patted her Zhongshan suit, and left. As if there was a sense of induction, as soon as Shen Zongyuan walked to the door, the housekeeper consciously opened the door, hunched over and followed him out. 然后 the door was closed again and Liang Yang's tears, which she had been holding back, finally burst. The back of her hand was covered with crystal tears, dripping, and in the end, Liang Yang's eyes were blurred and she could not see anything. There were only those words that stung her so much that she was numb. Her head was buzzing and she had a splitting headache. Her body was shaking, but she just maintained the posture just now, sitting there. I don't know how long it took before Liang Yang slowly got up. Her tears dried up, her feet were numb, she stood up and fell down again. She sat on the ground with her butt and her head was hit by the armrest of the sofa behind her, with a heavy sound, but she didn't feel any pain. Yi noticed something was wrong, trotted to Liang Yang's legs, meowing and comforting her. Liang Yang took a deep breath, swallowed her dry throat, and touched the little guy's head. I'm fine. She was lying to herself. How could she be fine? She was in a daze all night, couldn't eat, didn't drink a sip of water, and the whole person seemed to have been drained of his soul, without any energy. Even the WeChat message from Shen Shichen was just a last-ditch effort. I had thought about telling Shen Shichen directly. After all, he had mentioned it many times, so I didn't have to worry about anything. But that was his grandfather, a close relative, and a man with endless majesty in the Shen family. I was just an outsider. What's the point of saying these things to Shen Shichen? Liang Yang tried again and again, but couldn't fall asleep. Her mind kept thinking about all sorts of things, so she just stared at the white ceiling with her eyes open and endured it. Before she knew it, it was dawn, and Liang Yang felt a little sleepy just as the sky was getting light. After a while, she woke up again because of the discomfort in her stomach. Just as she sat up, she felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. She put on her shoes and ran to the bathroom. She hadn't eaten anything, so she couldn't vomit anything, and she retched until her stomach was acidic. She felt uncomfortable all over her body. Headache, nasal congestion, and nausea. Liang Yang thought she had caught a cold, so she didn't think too much about it. She went to the medicine box to get a few cold medicines, drank a sip of cold water, and stuffed them into her mouth. She fell asleep again. It was less than 10 o'clock in the morning, and she felt the familiar nausea again. When she leaned over the toilet and reached again, Liang Yang's heart shuddered, and the thought that flashed through her mind scared her. After calculating, her period was 5 days late. She used to have irregular periods, but her body has improved a little in the past few months, so Liang Yang didn't care about the delay at the time. But now, her heartbeat kept accelerating, and it was about to jump out. Liang Yang quickly held on to her strength, washed up simply, put on a t-shirt and jeans, added a loose thin sweater, and went out. She took a taxi to a nearby hospital. She didn't dare to go to the obstetrics and gynecology department, so she went to a regular outpatient clinic, hoping that the doctor would write a prescription for a blood test. Liang Yang took a number, wearing a mask that covered most of her face, sitting on a bench outside the doctor's office, waiting silently alone. People were coming and going in the hospital, all in a hurry, with solemn and panicked expressions, and even more desperate, without exception. In the past few months, she was pulled to the clouds by Shen Shichen, and had forgotten her previous life. I saw that the beautiful dream would continue, and people who had not received much love since childhood could finally be favored by God once. Liang Yang smiled bitterly and saw that this time, the dream was really going to wake up. When the number was called, Liang Yang told the doctor about the symptoms of her cold, took the blood test form, and went to get a number again. This is the process of ordinary hospitals, and there is never a shortage of people to see a doctor. Especially for minor illnesses like Liang Yang, it takes a long time to wait. After the blood test, you have to wait for the report, and then wait for the number to let the doctor see the results and prescribe medicine. The moment you get the report, Liang Yang subconsciously put it behind you and didn't dare to go to see it immediately. She found a corner away from the others, prepared herself mentally, and then took out the report again. She quickly scanned it, and her whole body froze, her eyes fixed on those 3 words. Early pregnancy. Thinking back carefully, it might have happened during those times in New York. She was in her safe period at the time and didn't pay much attention to it, which resulted in the outcome today. This surprise came at a very wrong time. She didn't even feel a trace of happiness. Worried that the cold medicine she took yesterday would have an effect, Liang Yang still took the report to the doctor's office who wrote the prescription. The doctor was a middle-aged woman with framed glasses and a kind face. When she heard Liang Yang's name, she took the report from her and took a look. She raised her eyes to Liang Yang's pale face. "You are pregnant and have cold symptoms. You can't take medicine. Go back and drink more hot water and rest more." Liang Yang said, "Oh," took the report, and didn't know what to do. The doctor looked at her again. She was fair-skinned and had beautiful eyes and eyebrows. He reminded her, "How about transferring you to the obstetrics and gynecology department to set up a file first and have regular prenatal checkups in the future? Pay special attention in the first 3 months." Liang Yang hesitated and said, "I don't want to." Since she saw those 3 words, she has been struggling countless times in her heart, wondering whether to do it or not. This time, Liang Yang blurted it out without realizing that she had made the decision. The doctor was not surprised by this kind of thing. "You haven't married yet. Hey, you young girls, don't take advantage of your youth to ruin your body. Although it is painless now, it can also hurt." She sighed. "You still have a cold, it's not suitable for surgery right away, and it's early. Go back and discuss it with your boyfriend." When she walked out of the hospital, Liang Yang's mind was no longer so chaotic. She regained her composure, with only one thought in her mind, that she couldn't make things more complicated. Besides, she still had so much work to do next, so she had to cheer up. Fortunately, she didn't tell Liang Fumin about the news of her marriage. She originally wanted to find time to return to Suzhou and share it with her in person. Now there is no need. At this time, the only person she can think of is Zhou. She called him at the door. I have something to trouble you. Chapter 75. When she said this to Zhou, Lian Yan tried her best to keep her tone normal, but her slightly trembling hands still betrayed her. 然后, although she had made a decision, she was still reluctant to put it into action. Zhou happened to be resting at home. He was lying on the sofa leisurely. Hearing Lian Yan's tone, he hesitated and sat up. With our relationship, just tell me if you have something to say. Lian Yan stood in the corner next to the hospital gate, hesitating. I have to have an operation. Can you come with me? She was in good health, so what kind of operation? Besides, they were about to get married. Why didn't they tell Mr. Shen if there was something wrong? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He straightened his back and asked her, Yin Yin, where are you? Lian Yan's heart was in turmoil again, and her reluctance was getting worse. In the hospital. Zhou thought to himself that something was wrong and stood up suddenly. Give me the address, I'll be there right away. When Zhou came, Lian Yan was standing alone, looking at the pedestrians on the street, her steps hurried. A family of 3 passed by her. The little girl was led by her parents, talking and laughing as they walked forward. In her father's hand, there was a beautifully packaged cake box. There were cute cartoon patterns on the box. It should be the little girl's birthday. Her thoughts unconsciously went back to her own childhood. Every birthday was very unfortunate. Either she was sick, or Liang Fumin went to perform with the troupe and was not at home at all. From childhood to adulthood, there was no birthday that made her happy. But she couldn't say it, let alone show it. She knew how hard it was for Liang Fumin to raise herself alone. So Lian Yan tried her best to be a good child and not let her worry. She even started working part-time in college to buy a house for herself. Celebrating birthdays is a luxury for her. At least, it was like this before she met Shen Shichen. He took her to the island, prepared his favorite cartoon character cake, said a lot of touching love words, and gave Lian Yan the most unforgettable memories. Then what? When she mistakenly thought that she would eventually be happy, happiness came to an abrupt end. That acquaintance was a wrong start. The words that Shen Shichen's grandfather said were like a needle piercing the eardrum, and they kept echoing in Lian Yan's ears for a day. She loved him. But now, she had to learn to lose slowly. She got too many things that should not belong to her. If she didn't prepare in advance, if one day it was completely over, she was worried that she would not be able to bear it. Zhou's red car stopped on the side of the road. Lian Yan hurried over, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The pale face confirmed Zhou's guess. Something bad happened to Lian Yan, and it was serious. He didn't start the car, but waited for Lian Yan to fasten her seatbelt before asking her, Yin Yin, are you feeling uncomfortable? Lian Yan was silent for a moment and shook her head. I'm pregnant. There was no trace of joy in these 4 words. Zhou turned his head to look at her solemn face and hesitated. Can't you have it? Lian Yan lowered her head, twisted her hands together, and said with difficulty, well, the elders of his family came to see me yesterday and said. Before she finished speaking, Zhou patted her shoulder gently. It's okay, I'll accompany you. Zhou knew more about the situation of the Shen family than Lian Yan. He had a wide range of social contacts and had heard a long time ago that the Shen family in Hong Kong City had a complicated family background. It was normal. In a big family, no one was simple. Zhou guessed what Lian Yan was going to say and didn't want to listen. It was meaningless. Life must go on. After regaining his composure, Joe glanced at the sign at the hospital gate. Which doctor did you see this morning? He quickly took out his cell phone and began to search for phone numbers. I'll tell someone I know that your medical records must be kept confidential. It will be bad if someone with ulterior motives finds out in the future. Liang Yang remained silent. After Joe finished the call, she looked up and looked ahead, choking up. Am I being too cruel? Although it was still early, Liang Yang couldn't bear the thought of a new life appearing. But she grew up as a single parent and had experienced countless people's gossip and finger-pointing behind her back. Her child should have a complete family. Joe comforted her. Yin Yin, I know you are not acting on impulse. Now your career has just started to develop and everything is going well. No matter what you do, I will support you. Looking into Liang Yang's eyes, as long as you make your own decision and don't regret it, that's fine. After staying in the car for an unknown amount of time, Joe finally sent Liang Yang to the gate of the villa. A high-end private hospital was found and the surgery was scheduled for 2 days later. Liang Yang said goodbye to Joe and walked into the gate alone. The road leading to the villa is quiet, and roses are blooming in the garden with a fragrant smell. She has walked this road for too long. Entering the fingerprint to open the door, the living room light is on. It should be Shen Shichen who has returned. Liang Yang had just changed her shoes when she saw Shen Shichen wearing a black shirt, walking down from the second floor. He was tall and slender, with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up to his forearms, and he looked dusty. Shen Shichen couldn't hide his joy, walked over to hug Liang Yang and kissed her forehead. Are you back? He didn't ask Liang Yang where she was going anyway. He said that he would respect her choice and not interfere with her career. 然后 it was less than 3 days, but he couldn't help thinking about Liang Yang all the time. After returning to China, he shuttled between Gangcheng and Beicheng, and he never had the concept of home. After having Liang Yang, even Shen Shichen himself didn't realize that he stayed in Beicheng for longer and longer. Where she is, that's home. Liang Yang pursed her lips, reminding herself to stay calm. Just keep going like this, with a little grit, not knowing where it will end before being stopped. Just go with the flow. At least she will treasure this memory forever. When the housekeeper brought dinner, Liang Yang deliberately walked into the room on the first floor, not daring to meet him. She was afraid of thinking about those words again, afraid that she could not face Shen Shichen calmly, afraid that she could not help but want to ask on the spot. While eating, Liang Yang lowered her head and drank the soup silently, thinking and saying the words that she had prepared countless times. The day after tomorrow, I have to go on a business trip with Joe to shoot an outdoor advertisement in another place. Shen Shichen raised his eyes and looked at Liang Yang with drooping eyebrows. How long will you be gone? She will join the crew in a few days, and she was thinking about spending a few days with Liang Yang, but now she has to go busy again. 2 or 3 days, I'll be back after the shooting. Calculating the time, she will only stay for 1 day when she comes back, and she can join the crew to shoot the movie with her suitcase, and Shen Shichen should not notice anything unusual. A barely detectable bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now, he was pretty good at lying. The two of them got along well at night, reading their own books and then falling asleep together. 那个 On the day Liang Yang had the operation, the originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds, which was very appropriate. Joe adjusted his work in advance and accompanied her throughout the whole process. He knew what such a loss meant to Liang Yang. Everything was arranged in advance, and all information was kept confidential. After Liang Yang was examined and confirmed to be fine, she was pushed into the operating room. The painless operation was quick and was done in just a few minutes. While lying in the operating room, Liang Yang had a calm expression and waited quietly for the anesthesia to wear off. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, and nothing else. After the operation, an hour or two later, the examination showed no special circumstances, so Liang Yang got up and left the hospital. Joe took out the socks he had prepared in advance and asked Liang Yang to put them on. I checked online and it said that you can't get cold after this operation. How can you go barefoot? Liang Yang smiled helplessly and put on the long fluffy socks on her feet obediently and then walked to the garage with Joe. The doctor's instructions said that Liang Yang could move freely when she returned as long as she avoided eating and cold water. She originally wanted to stay in her own little house, but Joe insisted on letting Liang Yang go to his house to rest for 2 days, saying that he had invited someone to cook for her and replenish her body. Joe stayed at home with her every day, calling her for work that could be communicated by phone. He really couldn't refuse, so he went out for a while and came back. It was as if he was afraid that Liang Yang would be alone and have wild thoughts. Liang Yang saw his worry. Don't worry, brother, I'm fine. She smiled at him easily. Wait until your new company is established and we will do a good job in our business. After staying at Joe's house for 2 days, every meal was a variety of nourishing soups. The two chatted from time to time and went to bed when they were tired. Liang Yang's complexion has recovered a lot and she looks no different from usual. Joe felt relieved to see her off. When she returned to the villa again, Shan Shichen had not come back yet. Liang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and went to the cloakroom on the first floor to organize the things she would bring to the group tomorrow. In the evening, Shan Shichen took her out for dinner. She was afraid that it would affect her body, so she put on a long-sleeved coat before going out. It was windy at night, and Shan Shichen knew that she was afraid of the cold, but he didn't care. Before going to bed, Liang Yang came out of the shower and was served by Shan Shichen to dry her hair personally and then took her hand and walked upstairs. As soon as she walked to the door of the audiovisual room on the 3rd floor, she was blindfolded by Shan Shichen's hand and walked to the sofa in a mysterious way. Shan Shichen let go of her hand and her vision was unobstructed. Liang Yang saw that there were exquisite gifts piled in front of her. The packaging of various luxury brands was stacked layer by layer, which dazzled Liang Yang. Shan Shichen put his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, "Count how many there are." Liang Yang began to count carefully, no more, no less, just 25. The same age as her. You are going to join the group tomorrow, and we won't see each other for a while. I'll make up for all the previous birthday gifts. I'll spend every year with you in the future, okay? Liang Yang blinked, turned around and hugged Shan Shichen, her face pressed against his chest. Okay. I don't know how many more times we can spend time together. Unavoidable emotions, Shan Shichen thought about not being able to see each other for a long time, and the kiss came passionately and strongly. When Liang Yang was completely trapped, she used her remaining rationality to refuse. I don't want to today. Chapter 76. Shan Shichen was slightly stunned, and his slightly narrowed eyes were full of surging love, looking at Liang Yang's face. This was the first time she refused his request. In the past, in such matters, Liang Yang always followed his wishes and slowly indulged herself in it. 这个 originally a blank piece of paper, Shan Shichen traced and colored it bit by bit. After several times, he could barely take control of the initiative. But her physical strength was really limited. After a while, she cried out that she was tired. She just lay on Shan Shichen and let him take her place. Liang Yan buried her head in his arms, her face pressed tightly against his, afraid that he would notice something unusual. Shan Shichen looked down and saw the little girl in his arms with a frown on her face, her thick eyelashes trembling. 然后? Her face seemed, indeed a little pale. Shan Shichen calmed down, suppressed the impulse, and regained his composure in an instant. He touched Liang Yang's forehead with the back of his hand and asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Liang Yang was silent. She had just had surgery 3 days ago, and she couldn't have any intimate behavior for a month. She knew that she would inevitably face such a situation when she came back, and she had thought of a reason to refuse. Following Shan Shichen's words, Liang Yang nodded and hummed. Maybe it's because my period is coming, so my stomach is bloated and uncomfortable. A man's chuckle came from above her head. Let me rub your stomach for you. Will it feel better? The last time Liang Yang had dysmenorrhea, Shan Shichen learned to rub her and thought he had mastered the technique. His left hand just touched Liang Yang's waist, but she dodged behind him. No, I just need to rest for a while. Shen Shichen stopped his hand and still lifted the quilt to get up. Then I'll pour you a cup of warm water. You'll feel better after. Drinking it, 然后 when Shen Shichen came back, Liang Yang reluctantly sat up, took his hand, drank half a cup of warm water, and then slowly lay down. The swallowing action made Shen Shichen's Adam's apple roll up and down unconsciously. He picked up the cup, lifted the quilt for Liang Yang, and coaxed her gently. You go to sleep first, I'll go take a shower. While lying on her side, Liang Yang's eyes swept across her flat belly. In just a few seconds, she rocked and tears were about to fall. She quickly closed her eyes to resist the tears that were about to burst, and her hands tightly grasped the sheets. 那个, there used to be a small life there. She had expected it and fantasized about it. But now, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Everything returned to the past, plain and indifferent, waiting for the separation that would come at an unknown time. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom was gurgling, and Shen Shichen could only lower his voice for fear of disturbing Liang Yang's sleep. Liang Yang's breath was everywhere around, even in his hands. Her face kept appearing in his mind, and her faint voice seemed to ring in his ears until that muffled groan. Shen Shichen leaned against the wall to find his breath, then dried his body and walked out of the bathroom. Liang Yang closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Her side collapsed again, and Shen Shichen leaned over and lay down gently. A dragonfly-like kiss fell on her neck, and a soft voice whispered behind her ear, "Good night." Liang Yang tried her best to keep her breathing steady and waited for Shen Shichen to fall asleep before slowly opening her eyes. Looking at the moonlight outside the window that was not completely blocked, it sprinkled on the white floor through the gaps in the curtains. Before the operation, she had been entangled and in pain, but she could do nothing about it. Her own growth process was difficult enough. No matter how calm she seemed on the surface, the pointing and pointing behind her back and the low sobs that Liang Fumin thought were unheard in the middle of the night when she was a child have become indelible marks in Liang Yang's heart. Even if she has enough material conditions now, she must never let her children experience loss again. Sometimes she wonders if she is too cruel. But the words of Shen Shichen's grandfather are still ringing in her ears. The family background of the Shen family is there, so she can only choose to retreat. Liang Yang slowly fell asleep with the fading moonlight. The next day, she got up as usual. Shen Shichen was sitting at the dining table, processing documents with a tablet, waiting for her. He pushed all the work to the afternoon and solved it through video conference if it was really urgent, just to accompany Liang Yang and spend the last morning before joining the group. The two were still busy with their own things. Liang Yang sat slowly on the bedroom floor, counting the luggage to be taken over, and occasionally said a few words to Shen Shichen. After lunch at noon, Zhou appeared outside the gate of the villa on time, waiting for Liang Yang to appear. Shen Shichen sent her out, nodded to Zhou, and kissed Liang Yang on the forehead without avoiding suspicion. If you miss me, just say it, I'll pick you up. Zhou stood aside and watched the two of them being intimate, with mixed feelings in his heart. There was a feeling in his heart that Liang Yang was destined to meet Shen Shichen, and she couldn't avoid it. I don't know what the ending will be. In the car that took Liang Yang to the crew, Zhou held the steering wheel and looked forward. He did not mention the three words Shen Shichen and talked about the dynamics of the new company. I have submitted the procedures for business registration. I can pick it up tomorrow. He turned his head to look at Liang Yang. Yin, as you said, we will do a good job in the future. Now we are discussing many job invitations. I guess we will be too busy when you are better. Liang Yang hummed lightly and continued to look at the road outside the window. Her expression was calm and there was an unconcealable sadness in her eyes. The film that was about to be filmed was set in the 1980s. Her role was a young mother who lost her child. On the way to find her child, she encountered all kinds of life. The director was named Tang Zhongtian, a native of Hong Kong. He became famous 3 years ago with an art film. After that, every movie received extremely high attention and discussion, and was often the box office champion. The crew set up the scene a month in advance, at a location on the edge of the North City. The train was not too remote and it was less than 4 hours drive away. That's why Joe said he would send her off in person, fearing that Liang Yang had not recovered yet and would not let them rest assured. In order to fit the character's image, she dieted on purpose and went through that operation, losing 4 or 5 pounds compared to before. Then looking even thinner. Adding makeup, her skin turned yellow, adding a lot of haggardness. The opening ceremony was lively that day, with speeches, worship, group photos, and interviews. Shu Le was called back by Joe again and signed a labor contract with the new company to serve as Liang Yang's life assistant. 就是 even if there was no arrangement, the salary would still be received. After the ceremony, Liang Yang sat back in the nanny car with a large thermos on the table. Shu Le opened the lid attentively. Brother Yi asked me to come here in advance to check out the scene. I found a nearby restaurant and will deliver soup to you every day in the future. He placed the soup in front of Liang Yang. Sister Liang Yang, drink some first. Joe was busy entertaining the crew and handed out business cards before returning to the nanny car. He has recently become famous in the circle and has brought in 2 newcomers, both of whom have made a big splash. In addition, he has the reputation of bringing Liang Yang to fame, so the people who receive the business cards dare not neglect him. Shu Le got off the car tactfully, leaving Liang Yang and Joe to talk. Liang Yang drank the soup slowly, 1 mouthful at a time. Joe stared at her and said, logically, you should lie down at home and have a good rest now. But fortunately, I looked at your shooting schedule, it's not too much. Remember to drink soup every day and don't think too much. Liang Yan knew that he was worried about her and stuck out her tongue at him easily. Brother Yi, you are so long-winded, I'm fine. Joe was busy with various matters of the new company and didn't come again after the start of filming. Before the filming, Liang Yang was well prepared. She spoke fluent local dialect and remembered the lines by heart. Basically, she paused the film in 1 take. When she had nothing to do, she would sit in the car to rest and send WeChat to Shen Shichen, which were all some daily life records, plain and happy. Sometimes, Liang Yang couldn't help feeling lonely when she saw Shen Shichen talking to her about the arrangements for the wedding and the progress of the wedding dress customization. Fortunately, Shen Shichen was not around, so he naturally didn't notice it. Time is a good medicine. With regular work and the soup delivered every day, Liang Yang's body finally recovered. The actors in the crew all lived in a nearby hotel an hour's drive away. Every day after work, Liang Yang would stop and walk around when she saw rare natural scenery on the way, whether it was a mountain or a field. Shu Le took a lot of live photos for her and sent them to Joe after selecting them, which were used as Liang Yan's Weibo business photos. When she was a little transparent, she rarely updated. Now that she is popular, her Weibo is more about publicity and the advertisements she has taken. Posting more live photos is also to get closer to fans. Shan Shichen would also read her Weibo. Flipping through the photos, his longing for Liang Yang, which was already overflowing, inevitably increased a few points. He deliberately pushed forward his work, freed up a day, and drove to the set by himself. 然后, it happened to be the director's birthday that night, and the important members of the crew were eating at a nearby Sichuan restaurant. Liang Yang was the leading actress, so naturally she couldn't be absent. She was a person who lived in harmony with the world, and her status was there. No one urged her to drink, so she drank orange juice and planned to go back to the hotel after the end. Liang Yang was very satisfied staying in this crew, which was exactly the same as her ideal state of filming. Filming is filming without having to face complicated interpersonal relationships. The crew members were calm. Although the director's requirements were high, they were professional and she could learn a lot. She finally put herself in another world and stopped thinking about those disturbances for the time being. People came and went in the box. Liang Yan ate silently. After the meal, she followed the director and his group out. Liang Yan lowered her head and did not notice a familiar figure not far outside the restaurant. Wearing a black shirt and black trousers, he was calm and noble, leaning against the car, waiting for her to appear. Tan Zhongtian was also from a high family. When he was studying drama and film directing in New York, he was preparing to shoot his first art film. But his family did not approve of his dream of making a movie. He was helpless and could not solve the problem of funds by himself. 3 years ago, at a dinner party in the Chinese community in New York, he mustered up the courage to find Shen Shichen. Without saying a word, he solved all the investment in the movie. After that, Shen Shichen never took the initiative to find him, and he had no chance to repay him. When they met by chance, he hurried forward and greeted Shen Shichen. Liang Yan followed the movement and looked over and was stunned for a moment. Shen Shichen had been brought over by Tang Zhongtian and introduced to everyone present. This Mr. Shen is my benefactor. Without him, I couldn't shoot that movie at all. Shen Shichen just smiled slightly, his eyes swept over and finally stopped at Liang Yan. Tang Zhongtian observed Liang Yan's expression and took the initiative to pull Liang Yan forward. This is the heroine of my movie, Liang Yan. Shen Shichen smiled, waiting for Liang Yan to recognize his identity. Before coming, he had never thought of this. Now it just so happens that they are going to get married anyway. It is Liang Yan's choice whether to make it public or not. Those present are all people with some status in the circle, and they will not spread rumors. Liang Yan was silent for a moment, stretched out her hand, as if they were meeting for the first time. Hello, Mr. Shen, Chapter 77. The way Liang Yan looked at Shen Shichen, her eyes were calm, as if the two really didn't know each other. Shen Shichen's heart sank, although he was prepared in his heart that Liang Yan would not admit their relationship outside. But when it really came to this moment, it was inevitable to feel disappointed. Lowering his eyes and thinking deeply, Shen Shichen also stretched out his hand and shook her lightly. Miss Liang, I have heard of your name for a long time. Liang Yan is indeed quite famous recently. She can be seen in various news, and there are many advertisements and programs. 然后, it is not surprising that Shen Shichen said such a thing. Tan Zhongtian didn't want to waste Shen Shichen's time, so he led the group to the place where they were singing. Liang Yan took a leave and went back to the hotel to rest. She stood by the roadside waiting for the car alone, watching the figures of the crew disappear one after another, and then returned to Shen Shichen's car. Shen Shichen put his hand on the half-fallen window on the left side, watching Liang Yan's slender figure approaching him step by step. The person who pulled his heartstrings, the look of great longing, became clearer and clearer. He knew that Liang Yan was serious when filming and didn't want to be disturbed. Especially this movie, it was her dream for a long time, and now it finally came true. So he restrained himself again and again, but still couldn't help driving to find her and appear in front of her. When Liang Yan sat in the co-pilot, Shen Shichen took the initiative to lean over and fasten her seat belt for her. The unique, familiar and irresistible faint fragrance of Liang Yan was blown by the summer night wind and slowly penetrated into Shen Shichen's nose. He leaned over and was very close to Liang Yan, so close that he could feel Liang Yan's heartbeat and her breath. It's been too long since we last met. Thinking of the scene when the two of them greeted each other just now, Shen Shichen deliberately joked with her. I wonder if Miss Liang, is it convenient for you to accompany me to dinner? Liang Yan blinked her big round eyes and looked at him, explaining, just now. I'm not ready yet. Shen Shichen took her hand and kissed it on his lips. I didn't think it through. I did meet Tang Zhongtian once. When his movie was short of money, I invested in it. His bony fingers stroked Liang Yang's cheek, and his tone was gentle and calm, whether to make it public or not, when to make it public. I respect your decision. As soon as the words fell, Shen Shichen kissed Liang Yang's lips, reluctant to part. She had been thirsty for too long and subconsciously put her arms around Shen Shichen's neck to get closer. After a long while, Liang Yang, who was released, was panting and her face was flushed unnaturally. Shen Shichen said to her in a hoarse voice, I rushed all the way here and really didn't it. Stay with me for one night. Liang Yang didn't have a scene until the afternoon of the next day and she really missed him, so she nodded and agreed. The car drove to the hotel that Shen Shichen asked his assistant to book, and there was silence all round. This place is not as prosperous as the North City. It is an ordinary small city with a strong atmosphere of fireworks. Passing by a dessert shop, Shen Shichen pulled over and stopped the car, touched Liang Yang's head. Wait for me for a while. Liang Yang hummed and took out her phone to reply to Zhou's WeChat. He sent several scripts, preparing to introduce the endorsement products and invite variety shows on TV. Liang Yang swiped from top to bottom, took a quick look, and roughly screened them. She planned to find time to take a closer look tomorrow. Just as Zhou said, her work was scheduled in full swing. In a few minutes, Shen Shichen walked back to the car with a small cake. He handed a bunny-shaped cake to Liang Yang. Try it later. I think you seem to have lost weight again. Liang Yang took it and smiled sweetly at him. As time passed, the gap between them had been completely hidden by Liang Yang. As the car drove along, a wedding dress shop beside the road caught Liang Yang's attention. Shen Shichen concentrated on driving, looking at Liang Yang from time to time, and then looked over. The wedding dress will be ready in half a month. When you finish shooting, come back and try it on. The car window was stained with white frost. Liang Yang was blurred by the pure white dress in front of her, and answered with her face sideways, okay. She didn't know if the day when she would wear a wedding dress for him would come. Liang Yang was taken back to the hotel by Shen Shichen, not too far from the cruise set. As soon as she walked in, she was rubbed into Shen Shichen's arms, and Liang Yang was completely wrapped in his fresh smell. A tingling sensation came from her delicate neck. Liang Yang was carried to the bed by him. She regained a trace of rationality in the chaos and suddenly remembered, you haven't eaten yet. Shen Shichen rubbed her water-stained lips with his fingertips and smiled seductively, eat you first. Liang Yang calculated the time and found that there were still a few days left before a month. She was a little hesitant. Shen Shichen saw it and his Adam's apple rolled up and down, inconvenient. Even if he thought about it again in order to take care of Liang Yang's feelings, he could only calm down slowly and prepare to solve it alone again. Liang Yang was reluctant in her heart, thinking that her body had recovered as usual, and she hugged Shen Shichen's waist with both hands to stop him from retreating. She whispered softly in his ear, I miss you too. When she felt his hot presence, Liang Yang closed her eyes tightly and a trace of unbearableness appeared on her face. Shen Shichen quickly retreated, lying on his side and sticking to her, only rubbing on the outside to relieve his accumulated thoughts. With his right hand, he turned Liang Yang's face and kissed her non-stop, bringing her into his own world. He could restrain himself for Liang Yang, and all he wanted was to make her happy. Fearing that Liang Yang's rest would be affected, Shen Shichen did not dare to pester her for too long. After just satisfying her, he held her to the bathroom to wash, and then returned to bed to rest. Just after lying down, Shen Shichen remembered something and discussed with her, wait until you finish filming the movie, pick a time, and let's go get the certificate. Liang Yang pressed one hand under her face and was silent. The work schedule is quite full later, let's see when the time comes. Shen Shichen smiled, okay, Miss Sass. Shen can't run away anyway. Liang Yang's life was well organized during this period, with a fixed bedtime and with Shen Shichen's warm embrace, she felt drowsy in a short while. The person in his arms gradually breathed steadily. Shen Shichen kissed the corner of her mouth and fell asleep holding her. 然后 the next morning, Liang Yang woke up, accompanied him for breakfast, and asked Shen Shichen to take her back to the hotel of the crew. The crew saw that Liang Yang didn't know Shen Shichen last night, so they didn't mention it again. The filming of the movie is progressing smoothly and the expected completion date has been moved forward a few days. As the filming came to an end, Liang Yang suddenly felt reluctant. 那个 Every time she joins the crew, it is a rare experience for her. When she played in a small-scale ancient puppet drama before, she didn't feel too deeply. Now that she is famous, she can shoot her favorite scripts, completely devote herself to the role, feel the character's joys and sorrows, and gradually immerse herself in it. At the end of the filming, she pulled out again and prepared for the next journey. Before the completion of the filming, Liang Yang had 2 days of free time and went back to Suzhou. After Liang Fumin's operation, her leg has been cured, and Liang Yang has also been concerned about her in the usual videos. In the end, you still have to see it with your own eyes to be completely relieved. As soon as she got home, Liang Fumin said when she saw Liang Yang, "Why are you thinner again? I didn't feel it in the video. Are you busy recently?" Liang Yang touched her face and comforted, "I lost weight for the role. I will try to gain weight after the filming." Walking in the alleys of Suzhou City, it was still her favorite wonton shop. Liang Yang ate one bite at a time. Liang Fumin asked her, "How is your love life now?" She didn't pay attention, choked, and coughed while covering her chest. Liang Fumin handed her a tissue. "Eat slowly, you are still the same as a child at this age." The last time Liang Fumin was in the hospital, she took the initiative to introduce Shen Shichen. Now thinking about it, it was still a bit impulsive. Liang Yang wiped her mouth, lowered her head and continued to eat. "It's okay, just like that." It was too difficult for her to say the two words separately. All her emotional experiences were her first time. She really couldn't imagine whether she would have the ability to love others again after experiencing the love given to her by Shen Shichen. Seeing that she had no interest in this topic, Liang Fumin did not continue to ask, although she felt strange in her heart. It was the end of summer in a blink of an eye. The studio was empty, the air was colder, and there was a hint of coolness. On the day of the final shooting, Liang Yang was holding a bouquet of flowers with a huge cake in front of her. She and the male lad stood on the left and right next to Tang Zhongtian, and the photo was frozen. Another journey ended. Zhou's new company is developing well. In just over a month, it has become famous in the industry. Liang Yang is naturally his most important artist. Zhou personally took Liang Yang from the studio to the company, took her to familiarize herself with the environment, and visited his office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, there is a bustling street scene in the North City. Liang Yang retracted her gaze and an agreement was placed in front of her. "Yin, I told you that we each own half of the company. This is a share transfer agreement. Just sign it," 然后, along the way, they have supported each other. They have experienced lows and survived, and now they are both heading to the top. Zhou was firm in his attitude and Liang Yang did not refuse and signed her name on the agreement. "You will be the boss and the employee in the future. You will be the first to shoot any kind of drama. If you want to rest, it's up to you." Zhou has a thorough understanding of Liang Yang. He has filled her work schedule during this period just to prevent her from having wild thoughts. Thinking of the day when the agency was listed, she received a flower basket from the Joyoung Group, which made many people envious. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that a busy man like Mr. Shan would care about this matter. Only by not deliberately avoiding her in front of her can we know that Liang Yang has figured it out." After chatting with Liang Yang for a while, Zhou personally sent her back to the villa. 然后 it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and Shen Shichen had not come back from work. Liang Yang stayed in the bedroom alone, packed her luggage, and sent him photos of going home. After a while, the doorbell rang. Liang Yang put on her shoes and went to open the door. She saw the housekeeper bowing his head and standing respectfully at the door, followed by 2 uniformed staff members. Miss Liang, this is the wedding dress that Mr. Shen asked the brand to send over. It has arrived. It was custom-made for you from abroad. After that meeting, Liang Yang always avoided the housekeeper deliberately. Later, she figured it out. He was a member of the Shen family, so he naturally had to listen to Grandpa Shen Shichen's words. It was his duty. 那个 Liang Yang was still polite when she spoke. She took the wedding dress and thanked him. Spreading it flat on the bed, Liang Yang couldn't help but uncover the outer packaging, and the exact same wedding dress in her dream appeared in front of her. Large petal shapes were stacked, and there were feathers as embellishments. The skirt dragged on the ground and swayed gracefully. Every part revealed the care and exquisite craftsmanship. After Shen Shichen came back, he saw Liang Yang standing by the bed, staring at the pure white wedding dress in a daze. With a happy smile on his lips, he put his arms round her waist from behind, his chin against Liang Yang's neck, and said intimately, "Go try it on and see if it fits." Liang Yang came back to her senses and shook her head. "I've been eating a lot recently, let's try it again in 2 days. Shen Shichen put his hands round her waist, compared them, and snorted, "Why do I feel like I've lost weight? Where did all this fat go?" He squatted down, carefully took off Liang Yang's coat, picked up the wedding dress and put it on her. His knuckles brushed against every inch of her skin, a feeling Liang Yang was extremely familiar with and missed. The size was just right. Superior shoulder and neck lines, delicate collarbones, and a slim waist under the tube top. 那个 under the faint sunlight, the pure white that symbolizes holiness made her look even more extraordinary. In front of the mirror, Shen Shichen stood behind her and stared at her. He was fascinated and kissed the back of Liang Yang's neck. "Mistress Shen, you are so beautiful." After looking at her for a while, he felt that something was missing. "I remembered that there was a pearl necklace in the gift I gave you last time. It should be able to match it." As he spoke, Shen Shichen had already walked to the cloakroom. Liang Yang was also attracted by the way she looked in the wedding dress. She noticed that the movement of looking for something inside was gradually weakening. Shen Shichen did not come out for a while, and suddenly his mind was shocked. She deliberately kept the part of the informed consent form for the last operation and always carried it with her. Just now when she was packing her luggage, she casually put it in the drawer of the cloakroom and had not had time to hide it. Chapter 78. The thought of being discovered flashed through Liang Yang's mind. Her breathing stopped for a moment, and her hands began to tremble involuntarily. If the informed consent form was seen by Shen Shichen, Liang Yang did not dare to think about it anymore. She picked up the hem of the wedding dress that was mopping the ground and ran to the cloakroom in a panic. "It's too late." Shen Shichen's body was stiff, his eyes were downcast, and his sight was locked on the piece of paper in his hand. He had no intention of exploring the personal space reserved by Liang Yang. He tried his best to respect her and let her develop according to her own ideas. He just came here with great expectations, wanting to find the pearl necklace that matched the wedding dress among the previous gifts. 25 gifts, fully packaged, Liang Yang had not even opened them. Shen Shichen didn't care. In terms of material things, she was always like this, not deliberately pursuing as long as she felt comfortable. He opened the drawer and caught a glimpse of a piece of paper stacked next to it. On the folded edge, 3 words jumped out in front of him. Consent form. He thought that Liang Yang had been filming during this period and had a simple life. And this consent form was obviously something that would only appear when going to the hospital. Shan Shichen put down the necklace box and raised his hand to pick up the piece of paper. The piece of paper was neatly folded, and it seemed that Liang Yang's breath was still lingering on it. He held it with his left hand and twisted the corner with the fingertips of his right hand. The identity information on the top made his pupils shrink suddenly. Liang Yang. He flipped down with trembling hands. This was a preoperative consent form for an operation. Painless abortion. The date in the lower right corner was 3 days before Liang Yang joined the crew. She told herself that it was the day she went out of town to shoot a commercial. The last glance that pierced his heart was the signature of the self-proclaimed family member. 那个朴义. Shan Shichen closed his eyes and all the oxygen in his chest was immediately sucked out. His heart ached and the pain spread throughout his body. Liang Yang was pregnant. But she didn't keep the child. She didn't even tell herself that the life they had nurtured together had ever existed. She lied to herself and secretly aborted the child. The one who accompanied her was another person. So many times of intimacy and heart-to-heart talks, so many nights of hugging each other without distance, but in return, this was the result. Shan Shichen looked at Liang Yang with eyes full of loss and sadness, deliberately shaking the paper in front of her, pretending not to understand. What is this? But his choked tone exposed his fragility at the moment. When Liang Yang rushed over, she was panting, her hands holding the hem of her skirt froze, and her big round eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Shan Shichen's heart, which was pierced, kept sinking, and his mind kept recalling the fragments of the two people's getting along in the past few days. After living proudly for more than 20 years, for the first time, he felt a sense of despair. Liang Yang's concealment of him and her silent acquiescence at this moment completely shattered Shan Shichen's dignity. He stared at Liang Yang's face without blinking, watching her expression gradually cool down, lowering her head and clenching her hands, holding the hem of her skirt into fists. Her whole body was shaking and shaky. At this point, she was not even willing to explain. Even if she lied to him and said it was not true, even if Shan Shichen's face was calm, his expression was extremely tense. He gritted his teeth and walked in front of Liang Yang. He tried to restrain the rising anger and tried to talk to Liang Yang calmly. Liang Yang, look at me. She looked really beautiful in her white wedding dress. In countless fantasies, Liang Yang walked towards him with a smile in her eyes, with the blessings of everyone. Obviously, they will officially become husband and wife soon, regardless of life, death, sickness and death, and support each other. But Liang Yan directly wiped out his thoughts and cruelly threw away his heart that he thought was true enough. The consent form in his hand fell to the ground, and Shan Shichen was completely excited by Liang Yan's attitude, and the veins on his face were prominent. He pulled Liang Yang's shoulders with both hands, increased his strength and tone. I asked you to look at me. The unprecedented loss of composure not only scared Liang Yang but also scared himself. But the pain was real. His sincerity was trampled on the ground. 然后 He thought that Liang Yang's love for him was a complete joke. Everything was just self-conceit. Liang Yang raised her eyes, met his gaze, and said with difficulty, I'm sorry. The way she cried always made Shan Shichen feel distressed. But now, his reason was overwhelmed by disappointment. He only knew that Liang Yang had lied to him. Liang Yang didn't love him. If she loved him, how could she do such a thing? Shan Shichen sighed. He knew that it was a foregone conclusion, but he didn't give up. Why didn't you tell me? Liang Yang slowly loosened her hand holding the hem of her skirt, full of cold sweat. 那个 perhaps, the separation that he had been waiting for so long has finally arrived. 就是 instead of living in greed every day and being reluctant to give up the love he gave, it is better to wake up from now on. Mustering up the courage, he said something insincere and heartless. Our beginning was originally just a deal. Liang Yang. Shen Shichen interrupted with an angry roar. Do you still think so now? The proposal on one knee, the sincere confession in her eyes, was just like this. Liang Yang scratched her palm with her nails and asked him in a trembling voice, Isn't it? Shen Shichen's eyes were scarlet, and the veins in his arms were bulging, but he didn't say a word. His shoulders were painfully pressed by his uncontrolled force. Liang Yang tried hard to break free, but in vain. He didn't want to let go. But it seemed that Liang Yang had wanted to escape a long time ago. There were countless emotions surging in his heart: sadness, loss, heartache, and even despair. The excitement and yearning accumulated during this period of time were gone. Loosening the shackles on Liang Yang, the red marks on both sides of her shoulders were even more shocking against her fair skin. Shen Shichen lifted Liang Yang's chin with his right hand and looked closely at this heartless face. In front of him, Liang Yang was gentle and obedient at first, trying to play the role of the girlfriend he wanted. Slowly, Shen Shichen fell in love with Liang Yang's natural appearance. The same gentleness, mixed with her little temper, made him fall deeper and deeper. But behind such obedience, there was unhesitating deception and betrayal. Perhaps people are always like this. When they are extremely disappointed, they don't realize how hurtful the words they say are. Liang Yang, why are you still so stupid? Looking at the tears in her eyes, Shen Shichen was unmoved and said fiercely, If you keep this child, let alone 100 million, I can give you 1 billion. Didn't she say that the beginning of the two was originally a deal? Seeing Liang Yang cry successfully, Shen Shichen's numb heart felt better. But apart from saying these cruel words, what else can he do to her? The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the remaining sunlight reluctantly retreated from the room, and the atmosphere was dead silent. Shen Shichen watched Liang Yang crying silently without any pity in his heart. He needed time to calm down, so he could only choose to leave temporarily, leaving Liang Yang alone, crying silently. Shen Shichen took a last look at Liang Yang, expressionless, and turned away. Until the violent sound of the door closing, Liang Yang finally lost her strength and fell straight to the ground. Her throat was dry and her voice was hoarse, and she said to herself, I just don't want him to grow up like me. Crystal tears rolled out of her eyes, soaking the hem of her skirt, and slowly disappeared. Liang Yang smiled bitterly in her heart, as if her story with him had finally come to an unbearable end. She would remember those beautiful processes for the rest of her life. It was time to say goodbye. Shen Shichen was so angry that there was no room for redemption. She even felt a little fortunate that there was no room for redemption. At least in this way, I can break that unrealistic fantasy and walk out of here completely. But why does my heart still hurt? I don't know how long it took before Liang Yang stood up from the darkness, barely supporting herself with her hands. She fumbled to turn on the light, walked to the mirror, and took off the wedding dress that she didn't deserve at all. Her face was now covered with tears, which made the white wedding dress look lifeless. A few hours ago, Shen Shichen squatted on the ground and carefully put on the wedding dress for himself. The tears had dried up. Liang Yang endured the pain and packed up everything she had. After leaving the villa, Shen Shichen didn't know where to go and drove around the North City alone, aimlessly. The neon lights gradually dimmed, and the city returned to peace late at night. Liang Yang's tearful face always lingered in his mind, lingering. He really couldn't figure out why everything happened tonight. Even more, if he suppressed his curiosity and didn't pick up the paper, would it be okay? It is always better to deceive oneself than to face the truth that is concealed. Circle after circle, in the end he had no destination. He could only park in the garage of the Zhuoyue building, stay in the office, and numb himself with work. He didn't want to stop. As long as he was a little quiet, he would keep thinking of Liang Yang. He hated himself for having no self-esteem in front of her. Until now, he was still thinking about making excuses for Liang Yang. Maybe she just didn't want to delay her career, so she didn't keep the child. 然后 or maybe she wanted to tell herself, but she just didn't know how to start. Thinking of this, 山世成 shook his head and cursed himself. If this wasn't being a slut, then what was it? Really spineless. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window dome broke, the sun gradually rose, people came and went, and the whole city began to bustle again. 山世成 comforted himself all night, constantly building up his mentality and finally found a far-fetched reason. 然后 As long as Lian Yang is willing to say a soft word to him, he will forgive her. When he put down the documents he had processed and walked out of the office, the assistant outside the door was obviously stunned. He lowered his head and watched Shen Shichen's back, and he complained in his heart that this Mr. Shen was too much of a workaholic. He drove alone on the way back, and Shen Shichen's mood gradually calmed down. Yesterday, he did lose control of his emotions and hurt Lian Yang without considering her feelings. When this storm is over, he will find a chance to make amends to her. Anyway, the wedding is going to take place. As long as Lian Yang is willing to bow her head once, he will forgive her. As for children, there will always be children in the future. It's okay for her to be by his side. Unconsciously, with a barely detectable smile on his lips, Shan Shichen parked the car at the door of the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he still felt familiar and at ease. The house was very quiet. 然后 It was still early and Lian Yang should still be sleeping. Shan Shichen moved lightly, fearing that he would disturb her rest, and slowly walked to the door of the bedroom on the first floor. The door was ajar, leaving a gap, and he pushed it open, wanting to take a look at Lian Yan. The moment he opened the door, Shan Shichen's face suddenly changed, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. The bedroom was empty. Neatly placed on the bed was the wedding dress she wore yesterday. Shan Shichen suddenly became scared and rushed to the cloakroom and bathroom to check one by one. All the things he gave to Lian Yang, clothes, jewelry, were all there. All the things Lian Yang brought with herself, and her silver suitcase, were gone. Shan Shichen sneered at himself. It turned out that she had been waiting for this moment. The piercing pain continued to spread to his limbs, and he closed his eyes to restrain the urge to call Lian Yan. Since she had left so casually, why should she stay? Facing the discarded wedding dress, just like his own heart, Shan Shichen pulled a bitter smile and said, "Congratulations, you got what you wanted." Chapter 79. Without Lian Yang's figure, the whole house was empty and returned to the initial silence. Shan Shichen closed his eyes and held his breath, trying to drive away the last remaining breath of her. The scenes that happened last night kept appearing in front of his eyes. Her deception of him, her silent acquiescence to the cruel truth, and her ruthlessness of walking away. The most terrifying thing is that Lian Yang doesn't want him anymore. This thought clearly circled in his mind, and a white light suddenly appeared. His heart seemed to be suppressed by a rotten tree trunk from the inside out, sucking away all the oxygen. He turned around with a heartache and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. There should be his territory. But for some reason, Lian Yang's shadow seemed to be seen in every corner of the villa. Her gentle laughter in his ear, the warmth of her wrist when she sat beside him, the tacit understanding when they cooked and ate together. In the audiovisual room on the third floor, countless nights, he and she leaned against each other intimately. He watched her favorite love movies with her, watched her cute yawns when she was sleepy, and her sweet sleeping face nestled in his arms. Shan Shichen covered his face with his big hands and felt his chest stuffy and suffocate all over his body. The rising sun cast a bright light in front of his eyes, but his heart seemed to have been dug out, and the hollow wound was so deep that it could not be seen. He really couldn't bear it. Shan Shichen opened his eyes, walked downstairs slowly, and prepared to say goodbye to this house. It was filled with his nostalgia for Lian Yang, and he didn't dare to stay even for a second. But he still couldn't bear it. Liang Yang gave him the warmth he had never felt before, the warm light in his many years of dark life. And now, he can only be alone again. Well, anyway, I have been living like this for so many years, right? He has been used to it. It was just because of an accident that Liang Yang stumbled and fell on him, which made him gradually lose his original boundaries. The last glance, his eyes swept across the kitchen. Sometimes she was concentrating on cooking and he circled from behind with his chin on her shoulder, enjoying the rare smell of fireworks. The door was closed. Shan Shichen turned and left, completely blocking all the memories. After leaving Shan Shichen, Liang Yang returned to her home and returned to the life she should have. Finally, the dust settled. 那个, there is no more unreality like a dream. I haven't been back for too long and the house is covered with a layer of fine dust and the air has a stale smell that has not been lived in for a long time. Putting down the suitcase, Liang Yang simply tidied the house, emptied her mind, and dared not think about anything. Staying alone at home, sleeping when tired, drinking water when awake, and then lying down again. Like a soulless walking corpse. When she left, she did struggle. But what else can she do except escape? Until the afternoon of the third day, Liang Yang was still lying in bed in a daze. She hadn't eaten for a few days and her consciousness was drowsy and she felt weak all over. Joe called and she reached out from under the quilt and fumbled to put it to her ear. The glaring light made her eyes hurt and she closed them tighter and her voice was weak. Hello. Joe knew nothing about what happened to her and thought that Liang Yang was taking advantage of the rare few days off after filming the movie and was in love with Shen Shichen. Remind you, there is an endorsement contract to be signed tomorrow. Remember to come to the company. Liang Yang bent her legs to resist the hunger from her stomach. Well, I know. Joe looked at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Did you stay up late yesterday? You are still sleeping now. She used to have a disordered schedule and didn't eat for 3 days and 2 days, and Joe knew it. But after being with Shen Shichen, he asked her to go for a checkup, found a nutritionist for her, and slowly took care of her body and her life became regular. Liang Yang didn't have much energy. She had thought about talking to Joe in person, but now that the call came, she just confessed, I broke up with him. Broken up? Joe frowned. Where are you now? You're home. Liang Yang hummed and wanted to hang up the phone. I'll sleep a little longer. Let's talk tomorrow. She was not sleeping, but just escaping in this quiet way. Joe knew that Liang Yang always did this when she encountered something, staying alone in silence until time passed and the things she couldn't figure out would be forgotten. But this time, it was different from all the previous times. He was still worried about Liang Yang being alone. Are you okay now? Without waiting for Liang Yang to answer, he immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Don't think too much. Wait for me at home. He stepped on the accelerator and hurried all the way and finally arrived at Liang Yang's door. Joe didn't knock on the door. He took out his cell phone and called Liang Yang. He unconsciously tightened his grip. Open the door for me. Liang Yang put down her cell phone, supported herself on the bed, sat up with difficulty, stood up and steadily walked to the door and opened it. Joe looked anxious, observing Liang Yang closely to see if there was anything unusual. Her face was pale and she looked sick and listless. Joe consciously put on his shoe covers and helped Liang Yang sit on the sofa. Don't move. I'll get you a glass of water. He went to the kitchen to wash his hands, handed the glass of water to Liang Yang and sat next to her. Her cheeks were sunken, obviously because she didn't eat well. I just happen to have nothing to do today. Let me go eat something with you. Liang Yang was silent, and her heart was moved. How could he be fine? The new company was developing rapidly and he went out early and came back late every day with all kinds of social activities. So I didn't find him right away. 这个, for fear of making him worry and causing trouble for him. But I have been alone for too long and I feel like I am going to mold. It is time to go out for a walk. I took a sip of water from the cup and swallowed it slowly down my throat to relieve the uncomfortable dryness. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. I casually put on a loose sweatshirt and jeans and went out with Joe. In the car, Lian Yang leaned her head against the back of the chair, staring at the road outside the window with dull eyes. People come and go in an endless stream. The tail of summer paused quietly, the weather gradually turned cooler, the leaves on the roadside swayed in the breeze, and the autumn came as expected. Joe didn't ask a single question about how she and Shen Shichen broke up. Driving the car to the mall garage, Joe unfastened his seatbelt and looked at Lian Yang's face. You must not have eaten well these days, drink some porridge first. By the way, Joe Ran's movie was scheduled to be shown in theaters some time ago. And it will be off the shelves in the next few days. I will go with you to watch it after dinner. He took out the prepared mask, handed it to Lian Yang, and joked with her. Although you are very haggard now, fans should not recognize you, just in case. It is better to wear a mask. As he expected, Lian Yang was amused and showed a rare smile and took the mask and put it on herself. Lian Yang drank the millet porridge Joe ordered for her slowly, and her complexion recovered a little. After entering the cinema, he bought another bucket of popcorn paired with the Coke that Lian Yang used to love to drink, and sat down. The light in the theater was dim. Lian Yang was wearing a mask and her hair was casually tied up, so it was naturally impossible to be recognized. Joe covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Lian Yang, "Is this your first time to watch your own movie in the cinema?" Lian Yang hummed, "It feels wonderful." Joe chuckled twice, grabbed a popcorn covered with caramel from the popcorn bucket in Lian Yang's arms and put it in his mouth. "It's so sweet. You should eat some later." The movie was playing, and memories flashed. On the big screen, Lian Yang's plain and fair face without any decoration jumped into the eyes. Someone behind her whispered and sighed, "Look, Lian Yang is pure without makeup, so beautiful." The people next to him praised and echoed, "Good acting, I want to cry when I see it." Joe turned his head to look at Lian Yang, his eyes filled with tears, about to fall. What she saw, in addition to herself on the screen, was Shen Shichen's appearance during the filming, which surprised her again and again. It was also during that time that Shen Shichen confessed to her for the first time, saying that he liked her and that she was his girlfriend. Lian Yang blinked, and crystal-clear tears rolled down. Joe saw through everything, reached out and held Lian Yang's hand, giving her silent comfort. When Lian Yang recovered, she smiled at him with a relaxed look. "It's okay, this is my last time, I won't do it again." She wanted to treasure this unforgettable memory, hide the unbearable ending, and keep all the beautiful dreams he gave her. Time flies, and memories are slowly diluted. Shan Shichen constantly fills all his time with work, frequently traveling between Gangcheng and Beicheng, becoming a veritable frequent flyer. Apart from this, he doesn't know what other methods he can use to completely forget Lian Yan. Countless times in the middle of the night, he woke up, only in front of him was the face that made him emotional, and then he couldn't fall asleep. There was really no way, he could only use alcohol to relieve his longing. A month later, the private plane landed in Beicheng. Shan Shichen walked out in a dusty state and got on the black Bentley that came to pick him up and take him back to the company. Assistant Yi Fan sat in the co-pilot, reported on the work situation, and looked forward. Mr. Shan was obsessed with work recently and he always lived in hotels, which made him feel strange. The man in the back row was wearing a high-end custom suit with a tablet in front of him. He had just finished a video conference with someone abroad in fluent English. Shan Shichen rubbed his temples and closed his eyes to take a nap. He returned to his life alone, deliberately ignoring any news related to Lian Yan, as if he had begun to get used to it. He opened his tired eyes and glanced out casually, and his body stiffened instantly. He was deceiving himself. How ridiculous. The shopping mall he passed by was hung with a large poster of Lian Yan. The face, he could not forget, with a calm smile, like a breeze, had long invaded every corner of his heart. More than a month of hard work turned into smoke in an instant. He needed to leave this place. Otherwise, he was really afraid that one day he would not be able to help himself and bow his head to beg her to look at him again. He couldn't do it after years of accumulated pride. After making a decision, he immediately asked the driver to turn around, boarded a private plane, and returned to Hong Kong City. Shan Shichen went directly to Shen Zongyuan's study in the old house in mid-levels. Old Master Shan was surprised that he came back. Before he could ask, he heard Shen Shichen bow his head and said respectfully, "Grandpa, I want to take a break for a while. I came to ask for leave from you." Shen Zongyuan knew that the woman gave up and left Shen Shichen. He thought Shen Shichen would come out immediately because he was always cold-hearted. Unexpectedly, he was still in deep trouble. Shen Zongyuan didn't show it on his face. How long will it take? He stroked his beard and said his plan: "I am going to give you all the shares of Zhuoyue, and the board of directors will announce it next week." Shen Shichen was unmoved. "I have made up my mind, please hold off." He didn't know how long it would take for him to completely forget. Or a year, or 3 to 5 years, or forever. Shan Zongyuan sighed. "Shichen, she is just a woman, why is it so? She is of too low a birth and is not worthy of you." Shen Shichen's heart sank. He raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his head and looked directly at Shen Zongyuan. I have never revealed anything about her. Why do you say that?" Chapter 80. Shan Shichen's face was calm. His eyes, which looked at Shen Zongyuan, were deep and calm with a subtle inquiry. Out of respect for Shen Zongyuan, Shan Shichen only mentioned to him that he had met a woman he loved very much and was going to marry her. It was shortly after he proposed to Lian Yan. He had never mentioned Lian Yan in front of Shen Zongyuan, not even her name. Surrounded by false warmth since childhood and living abroad for many years, he no longer considered himself a member of the Shan family. So there was no need to mention Lian Yan to anyone in the Shan family. They were not important. The surname could not be changed, but in his heart, he had denied it thousands of times. It was just that Shen Zongyuan was earnest and, despite his old body, flew to New York many times to persuade him. This made Shen Shichen change his mind and agree to return to China to take over the Zhuo group. When Shen Zongyuan was asked this question, his wrinkled face almost couldn't hold back. He was flustered for a moment, but he immediately hid it. After years of hard work, he finally managed to regain some affection from Shen Shichen. His grandson was very talented. He had already become famous in the Chinese community in New York before he graduated from college. His hedge fund was doing well. In terms of prospects, it was much better than the mess he had now. Shan Shichen was his only hope, and he must not let him leave. He couldn't let an insignificant woman ruin their seemingly peaceful relationship. Shan Zongyuan thought and explained, if his family background was qualified, how could Grandpa not know? He thought he had hidden it well enough and would not be discovered by Shen Shichen. But in less than a second, the subtle changes in his expression were clearly seen by Shen Shichen's sharp eyes. Shan Shichen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Origin. He never cared about the so-called origin, and only these feudal conventions that thought they were superior would be so rotten. Why Shen Zongyuan knew Lian Yan and what happened between the two that he had not noticed, Shan Shichen didn't know. It seems that he has to investigate it carefully. He also knows how to investigate. Regarding the importance of the board of directors, Shan Zongyuan reminded again, after next week, you will be the real boss of Zhuoyue. Grandpa is old, and I can only rest assured if I hand it over to you. Shen Shichen lowered his head again, put away his deep eyes, and maintained the respect he should give to Shen Zongyuan. Give me another day to consider it, and I will give you an answer. The Zhuoyue shares in Shen Zongyuan's hands are not worth mentioning to him. One day is enough for him to figure out what happened between Shen Zongyuan and Liang Yan. Flying back to North City without stopping, Shen Shichen rushed directly to the destination, deliberately avoiding the villa for more than a month. The place where he and Liang Yan lived. It was also filled with too many memories, a place that he dared not face directly. Pushing open the door, everything was as clean as new. The villa was taken care of by a special person, and it should be so. But Shen Shichen suddenly frowned. The air was no longer filled with the breath of Liang Yan, and he didn't like it. 然后 sitting upright on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, he called the housekeeper. In less than 5 minutes, the housekeeper walked behind him tremblingly with a respectful and fearful tone. Mr. Shen, are you looking for me? Shen Shichen pointed to the single sofa next to him, raised his hand and gestured, sit down. The housekeeper walked over and sat down, his hands on his knees, shaking involuntarily, and his expression was extremely unnatural. After Miss Liang left, Shen Shichen didn't come back for more than a month. When he received his call, although his tone was normal, the housekeeper had a bad premonition in his heart. Shen Shichen didn't even look at him, his thin lips slightly parted, his face without a smile. Uncle Li, you should have worked in the Shen family for 20 years. Right? The housekeeper's heart sank, and he whispered, yes. Shen Shichen crossed his legs, too lazy to spend another second to greet. I always thought that you knew very well who you were working for. Ling Lai finally glanced at the housekeeper. The person in front of him didn't dare to answer, his face couldn't hide the guilt. Shen Shichen clenched his fists, suppressed his anger, and asked, when I was away, did anyone else come to see Liang Yan? The housekeeper was completely panicked, rolling his eyes, still hesitating how to respond. The words were clear enough. The security here was tight, Shen Shichen's boundaries were heavy, and ordinary people couldn't get in at all. Only Shen Zongyuan. If he wanted to hide it again, he would really be ungrateful. He was really scared, and he stood up suddenly. The old man came here once. Although he had guessed that this would be the case, Shen Shichen couldn't help but get angry when he heard the housekeeper admit it himself. The man with his head bowed explained everything in detail. Before he returned to North City, Shen Zongyuan came to see Liang Yan. The housekeeper really didn't know what they said. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and Shen Shichen couldn't hear it anymore. What would Shen Zongyuan say to Liang Yan? He could already imagine it. Just based on his evaluation of Liang Yan's two low births, he expected that it would definitely not be a good thing. He raised his hand to dismiss the housekeeper, and finally said, don't let anyone know that I came to see you today. Shen Shichen put the tip of his tongue against his back teeth and thought carefully. Shen Zongyuan, the only person he respected, was no more than this. He took out his cell phone and gave his reply, Grandpa, I will attend the board meeting next week as scheduled. Mr. Shen over there smiled with relief, thinking that Shen Shichen finally figured it out. Sitting alone on the sofa, Shen Shichen closed his eyes and recalled Liang Yan's various performances during that time. No wonder he didn't notice it, because Liang Yan didn't show any abnormality at all. Shen Shichen really couldn't figure it out. Why didn't she tell him? Instead, she chose to bear it silently and finally left resolutely. Or did she not love him at all? Otherwise, how could she be so cruel? The child said no, and even his right to know was wiped out. Shen Shichen resisted the urge to find Liang Yan to explain. What he wanted to see most now was to make those who didn't know what was good for them pay the price. A week passed quickly, and every day was still filled with work, waiting numbly. On the day of the board meeting, Shen Shichen flew back to Hong Kong City early in the morning. The scene was grand, with major media waiting outside the headquarters building and all shareholders present in the conference room, which was exactly what he wanted. Shen Zongyuan sat in the main seat, his expression calm, and he looked determined to win. Shan Shichen and Shan Ke sat next to him, one on the left and one on the right, sitting upright. The secretary announced the agenda item by item in a steady tone, but he didn't want to listen at all. In front of him were neatly arranged materials, but Shan Shichen ignored them. Until the last agenda item, which was also the most important one, Shan Zongyuan announced that he would give him all his shares. As soon as the secretary finished reading, everyone present, as expected, cast their eyes on the calm and noble-only air of the Shan family. Shan Shichen understood in his heart, raised his hand to interrupt the ongoing meeting. Dear elders, before this agenda, I have an important proposal. I would like to ask everyone to take a look. As he spoke, Assistant Yi Fang pushed open the door and walked in, distributing the documents in his arms one by one. According to Shan Shichen's instructions, from the end to the front, Shan Zongyuan was the last to see. Those who had seen it first couldn't help but open their eyes wide and lower their heads to guess what kind of drama is this. Shan Ke at the other end just glanced at it, and his expression suddenly changed. The look in his eyes when he looked at Shan Shichen was fiercer than ever before, and there was no family affection at all. Shan Shichen caught a glimpse of it and just found it funny. A desperate person just bluffing. Until Shan Zongyuan turned his head with a shocked face, Shan Shichen was not afraid at all and met his gaze directly. Shan Shichen smiled. How is it? Is Grandpa satisfied with this proposal? Shan Zongyuan tried his best to maintain the last decency, interrupted the extremely embarrassing meeting, and called Shan Shichen to the office. With a bang, the document was thrown heavily to the ground and fell at Shan Shichen's feet. Those were forged project books, each with Shan Ke's signature, evidence of how the Xia family had profited from them and embezzled countless billions. Shan Shichen had already mastered them, but he had not shown them to save Shan Zongyuan's face. Shan Zongyuan was furious and asked coldly, Shichen, what are you going to do? Shan Shichen spoke calmly, looking behind him, and the bustling street scene outside the floor-to-ceiling glass stood in the middle. Nothing, just clearing out the company's termites before taking this position. It just so happens that there are media outside. If Grandpa doesn't think it's lively enough, I can always give them a copy. For the first time, Shan Zongyuan trembled all over, pointed at him and scolded, Are you crazy? No matter how big the scandal is, it's your family. Do you still remember your last name? Shan Shichen's mouth was full of mockery and smile. Family. Grandpa, don't you know? I don't have any. The bottom of his eyes was disappointed and contemptuous of Shan Zongyuan, and he asked back in a deep and angry tone, You also said it was a scandal. You can tolerate such a thing, why do you want to touch the people around me? Shan Zongyuan sat down staggeringly and suddenly realized. Shan Shichen went on such a rage, disregarding the family's dignity and the future of Zhuo Yue, just for a woman. Shan Zongyuan had calculated everything and thought he knew him well enough, but he didn't expect Shan Shichen to be so cruel. In the end, he could only sigh and bow his head. Shichen, Grandpa is just. Before he finished speaking, Shan Shichen turned and left, interrupting him suddenly, No need, whoever wants this mess can take it. After leaving, Shan Shichen went to Suzhou again. On the way up the mountain to Ciyun Temple, he climbed alone, and the memories of Lian Yang holding his arm as he walked forward came flooding back. He felt a pang of pain in his heart. At this point, he could only blame himself for making Lian Yang suffer so much grievance and losing her. Seeing the face that had also abandoned him early, Shan Shichen was speechless for a moment and couldn't speak. Master Huiyue was also a little surprised. The last time he came, he was accompanied by a girl who was gentle and kind. This time, he looked decadent, and he didn't look as reserved and self-restrained as before. Where is that girl? Shan Shichen didn't expect that his mother would ask such a question when she rarely took the initiative to talk to him. She could only force a bitter smile. She doesn't want me anymore. Although she had not been with him since she was a child, based on her own experiences back then and her understanding of the Shen family, she roughly understood the reason. Thinking of the girl's extraordinary appearance, she said bluntly, "Well, you don't deserve her." Shen Shichen was sad, and his voice choked unconsciously. "Yes, I don't deserve her." Chapter 81. Liang Yang is so beautiful, simple and kind. And what about him? From the beginning, he set a trap for her, forcing her to make a choice and stay with him. Or rather, it was not a choice at all. Shan Shichen lowered his eyes and sighed in his heart. He really didn't deserve her. His rare frustrated look was seen by his mother. After a while, Shan Shichen raised his head again, his face calmed down a little, and asked, "There is something I have always wanted an answer to." Looking at this face that was somewhat similar to his own, he finally asked, "Why did you leave me?" Huye seemed to have expected it, and just smiled at him indifferently. "You know, don't you?" He knew. Although Shen Ke's second room was allowed to enter the door 2 years after his mother left, Shen Zhirong was only less than half a year younger than him. What's more, Xie Songyi was once her so-called best friend. Such a betrayal, no one can bear it. Just like himself, he seemed to be held in the palm of everyone's hand since he was a child, but in fact, he was the only one who knew the endless loneliness. After growing up, Shan Shichen would always come here to visit his mother. The warmth that he had longed for many years, even just one glance, is enough. Now, the two of them can finally talk calmly, which is something he never expected. Huiyue looked up at the sky. "It's not the Shen family's fault. I was wrong first. There is no love in this marriage." He looked at Shen Shichen's handsome eyebrows and eyes again. "I hope you don't repeat the same mistakes. Find a woman you really love and live a good life." In the early autumn of Sucheng, the coolness was blown by the wind, carrying the leaves behind, dancing. Shan Shichen raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "Okay. He has found the woman he loves most in his life." However, just like the story in his childhood, he was abandoned again. Watching his mother turn around and leave, her back gradually disappeared in the sound of the bells and the smell of incense in Ciyu Temple. He still went down the mountain alone. When the driver saw him appear, he immediately waited respectfully in front of the car, ready to open the door for him. Shan Shichen stopped and stood under a big tree at the foot of the mountain. 然后 One day during the Spring Festival, it was also here that he called Liang Yang and waited for her to show up with expectation. The scene in front of him was no longer empty. Liang Yang was wearing a black down jacket, with a smile on her plain and fair face, trotting towards him. Two slender wrists wrapped around his waist, the soft touch was clear, and everything seemed to be right in front of him. Shan Shichen raised his hand unconsciously, trying to keep the softness and peace of mind at that moment. It was already empty. Coming back to his senses, he shook his head and smiled helplessly at his subconscious action. He sat in the back seat of the black Bentley and asked the driver to change the destination and take him to the alley he had been to before. Shan Shichen got out of the car by himself and walked into a small shop. The place Liang Yang had brought him to. He didn't look at the menu but followed his memory and ordered Liang Yang's favorite food: wontons, noodles with scallion oil, and pan-fried buns. When the dishes were served, Shan Shichen picked up his chopsticks and ate slowly. 这个 The person who was missed was sitting in the exclusive dressing room backstage at this moment. Her makeup was complete and the hairstylist had just done her hair and left. Tan Zhongtian's movie Lost and Found will be released in major cinemas soon and has started a roadshow, attracting much attention. From the director to the leading actors, no one was absent. The first stop was naturally in the most popular shopping mall cinema in North City. Zhou walked in with the prepared milk tea, closed the door, and sat next to Liang Yang. Looking at Liang Yang in the mirror, he smiled and praised, "Or I should say that I have good taste." Our yin I really look more and more beautiful the more I look at her. He handed her the milk tea with 3-point sugar. There are a lot of your fans outside, and there are light signs and posters. Don't be scared later. Liang Yang had long been accustomed to his rainbow farts. She smiled at the mirror, took the milk tea with a straw, and took a sip. Joe's career has been very successful recently. Although he doesn't have many artists under him, with Liang Yang and 2 newcomers who were recently signed, there are only 6 artists. But each of them has developed well and has been fully booked. This movie has attracted a lot of attention. Just the trailer released earlier has already been called for awards. Liang Yang has experienced such a grand scene as today's roadshow. In fact, after becoming famous, every time she attends an event, there are a large number of fans following her and the media spotlight flashes non-stop. She has been able to face it calmly. In the final analysis, she is still worried that Liang Yang will not be able to come out. That's why Joe has been accompanying her all the time, hanging around her whenever he is free. The two were busy with their own things. Liang Yang was reading the script carefully and Joe was checking the news on his mobile phone. The dressing room was quiet. Cough. With an unusually abrupt sound, Liang Yang turned her head and looked over. Joe covered his chest and coughed. After several shouts, he explained to Liang Yang with an embarrassed face, "I was choked by the pearls inside." He was not choked, but was obviously frightened by the news he saw. In the past, he couldn't wait to share any new gossip with Liang Yang, no matter whether it was in the circle or not. When she was not working, Liang Yang liked to stay away from this circle and keep her own space. So Joe was her only source of news. But this time, he didn't dare. 然后 The news was about the Shen family in Gangcheng. 就是 the man who had 1,000 connections with Liang Yang and was deliberately forgotten by her. Liang Yang and Joe had a tacit understanding, knowing that he must have seen something and had something to say but didn't dare to say it. She also knew who could make him react like this. Counting it up, it was less than 2 months. It was not long, but it was not short either. Liang Yang thought she had come out of it. After so many days of hard work, she finally got the effect she wanted. She raised her lips to Joe, "Just say what you want to say, I'm fine." Joe half believed and half doubted, staring into her eyes, "Are you really fine?" In her clear eyes, there was only a clear watery light, and no other emotions could be seen. Come to think of it, Liang Yang has been busy with work recently and she barely has time to rest. Her whole state seems to have returned to the time when they first met. He then told her the news he had just seen. Mr. Shen seems to have resigned from the Shen family's 卓越 group. I heard some time ago that there was a board meeting in Hongcheng 2 days ago and it was a big fuss. A document was passed out, which was about someone in the Shen family seeking personal gain, and the amount was tens of billions and it was said vividly. I didn't believe it at the time, but now the announcement has come out. Tut tut tut, big. Families are really complicated. Liang Yang lowered her head and looked at her hand holding the script, without shaking, very calm. But in her mind, the man's face suddenly appeared. When it was close at hand, she used her fingers to outline, little by little, her favorite look. Suddenly, her eyes were a little blurry and Liang Yang quickly closed her eyes. 然后 Joe said that he had resigned from the Joy-On group, and then what? Liang Yang still remembered that not only was it mentioned many times by the outside world, but even Shen Shichen's grandfather had told her in person. He was the only heir of the Shen family and he returned to China to take over the Shen family's huge family business, Joy-On group. But now, there is such news. So, where did he go? Could he have returned to New York? In the unforgettable memories, the few days she accompanied him in New York, she walked many roads he had stepped on. I heard him talk about studying in New York, starting a business, and meeting his best friend. And Memories surged like waves, drowning Lian Yan's remaining sobriety, leaving only shallow floating sand. She thought she was strong enough, but it still didn't work. 那个 maybe it's just that the time is not long enough. If you try harder and hold on, you will always forget it. Zhou saw it and regretted that he believed Lian Yan's words and mentioned Shen Shichen in front of her again. He gently patted Lian Yan's shoulder. Yin Yin. Lian Yan looked up at herself in the mirror. Her eyes had regained clarity and smiled at him. You can't always avoid it. That will never heal. Look, am I okay now? Yes, if you don't face it, how can you know how long it will take for the wound to heal? A roadshow was successfully completed. Lian Yan stood beside Tang Zhongtian, most of the time just listening to other people's speeches carefully, never stealing the spotlight. Only when she was asked about her part would she answer seriously. There was no scandal, no hype, only the understanding of the role and the expectation of the upcoming movie. Back in the dressing room, Zhou waited for her to remove her makeup. You must not have eaten today. How about we go to have a barbecue tonight? She was used to working like this, and when she was busy, she didn't care about eating. Only when things are done can you feel at ease and have a good meal. Occasionally, you can rest at home for a day or two, cook for yourself, and catch up on sleep, and you will feel a little better. The work is too full, and the few pounds of flesh that I have gained with great difficulty have immediately become thin again. Zhou looked at the time and thought about the arrangements for a while. After eating barbecue, accompany me to take a walk. Haven't I been looking at houses for some time? I have picked a few. Can you help me choose? Lian Yang hummed and then listened to him continue. Or, you can also buy one next to me, so that it will be more convenient in the future. When the two of them were unknown, they had imagined that if they got rich, they could buy a big house in the prosperous central area of North City. The decoration is completely in accordance with their preferences without considering the budget. Now, finally having the conditions, Zhou can't hide his excitement and began to fantasize again. Lian Yang suddenly remembered that she had another expensive house under her name. It was given to her by Shen Shichen at that time. It seems that it is more difficult to give up completely than she thought. While talking, a staff member knocked on the door. Zhou answered and opened it. The person who came was holding a huge bouquet of red roses and placed it next to Lian Yang's dressing table. Just now, a viewer sent it to me and said that he wrapped it himself. I hope you like it. Zhou stood up and looked at it for Lian Yang. It is indeed wrapped by hand. The edges are not very neat, but it is very thoughtful. He reached out and touched a small card next to it, took it out and handed it to Lian Yang. There is also a card. Open it and take a look. Lian Yang took it and opened the folded golden card without thinking about it. For my best actress. Chapter 82. The 8 words jumped out before his eyes, neat and unforgettable. The words were also handwritten, just like the bouquet of red roses. The edges were not neat, but they were full of heart. The clear and elegant handwriting and the vigorous and powerful strokes made Lian Yang's memory fall back again. The face she could not forget suddenly appeared. That night, the sea of flowers on the third floor was also a surprise for Shen Shichen. He stood in the center surrounded by roses, his charming eyes full of warm smiles. He walked slowly towards her, with a look of expectation. She was his best actress. Once. No matter how hard she tried to restrain herself, Lian Yang had to admit that at this moment, she thought her will was strong enough, but now she was swaying in the wind. Zhou next to her didn't notice anything strange, and stared at the bouquet of flowers with curious eyes, studying it carefully. Yin Yin, look at these flowers, they are quite fresh, and each one has dewdrops. It really looks like they were planted at home. Zhou's nose was filled with the fragrance of roses, and he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. This fan is really attentive. He nudged Lian Yang with his elbow and found that she was stunned and didn't move. Then, He turned around and looked at her profile, which was too quiet. The open golden card made Joe unable to ignore it. Such words are obviously not written by ordinary fans. She understood it in an instant, trotted out of the dressing room, and tried to stop the staff who had just come in with flowers. The person who received the flowers was a young girl with a round face and black framed glasses. She was frightened by the sudden appearance of the person in front of her. Joe didn't care about it at all and asked directly, "The person who asked you to help pass the bouquet just now, was it a man or a woman?" The girl blinked her eyes and tried to recall. It was a man. The person in front of her couldn't hide his excitement and spoke incoherently. "What does he look like?" "What kind of question is this?" The road show had just ended and there were too many audiences and it was noisy. She was busy looking at the flowers and didn't pay attention to the person who delivered it. She only knew that it was a tall man. The bouquet was too big, and her face was blocked tightly, so she really couldn't see it clearly. The girl adjusted her glasses and hesitated. "It should be." Okay. Joe's heart sank. If her evaluation was just okay, then she would not be Mr. Shen. After all, his looks and figure can easily kill people and make people unforgettable. It is not a problem at all. He frowned and realized that he was a little weird. He smiled and explained, "It's okay, you go and do your work. I'm just a little curious." He returned to Lian Yang's exclusive dressing room. She had changed into her own clothes. A loose light blue sweater, black white leg pants, and casual sneakers made her look relaxed and comfortable. She was holding a huge bouquet of red roses in her arms, but the golden card was nowhere to be seen. Joe was a little hesitant. He didn't expect Lian Yang to pick up the bouquet of flowers like nothing happened. Lian Yang smiled at him. "It's a gift from a fan. It's so thoughtful. I'll feel bad if I don't accept it." She walked to his side, pouted her lips, and said coquettishly, let's go eat barbecue, I'm so hungry now." Joe accompanied Lian Yang to the VIP channel. Others had already left and the surroundings were quiet. After thinking about it, he said, "I just asked, it shouldn't be." Before he finished speaking, Lian Yang interrupted him softly, "I'm fine." The two sat down at the barbecue restaurant that they were very familiar with. After Lian Yang and Joe met, she often came to take care of the boss' business. The ordered skewers were served, and Lian Yang took them and ate them bite by bite. Joe felt uneasy when he saw her acting as if nothing had happened. Lian Yang was a person who could talk to him about anything, but perhaps because of her childhood experience, she was too sensible and didn't like others to worry about her. 然后, so Joe assumed that there was something wrong with her behavior today. Anyway, the name that shouldn't be mentioned has been mentioned, so it's better to talk about it directly, which is worse than for her to suffer alone. Yin, if the person who sent the flowers is really Mr. Shen, what are you going to do? Lian Yang swallowed the roast beef in her mouth, took a sip of orange soda, and looked into Joe's eyes. "If you don't think about it, I won't feel pain." The hurtful words of Shen Shichen on the day of separation were still fresh in her ears. She admitted that she was not smart enough, as he said. It was as if she knew the rules of survival in the circle, but she was always stubborn, wanting to preserve her stubbornness and refusing to bow her head and compromise. Shan Shichen's kindness to her was real. But she couldn't ignore that sentence. Although she knew that it was a panic statement after being angry, Lian Yan just didn't want to forget it. Only in this way can she constantly remind herself not to look back and to walk out bravely. Joe couldn't empathize with Lian Yang's current state of mind, so he could only try to understand it. After all, everything that happened between her and Shen Shichen was too unusual and too dramatic. After eating barbecue, Joe drove Lian Yang home. Before getting off the car, he stopped her and asked, "What if? I say, Mr. Shen looks for you. What are you going to do?" Lian Yang was silent and didn't answer his question directly. She was very familiar with the road in front of her, but in an instant, she felt confused and couldn't see clearly. I may no longer have the ability to love others. For Liang Yan, Shan Shichen was her first time in various senses. It was also the last time. Zhou told Liang Yan to have a good rest and drove away in a red sports car. Under the dim street lights, the slender figure gradually disappeared. The black Bentley parked under the tree not far away dared to approach cautiously. With the car window half down, Shan Shichen's handsome eyebrows and eyes raised involuntarily and looked at the floor where Liang Yan was. While waiting for the lights in the room to light up, the moving face during the roadshow appeared unconsciously in front of him. This movie has a high level of attention and the theater is really crowded. He can only stand in the corner and greedily look at Liang Yan on the stage. Dressed simply with plain makeup, she speaks softly and gently and her words are meaningful. When others speak, she turns her face to the side, listens carefully and nods in response from time to time. When talking about her understanding of the role, her eyebrows and eyes are full of serious expressions which makes people unable not to be attracted. It seems that Liang Yan is doing well. She was doing what she liked, without all the distractions, focusing on her growing career. That was enough. But why did it hurt so much? She always felt empty in her heart, as if an extremely important part of her had been taken away and she couldn't find the direction. Is it really enough? 然后 the screen of the mobile phone next to her lit up and it was a call from her former assistant Yifan. Shan Shichen frowned but still answered it, yeah. Mr. Shan, the old man is still in Beicheng Company and he said he would wait until you come. Shen Zongyuan called him in the morning. 然后 like all the calls after the board meeting, Shan Shichen didn't answer. Unexpectedly, he actually flew over in person, which was really painstaking. After a commotion, Shan Shichen completely cut off contact with his so-called family. He was too lazy to care about the turmoil caused by the termites, how much impact it would have on the stock price, and how to calm it down. 就是 it had nothing to do with him. No matter how anxiously he explained, it was just pale and powerless in front of him. Shan Shichen sneered and responded indifferently, tell him that he can wait as long as he wants. Also, don't call me Mr. Shan. 卓越 and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. The warm white light in the living room was shrouded in a misty atmosphere by the curtains. Liang Yan's figure flashed by and disappeared. Liang Yan returned home with a bouquet of red roses. She put the flowers on the dining table and leaned in to feel the remaining scent. She didn't want to throw away the golden card in her bag. Her originally calm mood began to ripple again because of him. Shan Shichen watched without blinking for fear of missing a second of her appearance. He knew how hurtful the last question to Liang Yan was. But at that time, his reason was washed away by her ruthlessness and he didn't think about the grievances that Liang Yan might suffer. His heart was full of evidence that she didn't love him. Years of upbringing and accumulated pride made it impossible for him to bow his head immediately. After really confirming his feelings, everything was too late. Why didn't he ask at that time how Liang Yan's body recovered after undergoing such an operation? Instead, he left her alone. I don't know how long it took, the lights went out, and the whole city returned to tranquility. The next morning, Kiao Lian Agency in North City welcomed an unexpected guest. Located in the bustling central district of the city, the towering office building occupies an entire floor. Walking into the elevator from the garage, the jumping numbers kept going up directly to the destination. Seeing the company name, especially her last name, Shan Shichen smiled knowingly. The receptionist was shocked by the handsome appearance and the extraordinary temperament of the visitor, and her mouth opened wide. She forgot to ask immediately and couldn't make a sound at all. Shan Shichen took a look inside. The transparent glass overlapped, there were not many people and there were green plants everywhere. Hello, I'm looking for Kiao Yi. The shocked person took a long time to come back to his senses. Oh, are you looking for Mr. Kiao? He's not here now. Do you have an appointment? 申世成 answered truthfully, no. Then please go to the conference room and wait for a while. Please follow me. She was so handsome that she lost her mind and forgot to call Mr. Kiao to inform him. The man following behind her was dressed in a suit and thanked her with a gentle expression and then sat quietly in the conference room. Along the way, there were posters of Lian Yang everywhere. Movie stills, advertising endorsements, personal portraits. One by one, the beautiful and peaceful smiles were like a breeze, refreshing. Looking at the lively street scene outside the window, Shan Shicheng couldn't help but laugh at himself. 就是 It was the first time in his life that he had waited for someone like this. Half an hour later, Joe slowly appeared at the door of the company, shaking the car keys with his fingers, with a proud look on his face. He had just negotiated a luxury endorsement for Lian Yang, and the remuneration was much higher than expected. The most important thing is that it is a big brand spread all over the world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The receptionist saw him passing by and hurriedly walked over to remind him, Mr. Kiao, there is a gentleman looking for you. Joe paused, turned around and asked, who is it? 这个 obviously there was no work arrangement today and he was thinking about driving in the afternoon to visit Lian Yang's crew. The receptionist scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I forgot to ask. He didn't care and walked straight to the meeting room. But when he glanced at the back, his whole body stiffened in an instant. That figure and the aura of sitting with his back to him looked like Shen Shicheng no matter how you looked at it. Joe suddenly felt something was wrong and walked in quickly with a smile on his face. When he saw the face, it was indeed him. Shan Shicheng also heard the noise, turned around, stood up, and nodded to him. He was respectfully welcomed to the general manager's office. Joe personally poured him a cup of tea, sat opposite him, and secretly thought about the purpose of his visit. 就是 it was nothing more than those two words. Shan Shicheng looked around. This place looks good. Joe smiled, just a little fight. After a simple greeting, Shan Shicheng stated his purpose, Mr. Kiao, I want to ask you. The voice paused slightly. Is she okay now? Chapter 83. Joe certainly knew who Shen Shicheng was referring to by this she. The person in front of him was once so noble and high and mighty and was someone he could not even imagine meeting. Now, for Lian Yang, he came here rashly, waiting for himself for half an hour in the small conference room that was extremely incompatible with his status. Joe sighed in his heart, a little reluctant. She is doing well now. He was right, Lian Yang was indeed very well. Not to mention that her career was developing smoothly, she had constant film contracts, and she was filming all the dramas she liked. She had just negotiated a global luxury endorsement. Lian Yang was now filming on The Crew, and her life was ordinary but stable. Although Joe knew most of the scenes between her and Shen Shicheng, it was someone else's feelings after all, so it was not easy to say too much. He could only tell her what Lian Yang said yesterday truthfully, Mr. Shen. Lian Yang said that she no longer had the ability to love. Shen Shicheng felt a pain in his heart. It was conceivable how much the end of this relationship hurt him. He actually wanted to ask, based on Joe's understanding of Lian Yang, whether he still had a chance. He grew up proudly, but now in front of her, he had no confidence at all. After watching Shen Shicheng leave, the disappointed look on Joe's face lingered in his mind. He decided not to tell Lian Yang yet. Although she looked like she had recovered, Joe knew that she was still holding on. He still went to The Crew in the afternoon. It was a 2-hour drive, not too far. When he arrived, Lian Yang was still filming and Joe sat in the nanny car alone to wait for her. His mind was still on Shen Shicheng's appearance in the morning, and he felt a little uncomfortable. When Liang Yang finished her work and returned to the car with a cup of water, Zhou saw her sitting down with no change in expression. The dress will be altered according to your size for the awards ceremony tomorrow night. I'll go with you to try it on later. Liang Yang hummed, feeling a little tired, and took a nap with her eyes closed. Fearing that he would affect her rest, Zhou quickly turned his phone to silent. There have been a lot of things going on recently, and he has been holding his phone to reply to various work arrangements and cooperation matters to be negotiated. When she was almost rested, he drove Liang Yang to the brand studio. The dress was a style that had been sent to Liang Yang for confirmation. Surrounded by mirrors and warm white lights, the staff helped Liang Yang put on the complicated dress. It was a tube-top style with a thick pure white gauze skirt inlaid with red rose embroidery. The superior shoulder and necklines and delicate collarbones were all visible. Zhou stood behind her and couldn't help but admire. Yin, if you say we have a tacit understanding, I thought you would like this dress when I saw it for the first time. Liang Yang raised the corner of her mouth slightly in response. Her thoughts were involuntarily pulled back to the past. Shan Shichen squatted at her feet, carefully and seriously, and put on a pure white wedding dress for her. It has been more than a month since she calmed down, but since the bouquet of roses last night, she always thinks of him. Liang Yang calmed down and looked at herself in the mirror, silently comforting herself. It's just that the time is not long enough. It will be fine after a while. She attended a film awards ceremony that is quite important in China in her gorgeous dress. Zhou Ran's low-budget film was nominated at the European Film Festival and was successfully shortlisted. The two complement each other. The script is good, Liang Yang's performance is delicate, and there are many calls for awards. Zhou Ran went abroad again and didn't know where she was staying, so she specifically asked Liang Yang to attend on her behalf. Liang Yang has been accustomed to this kind of scene. Walking the red carpet alone, holding up her skirt, standing in front of the background board, smiling and greeting the flash. Everything is in place. She is now considered a first-line star, so the position she is arranged is naturally in the front, and Zhang Nan happens to be next to her. It's really a fate. After meeting, Liang Yang and Zhang Nan smiled at each other. The process on the stage is still going on. 这个 Zhang Nan looks forward and chats with Liang Yang in a low voice. I look at Zhou Ran's circle of friends. She is now in South Africa. I am a little envious. Zhang Nan said envy, so is she. When Liang Yang was a little transparent before, she had imagined that after retiring from the circle, she would return to Suzhou with the money she saved and go around when she had time. Fate plays tricks on people. A year ago, she would never have thought that her career would develop into what it is now. She turned to Zhang Nan and smiled. Me too. In fact, she was already preparing. After the work at hand was completed, she would take a long vacation and study abroad. Go to a baking school in France to fulfill her dream. She loves desserts and wants to learn how to make desserts. She is surrounded by the fragrance every day and feels free. She looked away, and a face she didn't expect appeared on the big screen. The handsome face that was familiar to the bone was right in front of her. Shan Shicheng was one of the investors behind this awards ceremony. He smiled gently when the camera swept over him. There was some restlessness at the scene because it was really difficult for people to calm down with such an outstanding appearance and identity. 那个 Liang Yang's breathing stopped instantly and her almond eyes widened, unable to believe it. She never thought that Shen Shichen would appear here. The host introduced him as the founder of a certain capital. Liang Yang heard it vaguely and only knew that those two words had nothing to do with Zhuo Yue. Yes, he had already had a successful career in New York, and it was easy for him to participate in such an event. But Liang Yang didn't understand, what was he doing here? And did it have anything to do with her? Zhang Nan, who was beside her, saw that she was in a daze and gently nudged Lian Yang with his left elbow. The awards are about to begin, and I am also optimistic that you will win the Best Actress. Lian Yang came back to her senses, lowered her head, looked at her twisted hands, and smiled reluctantly. Zhang Nan thought she was nervous and comforted her. It's okay, have confidence, you really acted well. Only Lian Yang herself knew why she suddenly felt uncomfortable. According to the award process, it starts with the producer and the script, then the supporting role, and then the leading role. The Best Actress was the last one to be announced. What surprised Lian Yang was that one of the guests who came on stage to present the award was Tang Zhongtian. 然后, the other was an actress who won the award last time, a senior whom Lian Yang had always admired. 然后, her face, along with the other 4 nominated actresses, appeared on the screen. When Tang Zhongtian finished reading the words Best Actress, Lian Yang was the only one left in the camera, with a confused look on her face. Zhang Nan was the first to stand up and applaud, and he helped Lian Yang with great gentlemanly manners, walked to the stairs to the stage, and watched her walk over to receive the award. On the stage, Lian Yang was a little overwhelmed at first, and in the eyes of the audience, it was all natural. She really didn't think that she could win the award. Fortunately, she quickly stabilized, said a few words of thanks, held back her tears, and walked off the stage. When she stood on the stage, she only dared to look at her empty seat. She was afraid that her eyes would sweep across that person, and she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her tears. 然后 sitting back in her seat, Lian Yang tried to adjust her breathing. Her eyes were filled with tears, which were believed to be caused by the excitement of winning the award. After the award ceremony, she sat alone in the dressing room, waiting for the makeup artist to help her change clothes. There were 2 knocks on the door outside, and someone pushed the door open and walked in slowly. As if she had expected it, Lian Yang did not say a word, and her eyes looked at the tall figure in the mirror. The person she had deliberately avoided all night was standing behind Lian Yang at this time, also looking at her in the mirror. Shan Shichen had never attended such an occasion. It's not that there was no invitation, but he never refused. Fortunately, he was here today, and he really witnessed his Best Actress standing on the stage, glowing. As the footsteps approached, Lian Yang's hands trembled slightly involuntarily, and she was still trying to stay calm. That familiar and gentle voice once again rang in her ears. Yin, Shen Shichen's voice was filled with endless regrets and expectations. Lian Yang stood up and turned around, but there was no emotion in her clear eyes. She seemed to have returned to the beginning when they just met. At that time, she believed that Rox and she were just a transaction. Shan Shichen looked at Lian Yang with a gentle smile in his eyes. Congratulations, you look beautiful today. He had so many things to say, more than just this one sentence. But for some reason, he just didn't have the courage to say it. Lian Yang looked straight at his face, as if she was facing the audience on stage. Thank you. As time passed, she could also face it calmly. Shan Shichen finally couldn't help himself, stretched out his hand and brushed his fingertips across Lian Yang's forehead, gently stroking her hair. Lian Yang didn't hide, her eyes followed the pair of bony hands and then fell back to his handsome face. Once very familiar, now in front of her, but strange again. After parting, Shan Shichen thought more than once about the first time he met Lian Yang. Full of spirit, like a white flower swaying in the wind, independent from the world. The last time, she was frightened by her uncontrolled roar, trembling and crying. She is fine now. More alive than when she was with him. The two looked at each other silently. Shan Shichen gently trapped Lian Yang in his arms, and the strength increased with greed. The voice also became choked. If we didn't know each other like that at the beginning, would everything be different? Lian Yang rested her chin on his shoulder and didn't speak. A low, unfeigned sentence, like a whisper, like a farewell. Lian Yang, I will love you forever. The person in his arms held back tears. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Thinking of the beginning, she was always afraid, so she always remembered the question Shen Shichen asked, what are you afraid of? Me. Finally, everything was over. Half a year later, in a commercial building in New York, Shen Shichen had just processed the documents presented by Yifan front and was a little tired. He returned to the United States and Yifan also left Zhuoyue and followed. Boss Shen, the news from Yuncheng is that the Zhiyun primary school you donated to build has been completed. I would like to invite you to go back and attend the completion ceremony. Shen Shichen responded lightly and then reminded, book a flight to France this Friday night. Yifan understood, holding the signed documents, and walked out of the office. Since last month, Shen Shichen has flown there on time every weekend. This is the third time. Chapter 84. France, Ivory Town. After a long and tiring journey from New York to Paris, it was already noon when we arrived at this town famous for its stone houses and flowers. The sun was shining brightly and Shen Shichen sat in the car, reaching out with one hand and resting on the lowered window, feeling the rare tranquility. The warm wind brushed across his fingertips, the buildings on both sides were entangled by dark green vines, and the road was tortuous and winding. Looking at the time, it was less than 10 minutes before Lian Yang came out of the classroom not far away. A month ago, Lian Yang, whose career was booming, announced that he would suspend his work, causing an uproar. Fans who know her personality have already found clues from her previous moments. After Lian Yang won the award ceremony for Best Actress, she did not take any new work. Some people with bad intentions began to ridicule her for acting, saying that everything was just to attract attention and that she would come back to make money soon. The online discussion was fierce, but Lian Yang was not affected at all and her heart was already firm enough. She needed to change the environment, stay away from here, calm down, rest, and forget. So after she finished her work conscientiously, she returned to Su's hall and stayed with Liang Fumin for a week. After packing up her luggage and moved, she set out alone to this beautiful town that she had longed for. There is a baking school here, with a small number of people, including the teaching teachers. There are exactly 10. The teacher is a Frenchman named Pierre, who is gentlemanly and enthusiastic. My main job is a painter, so the baking class is only on Saturdays and Sundays. There were not many people in the town. On the first day Lian Yang arrived, she dragged her suitcase, walked and stopped, and took a brief look at all the scenery. She was wearing a pure white slim dress, a light blue knitted jacket, and flat shoes, which was bright and comfortable. With a pure oriental face, fair skin, delicate features, and a temperament that made people feel like spring breeze, she naturally became an eye-catching scenery. There were no flashlights, no one who knew her. Lian Yang responded generously with a smile, and there was tranquility and comfort everywhere. Along the way, there were buildings that were different from the past, surrounded by flowers and moving forward, and finally stopped at the shore of Lake Geneva. Facing the sapphire-like sparkling lake, Lian Yang opened her hands to welcome her new life. This kind of life is what she had imagined before. It was only limited to fantasy. Finally, she mustered up the courage to put down all her worries and concerns and live quietly. Lian Yang rented a house. 然后呢, the landlady was the only Chinese in the town. Her surname was Chen. She hit it off with her at first sight and got along very well. The house is a 2-story stone house. The walls upstairs are covered with flowers, and next to it is a mint green wooden balcony. Pieces of wood are pieced together to isolate Lian Yang's small world here. When she is not in class, Lian Yang likes to sit on a small chair on the balcony, basking in the sun, looking at the lake in the distance, and being in a daze. In the past, she always kept moving forward, but there was no clear direction. Now that she has stopped, she really understands that no matter where she is, as long as her heart is at peace, it is the real meaning of life. Today is Saturday, and she is taking a baking class, learning to make puffs. Since she was a child, Lian Yang has liked everything sweet. Especially every time she is in class, she is surrounded by the aroma of bread and cream, and every second, she is in a very happy mood. There is no need to worry about gaining weight and affecting her appearance on camera. Every time she makes desserts according to the teacher's teachings, Lian Yang will taste them herself. She will also carry a delicate bamboo basket and bring a portion to the landlord's wife. When studying, the two of them were divided into a group. Lian Yang's partner was an American girl named Bella, who was blonde and blue-eyed and was very enthusiastic about her. 然后 the two wore gloves and took the puffs out of the oven and smiled at each other. Put the mixed cream into the piping bag to add colorful colors to the puffs, which made the sunlight coming in from the window more gorgeous. After cleaning up the table, the get out of class ended on time at 12 o'clock. Lian Yang carried a small basket and walked out with Bella, talking and laughing. When she came here, she was wearing her favorite comfortable style, a suspender dress and flat shoes. 然后 under the sunshine, her smile was bright and moving. Not far away, Shan Shichen's sight had never stopped following Lian Yang since she came out. She was very happy. Doing what she likes every day, learning to make desserts, looking at the lake in a daze, surrounded by happiness. The school was not far from where she lived. Lian Yang said goodbye to Bella, walked a stone path, and knocked on the door of the landlady next door. The old lady looked kind and welcomed Lian Yang in. The two have formed a tacit understanding. Every weekend, she will cook by herself, prepare dishes, and wait for Lian Yang to come over after class. Lian Yang walked in, put the basket full of puffs on the small table. And took the initiative to go into the kitchen to help. Lian Yang likes to call her Grandma Chen. She has no father since she was a child, let alone grandparents. This title is very strange and eager for her. She went to the wok and smelled it. The boiled beef inside was tempting and bright in color. It smells so good too. Grandma Chen looked at her playful look and laughed. Go wash your hands quickly, it will be ready in a while. Lian Yang obediently went to the side to wash her hands and took the initiative to stand behind her, waiting to serve this big dish. Grandma Chen saw her understanding and felt very warm. 那个 By chance, I met this simple Chinese girl who likes sweets. Every time she smiles, her eyes are curved, and she feels a little more energetic. She immigrated to France many years ago and lost her husband who had supported her in an accident. 然后 She has been lonely ever since. A few years ago, I bought a house in Ivor, planning to live here alone. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity to have such a pleasant conversation with Lian Yang. During the meal, the two sat face to face. Lian Yang carefully picked up the dishes and ate the beef in the bowl slowly. 那个 What did you learn today? Lian Yang pointed to the basket on the small table next to her with bright eyes. Puff, I made several flavors of cream. You can try it later. The other side smiled happily. After you came, my life has been enriched, and my stomach has also been enriched. Thanks to the hot pot base sent by your friend, I have found the feeling of being in China again. Zhou was afraid that Lian Yang would not be used to it, so he often sent Lian Yang various seasonings and small snacks that are easy to preserve. Thinking of the airport in North City before leaving, Zhou hugged her tightly and sobbed. He choked up and cried with her. Yin Yin, what should I do without you? Lian Yang couldn't help but find it funny. She reached out and hugged Zhou back, comforting him. Okay, I'm just going to take a short vacation. It's not like I won't come back. Zhou really couldn't bear to leave her. The two of them walked together and got used to each other. As long as he didn't have work arrangements, no matter how far, he would go to accompany Lian Yang. When he thought about not being able to eat barbecue and hot pot with Lian Yang, he felt uncomfortable and hugged her and refused to let go. After a long while, he slowly let go and told her, take good care of yourself. He has a lot of things to do now, and it takes at least 3 to 5 days to go back and forth, so he really can't leave. He can only keep sending food to Lian Yang, sending WeChat, and video chatting with Lian Yan. After dinner, Lian Yan took the initiative to clean up, went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and left Grandma Chen's house. Shan Shichen followed with affectionate eyes, watching Lian Yan's brisk steps, her long floral skirt rising with her movements, obviously in a good mood. Yes, 然后 after leaving him, she became happier and happier. Only he was still trapped in the same place, trapped in his own cocoon. He could never get out. 然后 he didn't want to get out either. As usual, he stayed in the town for a day until Sunday afternoon when Shen Shichen once again embarked on a journey back to New York. Day after day. All the friends who came and went knew that Shen Shichen seemed to disappear automatically at the weekend. 这个 It was simply impossible to contact him. On weekdays, he took time to return to Yuncheng, where he had stayed with Lian Yan. 3 months ago, Yunwu Village, which attracted attention because of the movie, was made into a tourist attraction by the local government. Yunwu Village Primary School was facing demolition due to land planning issues, and it had to be integrated with the primary school in the neighboring village. As a result, the journey to school was more than doubled than usual. After Shen Shichen knew about it, he arranged for the reconstruction and renovated the Yunwu Village Primary School and changed its name. Zhiyun Primary School. This place also carries the memories between him and her. The principal of the primary school is an honest middle-aged man. He introduced Shen Shichen respectfully along the way and kept thanking him. Shan Shichen just smiled faintly. Principal Shu, you are welcome. This is what I should do. Standing in front of the 4 big characters, Shan Shichen was rarely relaxed, and his eyes were fixed on the second character. He declined all reports about him from the local media, and at the completion ceremony, Shan Shichen just sat silently in the audience. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. After returning to New York, he became the work machine he used to be, busy with various data analysis and predictions. Partner Jeff saw it in his eyes, and he felt something was wrong from the first day Shen Shichen came back. The decline of the former sharpness always inadvertently reveals a sense of loneliness. 然后 Knowing Shen Shichen for many years, Miss Lian was the only one who had appeared beside him. Now he kept silent about her, so Jeff naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. She only drank with him silently at the celebration party that was often held, and then sent him back to the empty house. Arriving at the town of Ivor again, it was still the same location, just in time to see Lian Yan walking out of it. When Lian Yan appeared, Shan Shichen kept looking at his mobile phone and saved various photos of her. Those when she was working and her current status. She would occasionally update her Weibo, showing photos of her life and study in the town, desserts and Chinese food that she made herself, and all the scenery she saw when walking by the lake. Flipping through them one by one, he couldn't be more familiar, but every time, his eyes would still flash with Lian Yan's smile at him. That was a smile that belonged only to him, a unique memory between the two of them. At 12 o'clock, the lively and lovely Lian Yan appeared in front of him. But this time, it was not the white girl beside her, but a handsome young man. Chapter 85. The man was tall, with the same white face, blonde hair and blue eyes, full of energy. He was wearing a casual white t-shirt and jeans, standing on the right side of Lian Yan and walked out of the classroom with her. The familiar small basket in his left hand was shaken rhythmically by Lian Yan's light movements, and the whole person looked joyful. The man next to him looked at Lian Yan from time to time, smiling and saying something to her, and Lian Yan would respond with the same smile. From Shen Shichen's perspective, her profile was also delicate, with a straight nose and a raised corner of her mouth full of smiles. This moving look was already engraved in his memory. His thoughts could not help but go back to the time when the two were together. Lian Yan did the same, would bend her eyes at him and smile sweetly. Obviously, the distance is not far now, but Shen Shichen always feels that it is getting more and more unfamiliar. He watched Liang Yang and the man next to him talking and laughing all the way, and stopped only when they walked to Grandma Chen's door. Liang Yang, who had already turned around, seemed to be stopped. The man approached her a little and it was unknown what he said. All that could be seen was that a blush slowly appeared on Liang Yang's fair face. She lowered her head and pursed her pale pink lips, a little embarrassed. Shan Shichen watched without blinking and had a bad premonition in his heart. After a few seconds, Liang Yang raised her clear eyes, tiptoed, and gently leaned into the man's arms. At the same time, Shan Shichen suddenly closed his eyes and his heart seemed to be grabbed by someone and began to ache. His hands trembled involuntarily and he pressed them on his chest, trying his best to steady his breathing. He had never thought that there would be such a day. He didn't dare to think about it. Shan Shichen slowly opened his eyes until his breathing gradually stabilized, and just saw Liang Yang enter Grandma Chen's house. The house was not far from the shore of Lake Geneva. He endured the pain and walked over. In front of him was the vast and boundless lake surface with a sapphire blue light. In the distance was a colorful stone house hanging on the cliff. The fragrance of white roses came from all round, mixed with a faint midsummer atmosphere. He could imagine that Liang Yang was having dinner with Grandma Chen and chatting happily. A self-deprecating bitter smile hung at the corner of her mouth, which was in sharp contrast with the clear sky. She was really happy just now. Yes, what reason is there to be unhappy? Obviously, I also hope that she can be happy, but why? Seeing that scene, I just felt that my heart was aching like a needle. In the afternoon, Liang Yang took a nap as usual, sitting leisurely on the mint green balcony, reading a book and taking a nap. The ripples on the lake not far away, along with the slow music coming from downstairs, a quiet scene. Thinking of the request of being invited to dinner by a classmate in the evening using birthday as an excuse, she couldn't help but feel funny. After coming here, she didn't deliberately make friends and kept a certain distance, just like she used to. Only Grandma Chen, Liang Yang would go to her house for dinner every weekend and chat with her. After strolling leisurely until the evening, Liang Yang simply dressed up to show respect. She likes light blue, whether it is the decoration of the house or the usual clothes. One of the reasons why she likes this town is the beautiful blue lake. There are not many residents in the town and there are very limited places to eat. It's only 2 small blocks away from where Liang Yang lives. Under the starry night sky, Liang Yang wore a light blue suspender dress, a pure white thin sweater as a jacket, and comfortable flat shoes on her feet. Shan Shichen watched her walk to a small restaurant, smiled at the man who sent her home at noon, and then walked in together. He was sitting in a cafe diagonally opposite the restaurant, and suddenly realized that he was like a stalker, watching Liang Yang's every move. But he really couldn't help but look. His heart was aching, but his eyes never left. Liang Yang and the man sat face to face, with simple steak and pasta on the red checkered tablecloth. The two of them just chatted briefly, and most of the time, Liang Yang just smiled back. The man was very gentlemanly, pouring water for Liang Yang and getting tissues for her, and his movements were very natural. Once upon a time, he was also like this, and he would cut steak for Liang Yang by hand, but now, there may be no chance. Watching Liang Yang being sent to the door of her house by the man, Shan Shichen subconsciously closed his eyes for fear that the scene he saw at noon would appear again, and then mustered up the courage to open them. Fortunately, there was no physical contact between the two. Liang Yan just waved at him and turned back to the room. In the following week, Shan Shichen seemed to be busy with work, but he was always unable to concentrate and was restless. On Friday afternoon, he sat in the office, staring at the computer screen in a daze. He was called by his assistant Fan several times before he came back to his senses. He thought he had to rush to the airport and fly to France in the evening, just like so many weekends in the past. As a result, Shan Shichen frowned and said, "Cancel my flight tonight." For the first time, he didn't have the courage, afraid to see the scene last week. Liang Yang smiled at another man and hugged him. He couldn't stand such stimulation, so he came up with the idea of canceling the flight. Yifan was obviously a little surprised. After a slight daze, he immediately left the office. Just as he put his hand on the door handle, he was stopped by Shen Shichen again. Forget it, no need to cancel. He still had to go. Just because he really wanted to see the lively and bright Liang Yan. Every weekend, Liang Yang would go to the baking class at school seriously. Puffs, macarons, crepes, mousse cakes. They are all her favorites, and she has learned to make them. This Saturday night, Liang Yang was a little uncomfortable to learn that teacher Pierre has something to do and would have a day off on Saturday. Grandma Chen sat on the balcony with her. The night sky was twinkling with stars, and she enjoyed the breeze of the summer night. Seeing her regretful look, she smiled and suggested, "How about accompanying me, an old lady, to see the scenery?" After coming here, Liang Yang has lived in the town. Because the scenery in the town is beautiful enough. Liang Yang thought about it and was a little excited. "Where do you want to go, Grandma?" Grandma Chen thought of another oriental face that she had a good conversation with in the afternoon and smiled meaningfully. "This season, lavender is in full bloom. Let's go a little further and go to the flower fields." Liang Yang couldn't help but open her eyes wide, full of expectations. She quickly contacted the car and set off for province early the next morning. 然后? The scenery along the way was pleasant. The old lady beside him was smiling as she watched Liang Yang taking pictures and constantly praising her. She didn't expect that at this age, she could be a matchmaker again. Yesterday afternoon, when the handsome Chinese man was called by her, he was also puzzled. Grandma Chen walked up to his tall and slender figure and asked, "Sir, are you here to see Liang Yan?" Shen Shichen was stunned for 2 seconds, then showed a polite smile. "Yes." The old lady had noticed his presence a long time ago and explained, "I am the only Chinese in this town." After Liang Yang came, you would appear every weekend just silently behind her, too obvious. It's just that she didn't notice it herself, but I, an old lady, saw it clearly. Shen Shichen smiled embarrassedly. "Hello, my name is Shen Shichen. I am." He didn't know how to describe his relationship with Liang Yan. Grandma Chen saw his hesitation. "There is one more thing, I can see it very clearly. You love her very much, right?" This time, Shen Shichen answered very affirmatively, "Yes." The love of young people is always beautiful and tortuous. Just like herself, after settling in France, at the beginning there was only adaptation and busyness to the changing environment. Finally, there was time, and the flower fields that she and her lover drove to once a week became a fixed itinerary between the two. Since her husband passed away, she has never been here again. "Grandma, look." Liang Yang's thoughts were pulled back by her excited voice, and she looked over with her eyes. The car was about to reach the destination, province. After passing the Red Earth City, a row of red houses of different heights appeared in front of her. Coming to France is a journey for Liang Yan. This time out, she saw many different scenery and her mind was more open. Sitting in the car and looking out, every scene was picturesque, and the whole person seemed to be in a dream. Finally, they arrived at the destination that Grandma Chen and Liang Yang had been thinking about. Lavender fields in southern France. The windmill next to it turns with the warm wind, and the purple sea of flowers stretches endlessly, forming a sharp contrast with the blue coast of the Mediterranean. Standing in the flower field, Liang Yang opened her hands and closed her eyes to feel it with her heart. The surroundings are full of the fragrance of flowers and the gifts of nature, as if it is a baptism of the soul. Grandma Chen sat under the pavilion not far away to rest, and her eyes moved from Liang Yan to Shen Shichen, who was sitting next to her. She smiled indifferently at the handsome man. "Are you sure she will look back?" Shen Shichen glanced at Liang Yan's back, surrounded by a sea of purple flowers swaying in the summer breeze. "As long as you can look at me, it's enough." With a loving smile, his eyes followed the figure in the light blue shirt and approached Lian Yang step by step. After a slight pause, his steps gradually became firm. Finally, he stopped behind the familiar her. At a distance of 1 meter, the sun shuttled between the two, casting a golden afterglow, shrouding Lian Yang in a deep gaze. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Lian Yang turned around and saw the same handsome face. The bright smile was still on his face, and the purple light flickered in his eyes that reflected his tall figure. Once upon a time, the sea of roses he arranged for her personally gave her a unique romance and touch. Lian Yang was stunned for a moment and only felt Shen Shichen approaching her, speaking in the warm voice that she missed so much. Lian Yang, let's get to know each other again.